The Delectable Mountains by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, far away ye are, ye lovely hills, yet can I feel the air grow sweet while gazing where the valley with the distant sunshine fills. Fair morning, lend my wings and let me fly to thy eternal home, where never shadows come, where tears are wiped away from every eye. I am very weary of this earth of ours, I am sick with the heart's want, my fevered spirits pent, to cling to things less transient than its flowers. I ask of the still night, answers me, this earth is not my home. Great Father, let me come, a wanderer and a penitent to thee. Ye far, fair mountains echo with my cry. Unto your realm of bliss the grave the threshold is. Let its dark portals open, let me die. The Departed by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Set thy spur to thy steed, thy sail to the wind. You may leave the far vale and the mountain behind. Like the storm o'er the south in thy flight thou mayst be, but where mayst thou fly from the memory of me? The struggle, the pleasure, the toil, and the strife will fill up thy days with the hurry of life. But night cometh lonely o'er land and o'er sea, and in silence and shadow I still am with thee. With no rose on my cheek, with no rose in my hair, but colder is the love whose remembrance I bear. Breathing woes that are broken, and hopes that are fled, a voice breaks thy slumber, the voice of the dead. Let thy loveliest slave lull thy sleep with a strain. I drain the red wine cup, it all is in vain. From the haunt of thy midnight I will not depart, for thy guilt is my power, my home is thy heart. The desert hath a dreary waste by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The desert hath a dreary waste of burning sand and sky, but even there the fountain palm beside the pathway lie. There may the tired pilgrim rest upon his wearied race. I would the wilderness of love could boast such resting place. But sultry sky and endless sands, these, O love, are for thee my constant destiny. Alas, that such should be for me. The Disconsolate by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Down from her hand it fell, the scroll she could no longer trace. The grief of love is in her soul, it shame upon her face. Her head has dropped against her arm, the faintness of despair. Her lip has lost its red rose charm, for all but death is ware. And where it lies, the faith of years, registered above, deepened by woman's anxious tears, her first and childish love. Are there no ties to keep the heart, a vowed and secret thing? Where's it known all life's better part, the freshness of its spring? It had begun in days of joy and childhood, and had been when he was but a gallant boy and she a fairy queen. Memory was as the same in both, the love their young hearts dreamed. Strong with her strength, grown with her growth, a second nature seemed. How oft on that old castle wall appears the mingled name. The pictures hang within the hall, they never seem the same. The shadows of her heart will throw their sadness over all, and darker for their early glow those heavy shadows fall. Little she dreamt of time to come, while lingering at his side, Delisle would seek another home and win another bride. Like a fair flower beneath a storm is bowed the radiant brow, but pride is in that fragile form, it droops not as now. That seen him foot will join the dance, with face grow bright again, and rose-red cheek and sunshine glance deny their hour of pain. But deem not that she can forget, howe'er she scorn the past. Love's fate upon one die is set, and that for her is cast. 'Tis not the lover that is lost, the love for which we grieve, but for the price which they have cost, the memory which they leave. The knowledge of the bitter truth, contrast of word and deed, that hope, religion of our youth, can fortify her creed. Trusting affection, confidence, the holy and the deep, feelings which rain sweet influence, it is for these we weep. Maiden, I pity thee, thy trust too short a life have known, too soon thy temple is in dust, thy first fond favour o'erthrown. The heart betrayed believes no more, distrust eats in the mind, never may after time restore the years it leaves behind. The Distant Grave by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They tell me that his grave is made where the stately palm tree bendeth, a summer temple upon whose shade the purple eve descendeth. They say the mighty ocean swells beside where he is sleeping, but moaning winds and murmuring shells seem like perpetual weeping. 'Tis his fitting tomb where sea-girt strand, his fitting dirge the billow, but I wish he were laid in his native land, by yon meek and lowly willow. His father's grave is beneath yon tree, his mother's grave is beside it. There's space at the feet for him and me, my brother, we shall not divide it. I would I could kneel above by thy grave and pray for the much-loved sleeper, but my thoughts go over the far, wild wave, and my lonely grief grows deeper. You feared for her, whose cheek was pale, which your last kiss left yet paler. The life your fondness deemed so frail, your own has been yet frailer. I would you slept mid familiar things which your childhood wont to cherish, where the church its holy shadow flings, and your native white flowers perish. The more I think of the dreary sea, the more we feel divided. Thy tomb had been like a friend to me, my sorrow had been confided. But my God is recalling the life he gave, my love, my grief is dying, but the spirit, the heavens know no grave, and my heart is on those relying. The Dream by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Farewell, and yet how may I teach my heart to say farewell to thee? My first young love, the light, the hope, the breath, the soul of life to me. I had last night a strange wild dream, the very emblem of my love. I saw a stately eagle's wing become a refuge for a dove, and for a while most tenderly the eagle cherished his guest. Never had the dove a home of happiness like that fond breast. It was a sight for love to see that haughty and that gentle bird caressing and caressed, so soft the mingling murmurs from them heard. But troubled grew the eagle's crest, and stern and careless his dark eye, and so, regardless of the dove, I marveled that she did not fly. Then sudden spread his mighty plumes, and flung the helpless dove away. There on the ground, with broken wing, and solid and bleeding breast she lay. Poor silly bird, if thou hadst flown before this fate had not been thine, I waked, and I thought how soon such falsehood might be mine. The Dream in the Temples of Seraphis by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The heavy night is falling, a dark and silent night, and loud the storm is calling from the mountain's wood height. There's weeping in the pines, but a voice of loudest sorrow arises from the plain, for the nations fear the morrow and ask for aid in vain. From the old ancestral shrines and the still and stately temple, the temple of a god. The kingly chiefs are 7, who seek the ancient shrine, to ask of night and heaven an answer and a sign. Pale as shadows pass they by. They are warriors, yet they falter, as with feet unshod they approach the mighty altar, our Assyrian god, where the secret of the sky through the stately temple, the temple of a god. Conquerors they enter, in the conqueror's name, the altar in the center burned with undying flame. Day and night that flames fed, lamps for many a marble column in the distant burn, and the light is sad and solemn as a funeral urn. For the presence of the dead haunts the mystic temple, the temple of a god. 7 warriors were their number, 7 future kings. Down they laid them to their slumber mid the silvery rings of the fragrant smoke that swept from the golden vessels streaming, with their spice and oil and the rich frankincense steaming, half the summer spoil. Lulled by such perfume they sleep in the silent temple, the temple of a god. Lay they, in with sleep enchanted, on the marble floor, many things their slumber haunted, things that were no more. 'Twas the phantasms of life. Fierce and rugged bands were crowding around their youthful king, shaky heights their wild form shrouding, where the echoes ring with the shouts that herald strife. Such now wake the quiet temple, the temple of a god. Next, a sofa known is sleeping on embattled lines, where the purple robe is sweeping, there the red gold shines. That young chief his own has won, he who when his warriors task him with his heart's free scope, what was left himself they ask him, and he answered, hope. What he said, that hath he done, and his glory fills the temple of a god. Victory is like sunshine o'er him, wealth is at his side. Crowns are in the dust before him, earth hath bowed her pride at the whisper of his breath. But that laureled one is dying on the fevered bed. Leave him where he now is lying, there the king is best, it said. Such the oracle of death in that fatal temple, the temple of a god. Such the moral of the story, such was heaven's reply. Amid wealth and power and glory, it is best to die. And to all that answer came, from the highest to the lowest, life draws deep a wasted breath. Fate, the best boon thou bestowest when thou givest earth. Each that oracle may claim the words of that dark temple, the temple of God. The Dream on the Pillow by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The dream on the pillow that flits with the day, the leaf of a willow, the breath wears away. The dust on the blossom, the spray on the sea, I ask mine own bosom, are emblems of thee. When I trust the dark waters and tempests are nigh, list the blue sea's false daughters and think not on fear. Or when I believe thee as once I believed, not dread thou deceive me as thou hast deceived. When the rose blooms at Christmas, I trust thee again, or the snow falls in summer, never till then. The Duchess of Kent by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A widow with an only child, the mother of our Queen, a stranger in a foreign land, thy lot has various seen. How many claims attend with thee upon a nation's sympathy! How many anxious watching hours thy mother's heart has known, before the blossom was a flower, the orphan on a throne. Ah, may a glorious future wait on thee, thy child, and England's fate. The Dying Child by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Her cheek is flushed with fever red, her little hand burns in my own. Alas, and does pain wreck her sleep? Speak, for I cannot bear that moan. Yet sleep I do not wish to look again within those languid eyes. Sleep, though again the heavy lash may never from their beauty rise. Ere, hope for me, now hold thy peace, and take that healing cup away. Life, length of life, to that poor child, it is not life for which I pray. Why should she live for pain, for toil, for wasted frame and broken heart, till life is only left in death, with its base fear of death to part? Or could I bear to see her youth bow to the dust by abject toil, till misery urge the soul to guilt from which its nature would recoil? The bitterness of poverty, the shame that adds the worst to woe, I think upon the life I've known, upon the life that I shall know. Look through yon street, 100 lamps are lighting up the revels there. Hark, you can hear the distant laugh blending with music on the air. The rich dwell there, who know not want, who loaf in wretchedness, whose name is there an unfamiliar sound. Why is not my state the same? I may have sinned, and punishment for that most ignorant sin cure, but be the curse upon my head, or let it ascend to her. Sleep, dear one, 'tis a weary world, sleep the sweet slumber of the grave. Vex me no more with thy vain words, what worth is that you seek to save? Tears, tears, ashamed that I should weep, I thought my heart had nerved my eye. I should be thankful, and I will, where my child lay down and die. The Dying Spaniard's Charge by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My gasping breath, I feel thee fail. My gallant boy, draw near, brush off the dew that dims thy mail. For shame! It is he. Here, take my sword, as yet the brand has never missed its blow. God prosper it in thy young hand against the Moslem foe. Lift up my head, my parting gaze on yonder vale would be, facing the red sun's fading rays, speak my last to thee. Look thou upon the plain below, the field and vineyard spread, and glory, like the morning's glow, around yon city's head. 1,000 shrubs in blossom wreath, around fountains bright and clear, I almost fancy I can breathe a gushing fragrance here. But mark the rock on which we lie, the eagle's rough domain, its barren earth, its sullen sky, then look below again. That valley is thy heritage. Could Eden be more fair? Although an exile in my age, I spent my boyhood there. Ours was the shame and ours the loss, carnage and conquest spread. The crest can triumph o'er the cross. Well may thy cheek grow red. Still have a few in warfare stood around the mountain brow. I have not spared my strength and blood, I am dying now. But other, better days are mine. My hopes are broad and high, and clearly does the future shine before death's closing eye. I see the gallant Red Cross wave, I see the Moslems yield, I hear the war cry of the brave. Haste, boy, and join the field. Here make my grave, and haunting here, my spirit will remain, till, vanquished by the Christian spear, the Moors have fled from Spain. The Earl of Sandwich by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They called the islands by his name, those islands were far away and fair, a graceful fancy linked with fame, a flattery such as poets are, who link with lovely things their praise, and ask the earth and ask the sky to colour with themselves their lace and some associate grace supply. But here it was a sailor's thought that named the island from the earl, that dreams of England might be brought to those soft shores and seas of pearl. How very fair they must have seemed when first they darkened on the deep, like all the wandering seamen dreamed when land rose lovely on his sleep. How many dreams they turned to truth when first they met the sailor's eyes, green with the sweet earth's southern youth, and azure with her southern skies. And yet our English thought beguiles the mariner ere he roam. He looks upon the new-found islands and calls them by some name of home. The Early Rosy Hours by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They bend above the moonlit stream with gathered fruit and flowers, the last in which the sun has left the earlier rosy hours. One sends a vow to him afar, never can the heart know half the love it cherishes until it comes to part. A thousand things are then recalled, was scarcely marked at first, but lingering thoughts in after hours betray how they were nursed. Another sends a little boat upon its happier way. She knows tomorrow will restore the eyes she loved today. They bend with all the eager hope, the confidence of youth, which makes the future it believes and trusts itself with truth. And never Grecian chisel formed shapes of more perfect grace than by the moonlit Ganges bent, each hour her mirrored face. Our love takes many shapes. At first it comes as flashes fly, that bear the lightning on their wings, and then in darkness die. But after comes a steadier light, a long and lasting dream, like the full heaven which the sun flings down on life's dark stream. One lingers, for she dares not trust her lamp upon the wave. She knows the omen ere it come, her heart is its own grave. There's a love that in the soul burns silent and alone, where all of early happiness has long, too long been flown. But like the lotus, whose soft depths receive the morning sun, the true-found flower still looks to heaven, though light and day are done. But she, amid her gladder friends, leans pensive on the strand. She keeps the fairy bark unlaunched beside the trembling hand. Why should she send the fairy freight to question future pain? She knows her utter misery, she laughs and laughs in vain. I pray his pardon, he who traced the graceful forms I see. Magic painter, to thy skill the spirit yields its key. The treasures of these distant lands are given to thy will, but thou hast yet a dearer charm. The heart obeys thy skill. The Earliest Breath of June by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Why, what a history is on the rose, a history beyond all other flowers. But nevermore, in garden or in grove, will the white queen reign paramount again. She must content her with remembered things, when her pale leaves the badge for knight and earl, pledge of a loyalty which was as pure, as free from stain, as those white depths her leaves unfolded to the earliest breath of June. The Early Dream by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ah, never another dream can be like that early dream of ours, when hope, like a child, lay down to sleep amid the folded flowers. But hope has wakened since, and wept itself like a rainbow away, and the flowers have faded and fallen around. We have none for a wreath today. Now truth has taken the place of hope, and our hearts are like winter hours. Little has afterlife been worth that early dream of ours. The Earth's Division by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The fair earth, it shall be for all, divided at your need. So in his high Olympian hall the starry Jove decreed. Each hurried at the midnight word, the merchant swept the main, the peasant drove the lowing herd, and sowed the golden grain. The hunter took the glad green wood, the soldier drew his sword. I am, quoth he, by title good, a universal lord. When Mises' wealth was little known, he hid it from the light. The king said, take ye all their own, and pay me for the right. When lo, the poet came at last, pale watcher of the air. The spoil was shared, the lots were cast, His only was not there. He flung him at the feet of Jove, and cried, "What wrong is done to him whom thou wert wont to love, thy true and favoured son?" "Blame thou not me," the god replied. "Some land of dreams too long, when earth was given to divide, has kept thee and thy song. I watched thy spirit's mighty law control the ocean's flow. I gazed, forgetting in mine awe all that was mine below." "Ah," said the god, "beneath my throne is given earth and sea, but the high heaven is still mine own, and there I welcome thee." The Emerald Ring by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is a gem which hath the power to show if plift lovers keep their faith or no. If faithful, it is like the leaves of spring; if faithless, like those leaves when withering. Take back your emerald gem, there is no color in the stone; it might have graced the diadem, but now its hue and light are gone. Take back your gift and give me mine, the kiss that sealed our last love vow. Our other lips have been on wine, the kiss is lost and sullied now, the gem is pale, the kiss forgot, and more than either you are changed. But my true love is altered now, my heart is broken, not estranged. The Immigrants by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They dwelt amid the woods, where they had built themselves a home. It was almost a hut, and rudely framed of logs and piled up wood, but it was covered with sweet creeping shrubs, and had a porch of evergreens. It stood beneath the shelter of a maple tree, whose boughs spread over it, like a green tent. 'Twas beautiful, in summer, with gay flowers, green leaves, and fragrant grass strewn on the floor; and, in the winter, cheerful that its hearth, where blazed the wood fire and its tapestry of soft rich furs, each a memorial of some escape, some toil, some hunter's chance, and mixed with scarlet berries and red plums, and glossy wings. There was one only thing that spoke them strangers in the land, and told the luxuries of other days. There hung a Spanish maiden's ivory guitar with its rich fretting of gold ornament, and that was often waked, as memory lived chiefly on its dear chords. And she would sing, the dark-eyed lady, sometimes when alone, and when her songs were sad. But when the eve came in the beauty of June twilight, with all its sleeping flowers, its dews, its clouds, touched with sunset's crimson lingering, or when it came with its scale lighted hearth, sweet with the burning of a cedar wood, her voice was cheerful as the sunny song the lark pours to the morning and his mate. For then her hunter sought his lonely bride, and, like a victor, brought his trophies home. It was a little nook, as nature made in some gay mood, a solitude for love, and, at her bidding, love had sought the place and made it paradise. On the west side, like a dark mountain, stood the forest old, guarding it from the wind, which howled at night as if the wood were its chief treasure cave. And, opposite, there was a clear small lake, from whence the morning like a beauty came, fresh from her bath. The eye could spend its breath, and green savannas on the further bank were lost in the blue sky. Just where the trees met the bright waters was a lighter space, and like the pillars of a mighty temple, the pine, the bech, the maple stretched away in long and stately avenues, where down the glorious heaven. This was all nature's work, and now was but as it had been for years. But there were fragile flowers and tender shrubs, whose feminine frail beauty asked for more than the rude nursing of a summer breeze. There was the red rose, like an evening cloud, the white rose, pale as pining for the song of her now absent love, the nightingale, the orange tree, with measure of a spring, amassing gold and silver, jessamine showering down pearl and amber, myrtle plants, and, where the sun shone warmest, olives green. For Ines had collected all that. Once her early youth had laughed in Aragon, and, with all woman's sweet solicitude, she had brought vows, too, of his native land, her lover's England, there the violet shed the treasures of its purple Araby. The primrose, pale as the last star that fades before the daybreak, and the honeysuckle hung as around an English cottage wall. No marvel woman should love flowers, there bear so much of fanciful similitude to her own history, like herself, repaying with such sweet interest all the cherishing that calls the beauty of her sweetness forth. And, like her too, dying beneath neglect. 'Twas like a fairy tale to pass the woods and enter the sweet solitude and gaze on the fair spirit of its loveliness. Delicate as a creature that but breathes the perfumed air of palaces, a foot light is but used to tread on silken down and echo music, and a hand that looked but made to wander o'er the golden harp. Eyes blue as a June sky, when stars light up its deep clear midnight, languishing as love were all the language, eyes whose glance would make at mask a ball full many a sleepless night. With dark black hair, which pearls so well become, and added to young beauty's natural grace, that courtly air which tells of gentle blood and gentle nurture. What can she do here? She loves, she is beloved, and love is all that makes a woman's world, her element, her life, her Eden. Native of that land where the sun lights the heart, romantic Spain her early youth passed in a convent cell, thence to her father's place, but o'er her heart-beat answered to the passionate songs that round her letters floated. At twilight they came to England, where the seal was set, love never sets in vain, and sets but once. It was an English youth, with his fair brow and island colour. One eve, when the sound of music waked the spirit of delight from Mina's braided hair, there fell a rose. That night that rose was treasured next the heart of which, henceforth, she was the destiny. It needs not say how young affection sprung, gathered and grew in its sweet course. They hung together on the poet's breathing page, till their own eyes reflected every thought. And both loved music, and love never yet had an interpreter like song. But as the rose, even in the crimson zenith of its noon, flings on the ground its shadow, even so there's a shade attendant upon love. And Ines was betrothed in her own land to one she could not love, on whose dark brow stewed its darker spirit. One June eve together they had read a traveller's tale of far America's majestic beauty, of its savannas and its stately woods. They read till the pale radiance of the west lighted the page no more, and sighed the youth, "How happy we might be in these wild scenes, Hunter and I, and thou my gentle bride." Far from the heartlessness of crowded court, their finest feelings are but as flowers sown upon a rock, where hope sings as it soars, like a lark wounded in its morning flight. Our home should be amid the wilderness. The leaves, flowers, clouds, echoes, and singing birds to us should be companions and dear friends, and we would pair together, like two doves, our nest of happiness a solitude. The dream grew a reality. We fled o'er the Atlantic's mighty boundary, that stormy barrier of a parted earth, and in the woods they made themselves a home, each one the other's world, and with them dwelt a circle of sweet feelings, peace, content, and gentle hopes reposing on themselves, quiet but deep affection, and the health that dwells but in the pure air of the fields. What though no train waited to catch the eye, or the lips spoke its bidding, though no halls were filled with crowds that waited on their state, yet had they more than all that fortune gives, for there was nature's utmost luxury, and theirs the happiness of heart and home lighted by love. The Empire of Woman by Letitia Landon. Her might is gentleness, she winneth sway by a soft word, and by a softer look. Where she, the gentle loving one, hath failed, the proud or stern might never yet succeed. Strength, power, and majesty belong to man, they make the glory native to his life. But sweetness is the woman's attribute, by that she has reigned, and by that will reign. There have been some who, with a mightier mind, have won dominion, but they never won the dear empire of the beautiful, sweet sovereigns in their natural loveliness. The Enchanted Island by Letitia Landon. And there the island lay, the waves around had never known a storm, for the north wind was charmed from coming, and the only airs that blew through sunshine on their azure wings, or tones of music from the sparry caves, where the sea maids make lutes of a pink conch. These were sea breezes. Those that swept the land brought other gifts, sighs from blue violets, or from June's sweet sultana. The bright rose stole odors. On the silver mirror's face was but a single ripple that was made by a flamingo's beak, whose scarlet wings shone like a meteor on the stream. Around upon the golden sands were coral plants, and shells of many colors, and seaweeds whose foliage caught and chained the Nautilus. Where lay they as at anchor on each side were grottos, like fair porticos with steps of a green marble, and a lovely light like the fair radiance of a thousand lamps, half shine, half shadow, or the glorious track of a departed star but faintly seen in the dim distance. Through those caverns shone and played all the tall trees, which seemed to hide gardens, where hyacinths rang their soft bells to call the bees from the anemone, jealous of their bright rival's golden wealth. Amid those arches floated starry shapes, just indistinct enough to make the eye dream of surpassing beauty. But in front, borne on a car of pearl, and drawn by swans, there lay a lovely figure. She was queen of the enchanted island, which was raised from ocean's bosom but to pleasure her. And spirits from the stars and from the sea, the beautiful mortal had them for slaves. She was the daughter of a king, and loved by a young ocean spirit from her birth. He hovered o'er her in her infancy, and bade the rose grow near her, that her cheek might catch its colour, lighted up her dreams with fairy wonders, and made harmony the element in which she moved. At last, when she was turned away from earthly love, and armoured of her visions, he came visible with his radiant wings, and bore his bride to the fair island. The Eve of St. John by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There's a flower, a magical flower, which love hath laid a fairy power. Gather it on the eve of St. John, when the clock of a village is tolling one. Let no look be turned, no word be said, and lay the rose leaves under your head. Your sleep will be light, and pleasant your rest, for your visions will be of the youth you love best. 4 days I had not my own love seen, where, sighed I, can my wanderer have been? I thought I would gather the magical flower, and see him at least in my sleeping hour. St. John's Eve came, to the garden I flew, the bright roses shone with a silver dew. The nightingale sang as I passed along, I started to hear even her sweet song. The sky was bright with moon and starshine, and the wind was sweet as a whisper of wine, dear love, for whose sake I stripped the tree rose, and softly and silently stoutly prose. No look I turned and no word I said, but laid the white roses under my head. Sweet was the dream that came to me when I dreamt of a lonely and lovely glen. There was a clear and a beautiful sky, such as is seen in the blue July. To the north was a forest of darkling pine, to the south were hills all green with wine, where the ruby clusters sparkled like gems seen upon princely diadems. On the rocks were goats as white as snow, and the sheep-bell was heard in the valley below. And like a nest in the chestnut shade, as just for love and contentment made, a little cottage stood, and the tree shadowed it over most gracefully. A white rose grew up beside the door, the pork with the blossom was covered o'er. Methought it was yours, you were standing by. You welcomed me, and I felt your sigh warm my cheek, and our lips met. On mine the touch is thrilling yet, but alas I wakened, and all I can do is to tell the sweet dream, my own love, to you. The Evening Prayer by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alone, alone, no other face wears kindred smile or kindred line. And yet they say my mother's eyes, they say my father's brow is mine. Either had rejoiced to see the other's likeness in my face, but now it is a stranger's eye that finds some long forgotten trace. I heard them name my father's death, I saw him entomb alike the wave, and I was early taught to weep beside my youthful mother's grave. I wish I could recall one look, but only one familiar tone. If I had aught of memory, I should not feel so all alone. My heart is gone beyond the grave, in search of love I cannot find, till I could fancy soothing words are whispered by the evening wind. I gaze upon the watching stars, so clear, so beautiful above, till I could dream they look on me with something of an answering love. My mother, does thy gentle eye look from those distant stars on me? Or does the wind at evening bear a message to thy child from thee? Dost thou pine for me as I pine again, a parent's love to share? I often kneel beside thy grave, and pray to be a sleeper there. The vesper bell, 'tis eventide, I will not weep, but I will pray. God of the fatherless, 'tis thou alone canst be the orphan's stay. Earth's meanest flower, heaven's mightiest star, are equal in their Maker's love. I can say, thy will be done, with eyes that fix their hope above. The Fair Maid of Perth by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A fair pale beauty with a shadowy lustre flung over neck and forehead by her hair, gathered behind into a golden cluster, as if the morning sunshine rested there. Pensive she was, as if a spirit pondered on things that rarely make the thoughts of youth. Upon an angel's wings those white thoughts wandered, asking of purer air diviner truth. Down to the earth her large blue eyes are bending, turned on the inward world which gives their light, like the first star upon the eve attending, too spiritual for day, too fair for night. Pale is her cheek and serious is her seeming, unkindled by a blush or by a smile. So might a self look while mournful dreaming over a world that does not share the while. Oh, there are moments when the full heart, turning from this life, insufficient, vexed and drear, looks to the skies with an impatient yearning and asks the morning for another sphere. She is full young for this, when hopes lie scattered like bridal flowers above young pleasure's tomb. Then may the chain that binds to earth be shattered, but she knows not his weariness, this gloom. But not the less the worldly chain is riven, the world's joys, griefs, and cares behind her frown. Such are the spirits that aspire to heaven, and such the hearts that heaven stems as its own. The Fair Patrician by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lady, thy lofty brow is fair, beauty's sign and seal are there, and thy lip is like the rose, closing round the bee's repose, and thine eye is like a star, but blue as the sapphires are. Beautiful patrician, thou wearest on thy stately brow all that suits a noble race, all of high-born maiden's grace, who is there could look on thee and doubt thy nobility? Round thee Satan's robe is flung, pearls upon thy neck are hung, and upon thy arm of snow rubies like red sun-gifts glow. Yet thou wearest pearl and gem, as thou hadst forgotten them. 'Tis a step, but made to treat our Persian's web, or flower's head, soft hand that might only move in the broidered silken glove, cheek unused to rudder air, than what hothouse rose might bear. One whom nature only meant to be queen of a tournament, courtly feet and lighted hall, grace and ornament of all. The fair queen sleeping by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She lay upon a bank, the favourite haunt of a spring wind in its first sunshine hours, where luxuriant strawberry blossoms spread like a snow-show where violets bowed down the purple vases of perfume over her pillow, linked in a gay band, floated fantastic shapes, these were her gods, alive in rainbow elves. We have been our Landon seeking lovely dreams for thee, where is where we have not been gathering gifts for a sweet queen. Here come with sound and sight, if the fairies sleep tonight, first around my couch shall weep odors such as roses weave, and the earliest spring ring calls them into life again. Next upon thine ear shall float many a low and silver note, stoned from a dark-eyed maid, where her lover's serenade, rising as the stars grow dim, waked her from thoughts of him. Ere shall steal our lip and cheek gales, but all too light to break thy soft rest, such gales as hide all day orange flowers in sight, or wet, while hot noontide when the purple hues of bell. Before my sleeping eyes shall come glorious pageantries, palaces of gems and gold, such as dazzle to behold, gardens in which every tree seems word of bloom to be, fountains whose clear waters show the white pearls lie below. Young slumber's magic reign over time shall live again. First thou shalt be young and free in thy days of liberty, and they can be wooed and won by the stately Oberon, or thou shalt descant to earth and see all of mortal birth. No world is too full of care for in dreams to linger there, about the sun is set, and the diamond coronet of the young moon is on high, waiting for our revelry. And the dew is on the flower, and the stars proclaim our hour. Long enough my rest has been. Wake, Titania, wake our queen. The Falcon Messenger by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The warrior loosed the silken string that was around his falcon's wing. Go forth, till thou that thing shalt see more than my life-blood dear to me. The bird went forth, the red gold shone, the white steed neighed, the bird swept on. He paused above a tower, and then sought out his warrior lord again. I saw a lady and a child. The infant in its slumber smiled. Methinks the mother would have wept, but 'twas such a soothing watch she kept. His look grew soft, his voice sank low. My own brave bird, well dost thou know, what thou in the wild flight couldst see, more dear than life-blood dear to me. The False and the Unjust by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not with the world to teach us, may we learn the Spirit's noblest lessons. Hope and faith are stars that shine amid the far of heaven, dimmed and obscured by the purest from below. Impatient selfishness and shrewd distrust are taught us in the common ways of life. Dust is beneath our feet, and at our side the coarse and mean, the false and the unjust. And constant contact makes us grow to like the things we daily struggle with and scorn. Only by looking up can we see heaven. With farewell, Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Farewell, companion of my solitude, light of my loneliness, my heart's desire. Spirit that wandered o'er the soft harp strings, farewell, awhile awake me from thy dream. Fondly farewell, adored one to thee. Rose of my soul, beside the social hearth, was the first springing up, where every shoot was brightened in the smile of those most dear. Affection was thy sunlight and thy dew. And when thy bosom was lonely, when no more the eyes aloft watched o'er thy grove, thou wert the blessed memorial of those far away, thy blossoms breathed of happiness and home. What joy to think, perchance some future day, those looks would dwell on thee again, and greet the bud expanding and the new sprung leaves. Though poetry and absence were the chain binding our hearts together, where so well as in their numbers could I pour my soul in soothing tenderness. 'Twas bliss to make thought visible to those of whom I thought. Now that enchantment over, I slide bark adventures in a wide and perilous sea. Dark are the waves around thy fragile skiff, unskilful is the hand which pilots thee, and few have ever reached thy destined shore. I part from thee as I should part from one whom I may wish, not hope, to see again. Fondly and fearfully farewell to thee, sweet sojourn, so long my bosom guest. Perhaps a long, perhaps a last farewell. The Father's Love by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis not my home, he made it home with earnest love and care. How can it be my own dear home, and he no longer there? I asked to meet my father's eyes, but they were closed for me. My father, would that I were laid in the dark grave with thee. Where should I look for constant love to answer unto mine? Others have many kindred hearts, but I had only thine. The Fear by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I will not wreath thy sunny hair with summer flowers, the breath and bloom will not outlast a few short hours. I am too anxious in my love to bear to see those sweet but fragile flower leaves wasting by thee. They are so fresh, and loveliness so much like wine, that evil omen does it seem to watch them pine. Thus I should think, like these will fade thy lip of rose, like those blue violets thine eyes grow dim and close. I know the time will come, our star of joy must sit, but that such grief must be I would at least forget. Then let not amid thy golden curls those blossoms sigh. I cannot bear that even a flower near thee should die. For all too precious and too dear thou art to me, for me to brook aught that recalls I might lose thee. The Fearful Trust by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is a fearful trust, the trust of love. In fear, not hope, should woman's heart receive a guest so terrible. Ah, never more will the young spirit know its joyous hours of quiet hopes and innocent delights. Its childhood is departed. The Feast of Life by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Bid thee to my mystic feast, each one who loves is gathered there. Yet put thou on a mourning robe and bind the cypress in thy hair. The hall is vast and cold and drear, the board with faded flowers is spread. Shadows of beauty flit around, a beauty from which bloom has fled. And music echoes from the halls, but music with a dirge-like sound, and pale and silent are the guests, and every eye's on the ground. Here take this cup, though dark it seem, and drink to human hopes and fears. 'Tis from their native element the cup is filled, it is of tears. What turns thou with averted brow, for scorns this poor feast of mine? Ask for a purple robe, light words, glad smiles, and sunny wine. Vain, the veil has left thine eye, as such we would have seemed to thee. Before thee is the feast of life, but life in its reality. The Festa of Madonna dei Fiori by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They gathered in that holy place, a young and lovely band, with banners wrought with sacred signs and flowers in each hand. It was a summer festival, worthy a summer sky, that brought the fragrant and the fair upon that shrine to die. Many a little foot had been amid the early dew, while fresh the odor to each leaf, fresh color to each hue. And many a little brow had watched for weeks some favorite flower, proud and impatient of its growth for this auspicious hour. And many a little heart had linked its deepest, dearest prayer, and the fulfillment of its hope with the sweet offerings there. One bore a banner, where was wrought the Virgin and her Son, her younger sister and herself the broderie begun. But she who held the banner now went on her way alone. No sister shared the sacred task, her sister's task was done. As yet the grass was scarcely grown upon that bright young head, as yet the tears were warm that fell above the early dead. Poor child, how pale and sorrowful she takes her silent way, a prayer for the departed one is on her lips today. But foremost come to fairy ones, with dark eyes filled with light, the very roses that they bear can scarcely be more bright. The youngest bears a single plant, one that herself has nursed, a far exotic from the south, the fairest and the first. And they have tender hopes and fears to claim without the vow, parents, for whose precious sake their prayers are ready now. Blessed be their lovely pilgrimage, although they seek a shrine hallowed by a believing faith not unto us divine. No banners in our humbler church are waved, no flowers are strewn, the sacrifice we offer up must in the heart be shown. And that is much if truly given. Oh, vanity and pride, our empty hopes, our fair deceits, must there be all denied? Those children with an earnest faith are offering early flowers. Methinks their simple truth and love might teach and strengthen ours. The Feet by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Many were lovely there, but of that many was one who looked the loveliest of any, the youthful countess. On her cheek the dyes, the crimson with the morning's exercise. The love upon her full red lip yet hung, and, arrow-like, light words flashed from her tongue. She had more loveliness than beauty, hers was that enchantment which the heart confers. A mouth sweet from its smiles, a large dark eye that had o'er all expression mastery, laughing the orb, but yet the long lash made somewhat of sadness with its twilight shade, and suiting well the upcast look that seemed at times as it of melancholy dreamed. Her cheek was as a rainbow, it so changed as each emotion o'er its surface ranged. Her face was full of feeling. The first, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A lovely and a languid hour, long as a shadow on the flower, and twilight with her first soft tears, with the suppressed growth appears. Listening for one beloved foot, sweeter to her than song or lute, the lady leans above her chords, deep in those thoughts that ask no words. A little while hath she been bright to him who lingers at her side, as life had nothing left to show more than that fair form below. Could those 2 happy moments stay when love is in his early day, life were a poet's fancy, made for dreaming in the green wood shade. Then common things are covered o'er with beauty never known before. A little leaf, a flower will were, a charm that only love flings there. As yonder rising star hath given its own pure loveliness to heaven, so love can to the human heart its own enchanted light impart. 'Tis but a dream, a morning dream, yet flinging down on life's dark stream a shadow fairer than the rose to warm the current to its close. Henceforth a spirit has one spot, the other griefs and cares come not, one thought that is from heaven, and flings the lustre of an angel's wing. Ah, linger, ye beloved hours, linger on life's enchanted flowers. They are so lovely, linger on, what will they do when ye are gone? The First Ball by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. I rough the tresses o'er thy brow, the pearls amid thine hair, and gaze until that young cheek grow 1,000 times more fair. With sunny smiles and blushes bright, the perfume arrows, which tonight must the young beauty wear, clasp the last ruby of her zone, and now go forth, thou lovely one. And glad is fair? It is thy first, that the charm hath made. Thou hast not seen the bubble burst, nor watched the flower fade, and little dreams then hour will be when the festal scene shall seem to thee a silence and a shade. Thou know'st not, pleasure has the wing as well as song of bird in spring. Now, spring is beautiful as brief. The cheek forgets its rose, the color withers from the leaf, and worse still, I know those who were outward breath and bloom, like blossoms placed upon the tomb to hide the darkest woe. For soon as these fair hues depart, they fade yet faster from the heart. But thou as yet canst only see the festal hall where night reigns, throned like a divinity, with incense and with light. Like music and like echo meet the harp notes and the silvery feet, and thousand flowers unite, and gather beauty to declare their south sweet secrets to the air. What dost thou dream of, lovely one? Of pleasure? Look around behind the veil and mask, for none unveil, unmask, are found. Mark yon fair girl, the tears have rushed to her blue eyes, the cheek has blushed as with a crimson wound. And why? Your head is bound with pearls, while hers hath but its own bright curls. Or passed you such poor triumph by, the pride is on your brow, and laughing lip and flashing eye, and never hope of vow. What dost thou dream of, lovely one? Of hearts that but a look have won? Looks shaft-like from a bow, that slay by chance? Now out on thee to think of such cold vanity. Or do you dream a dear dream, and can such dream be love? No star of such a fatal beam in yon white heaven above. Go waste your first, your sweetest years, go wash away your rose with tears, go, like a wounded dove, the poison arrow in your sight, you can't bear, you yet must hide. Mark her, who by yon column lone leans with dark absent eye, a blush upon her cheek is frown, 'tis from the red wrath nigh. She's musing over some sweet word, long whispered but still freshly heard, some honey flattery, careless perchance and lightly spoken, but which the heart too oft hath broken. Why should I speak these words of doom to one of fairy glee? Alas, whoever looked on bloom nor thought how it would be? Soon nothing but a thing to keep, for very memory to weep, and thus it is with thee, for all thy beauty and thy breath are nursed by care, to end in death. The First Doubt by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Youth, love, and rank, and wealth, all these combined, can these be wretched? Mystery of a mind whose happiness is in itself, but still has not that happiness at its own will. She felt too wretched with the sudden fear. Had she such lovely rival and so near? Ay, bitterest of her bitter this worst pain, to know love's offering has been in vain. Rejected, scorned, and trampled under foot, its bloom and leaves destroyed, but not its root. He loves me not. No other words nor sound an echo in the lady's bosom found. It was a wretchedness too great to bear. She sank before the presence of despair. The First Grave by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A single grave, the only one in this unbroken ground, where yet the garden leaf and flower are lingering around. A single grave, my heart has felt, how utterly alone, in crowded halls, the breath for me not one familiar tone. The shade there forest trees shut out all but the distant sky. I felt the loneliness of night when the dark winds passed by. My pulse had quickened with its awe, my lip has gasped for breath. But what were they to such as this, the solitude of death? A single grave, we half forget how sunder human ties when round the silent place of rest a gathered kindred lies. We stand beneath a haunted yew and watch each quiet tomb, and in the ancient churchyard feels solemnity, not gloom than the place. The place is purified with hope, the hope that is of prayer, and human love and heavenward thought and pious faith are there. The wild flowers spring amid the grass, and many a stone appears, carved by affection's memory, wet with affection's tears. Golden cord which binds us all is loosened, not rent in twain, and love and hope and fear unite to bring the past again. But this grave is so desolate, with no remembering stone, no fellow graves for sympathy, is utterly alone. I do not know who sleeps beneath, his history or name, whether if, lonely in his life, he is in death the same. where they died unloved, unmourned, the last leaf on the bough of some desolate hearth is weeping for him now. Perhaps this is too fanciful, or single be his thought, yet not the less it has around the presence of his God. It may be weakness of the heart, but yet it's kindliest best. Better if in our savage world it could be less repressed. Those gentler charities which draw men closer with his kind, those sweet humanities which make the music which we find, how many a bitter word 'twould hush, how many a pang 'twould save, if life more precious held those ties which sanctify the grave. The Flight into Egypt by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A glorious landscape, clear as faithful sky, have only sunshine, and the few bright clouds are turned to golden shadows. Stately trees to mock the last year's memory, so green, so full of life in summer are their leaves, that fading seems impossible. The stream winds peacefully between its pastoral banks, where surely care comes not and scarcely toil. An earth so fertile that the sun and air are the sole labourers. Yet how wearily those travellers are resting in the shade. Man's doom is paramount, and even ye, thrice blessed and thrice glorious, ye now share the common lot of all humanity. But see, with sunshine radiant on his wings, an angel sent from heaven is ministering, and with their fears allayed, their wants supplied, lo, they arise refreshed. Is not this scene the type of sacred faith? How often on life's rough and weary path do we sink fainting with one only prayer, "No, help us, or we perish," on our lips, and never was this uttered earnestly, but that it has been answered. While no more his shining messengers walk visible on this unworthy earth, yet who are called of the Almighty still vouch a safe reply, and holy hopes arise within the heart. We feel that we are heard in heaven, and love kindles within us like a steadfast fort which knows its own belief, and, comforted, we go upon our way rejoicing. The Floating Beacon by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Why art thou thus, thou lonely bark, the last on the darkling sea? Why are thy sails to the night wind spread, and why shines that light on thee? Why art thou here, thou lonely bark, when the other ships are gone? I deemed thee away with vows to-day, but still thou art sailing alone. There came a voice from the lonely bark, or mine own thoughts answered to me, "Spread is my sail to the midnight gale, and my light shines lone on the sea. For my watch is by the shoal and the sand, and the rock that is hidden by night, and many a mariner kneels at home, and blesses the beacon light. Is not my light like that holier light that heaven sheds over life's path? Thought not of, prized not in stillness and shine, but welcomed in darkness and wrath." The Forgotten One by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I have no early flowers to fling o'er thy yet earlier grave. O'er it the morning lark may sing, by it the bright rose wave. The very night dew disappears too soon, as if it spared its tears. Thou art forgotten, thou whose feet were listened for like song. They used to call thy voice so sweet, it did not haunt them long. Thou with thy fond and fairy mirth, how could they bear their lonely hearth? There is no picture to recall thy glad and open brow, no profiled outline on the wall seems like thy shadow now. They have not even kept to wear one ringlet of thy golden hair. When here we shelter at last appears, but just like yesterday, it startles me to think that years since then are passed away. The old oak tree that was our tent, no leaf seems changed, no bough seems rent. A shower in June, a summer shower, drove us beneath a shade, a beautiful and green wood bower, spreading branches made. The raindrops shine upon the bough, the passing rain, but where art thou? But I forget how many showers have washed this old oak tree, the winter and the summer hours, since I stood here with thee. And I forget how change of thought the memory to my heart has brought. I talk of friends who once have wept as if they still should weep. I speak of grief that long has slept, as if it could not sleep. A mourner, cold forgetfulness, have I myself forgotten less? I've mingled with the young and fair, no thought have there was laid, one fair and young as any there, in silence and in shade. How could I see a sweet mouth shine with smiles and not remember mine? Ah, it is well we can forget Who could linger on beneath a sky whose stars are set, on earth whose flowers are gone? For who could welcome loved ones near, thinking of those once far more dear? Our early friends, those of our youth, we cannot feel again the earnest love, simple truth, which made us such friends then. We grow suspicious, careless, cold, we laugh not as we laughed of old. No more sweet necessity, love must and will expand. Love and be loving we must be, with open heart and hand, which only asks to trust and share the deep affections which we bear. Our love was of an early time, and now that it is past, it breathes as of a purer clime than the where my lot is cast. My eyes fill with the sweetest tears, in thinking of those early years. It shocked me first to see the sun shine gladly on my tomb, to see the wildflowers o'er it run in such luxuriant bloom. Now I feel glad that they should keep a bright sweet watch above thy sleep. The heaven whence thy nature came only recalled its own. It is hope that now breathes thy name, for boring memory's tone. I feel this earth could never be the native home of one like thee. Farewell, the early dews that fall upon thy grass-grown bed are like the thoughts that now recall thine image from the dead. A blessing hollows thy dark cell, I will not stay to weep. Farewell. The Forsaken by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, cast the shadow from thy brow, my dark-eyed love, be glad awhile. Has Lila's song no music now? Is there no charm in Lila's smile? There are young roses in my hair, and morn and spring are on their bloom, yet you have breathed their fragrant air as some cold vapour from the tomb. There stands the vase of crystal light, veined with the red wine crimson stains. Has the grape lost its spell tonight? For there the cup untouched remains. I took my lute for one sad song. I sung it, while my heart was wrung. The sweet sad notes we've laughed so long, yet heard you not, though Lila sung. I pressed my pale, pale cheek to thine, though it was wet with many tears. No pressure came to answer mine, no murmur breath to soothe my fears. Silent still, then now all my fate must be part at last. In mercy, gentle heaven, recall only the memory of the past. Never yet did the first June flower bear purer bosom to the bee than that which yielded to love's power and gave its sweetest wealth to we. It was a new life. The earth of the sky seemed to grow fairer for thy sake, but this is gone. Destiny, my heart is withered, bid it break. My garden will lie desolate, my flowers will die, my birds will pine. All I once loved I now shall hate, with thee changed everything of mine. Oh, speak not now, it mocks my heart. How can hope live when love is o'er? I only feel that we must part, I only know we meet no more. The Frozen Ship by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The fair ship cut the billows, and the path lay white behind, and dreamily amid her sails scarce moved the sleeping wind. The sailors sang their gentlest songs, whose words were home and love. Waveless the wide sea spread beneath, placid the heaven above. But as they sung, each voice turned low, albeit they knew not why. For quiet was the waveless sea, and cloudless was the sky. But the clear air was cold as clear. 'Twas pain to draw the breath, and the silence and the chill around were e'en like those of death. Cold and colder grew the air, spellbound seemed the waves to be, and ere night fell they knew they were locked in the arms of that icy sea. Stiff lay the sail, chain-like the ropes, and snow passed over the main. Each thought, but none spoke, of distant home they should never see again. Each looked upon his comrade's face, pale as funeral stone, yet none could touch the other's hand, for none could feel his own. Like statues fixed, that gallant band stood on the dread deck to die. The sleet was their shroud, the wind their dirge, and their churchyard the sea and sky. Fond eyes watched by their native shore, and prayers to the wild winds gave, but never again came that stately ship to breast the English wave. Hope grew fear, and fear grew hope, till both alike were done, and the bride lay down in her grave alone, and the mother without her son. Years passed, and of that goodly ship nothing of tidings came, till in aftertime, when the fate had grown but a tale of fear and a name. It was beneath a tropic sky the tale was told to me, the sailor who told in his youth had been over that icy sea. He said it was fearful to see them stand, nor the living nor yet the dead. and the light glared strange in the glassy eyes whose human look was fled. For frost had done one half-life's part, and kept them from decay. Those they loved had mouldered, but these looked the dead of yesterday. Peace to the souls of the graveless dead. 'Twas an awful doom to dree, but fearful and wondrous are thy works, O God, in the boundless sea. The Funeral by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Marking not yon sad procession, and the ruined abbey's gloom, hastening to the warm's possession, to the dark and silent tomb. See the velvet pall hangs over poor mortality's remains. We should shudder to discover what that coffin space contains. Death itself is lovely, wearing but the cooler shape of sleep, of a solemn statue being beauty that forbids to weep. Decay the pulses tremble, whence livid signs appear, and once loved lips resemble all we loathe and all we fear. It is not a ghastly ending, the body's godlike form was to the damp earth descending, food and triumph to the warm. Better for a red pile blazing, for spicy Indian wood, incense unto heaven raising from the St. Lloyd's sweet flood. And the bright prize kindling flashes the yielding sounders kent, fling to the wild winds my ashes, with mother earth they bend. Not so let the pale urn keep them, touch the spices oil and wine, and be some one to weep from, who do keep that urn, love mine. The Future by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ask me not, love, what can be in my heart. When gazing on thee, sudden teardrops start, when only smiles should brighten where thou art. My human heart is compassed by fears, and joy is tremulous, for it inspheres a vapory star which melts away in tears. I am too happy for careless mirth, hence thoughts the sweet yet sorrowful have birth, who looks from heaven is half returned to earth. I feel the weakness of my love, its care, how deep, how true, how passionate soe'er, I cannot keep one sorrow from thy share. Powerless is my fond anxiety, I feel I could lay down my life for thee, yet know how vain such sacrifice must be. Sweet present, should it not suffice? Not to humanity, which vainly tries to lift the curtain that may never rise. Hence we do tremble in our happiness, hurried and dim, the unknown hours press, we question of a grief we cannot guess. The future is more present than the past, for one look back, 1,000 on we cast, and hope doth ever memory outlast. For hope, say fear, hope is a timid thing, fearful and weak, and born mid suffering, at least such hope as our sad earth can bring. Its home it is not here, it looks beyond, and while it carries an enchanter's wand, its spells are conscious of the earthly bond. We almost fear the presence of our joy, and doth tempt fate, the stern one, to destroy, fate in whose hands this world is as a toy. We dearly buy our pleasures, we repay by some deep suffering, or they decay or change to pain, and curse us by their stay. A world of ashes is beneath our feet, cold ashes of each beautiful deceit, owned by long silent hearts that beat as ours now beat. How can we trust our own? We waste our breath, we heap up hope and joy in one bright breath. Our altar is the grave, our priest is death. But death is repose, 'tis not our doom. The cold, the calm, that haunts my soul with gloom, I tremble at the passage to the tomb. Love mine, what depths of misery may be in the dark future! I may meet thine eye, cold, careless, and estranged before I die. All grief is possible, and some is sure. How can the loving heart I feel secure? At breaks it must so much endure. We have not lived, had the past been foreshown. Merciful, the shadow round us thrown. Thank heaven, the future is at least unknown. The Ganges by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. On sweeps the mighty river, calmly flowing, through the eternal flowers that light the summer hours, year after year, perpetual in their blowing. Over the myriad plains that current ranges, itself as clear and bright as in its earliest light, and yet the mirror of perpetual changes. Ye must have ceased the echo of those slaughters, when stopped the onward jar of Macedonian war, whose murmur only reached thy ancient waters. Yet have they reddened with the fierce outpouring of human blood and life, when over kingly strife the vulture on his fated wing was soaring. How oft its watch, impatient of the morrow, hath mortal misery kept beside thy banks, and wept, kissing thy quiet night winds with their sorrow. Yet thou art on thy course majestic keeping, unruffled by the breath of man's vain life or death. Calm as the heaven upon thy bosom sleeping, still dost thou keep thy calm and onward motion. Amid the ancient ranks of forests on thy banks, till thou hast gained thy home, the mighty ocean. And thou dost scatter benefits around thee. Thy silver current yields life to the green rice fields that have like an enchanted girdle bound thee. By thee are royal gardens, each possessing a summer in its hues, which still thy wave renews. Where'er thou flowest, dost thou bear blessing. Such, O my country, should be thy advancing, a glorious progress, known as is that river's, shown by the glad sunshine on its waters glancing. So should thy moral light be onwards flowing, so should its course be bound by benefits around, the blessings which itself hath known bestowing. Faith, commerce, knowledge, laws, these should be springing, wherever thy standard flies amid the azure skies, whose highest gifts that red cross flag is bringing. Already much for man has been effected, the weak and poor man's cause is strengthened by the laws, the equal right born with us all respected. But much awaits, O England, thy redressing, thou hast no nobler guide than yon bright river's tide, bear as that bears, wherever thou goest, blessing. The Gate of Vishnu by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Fling wide the sacred city gates, wide on the open air, a higher conqueror awaits than he whose name they bear. He comes not in the strength of war, he comes not in its pride. No banners are around his car, nor trumpets at his side. Not in the midst of armed bands the Christian chief appears, nor swords are in his followers' hands, they strive with prayers and tears. For faint and weak those followers seem, yet mighty is their voice. The Ganges' old and holy stream will in its depths rejoice. Low is the voice with which they plead, a voice of peace and love. Peaceful and loving is the creed, whose emblem is the dove. Far in the east a star arose, and with its rising brought God's own appointed hour to those by whom it had been sought. And still that guiding star hath shone, or all its light hath won, and it will keep shining on until its work be done. A glorious ending at its birth was to that planet given, for never will it set on earth till earth is lost in heaven. Fling wide the ancient city gates, the hours of night are past. Christ, the conqueror, awaits earth's holiest and her last. The Gathering by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The people are risen, the storm is unbound. Whoso the folded arms shall be found. Shame on the loiterer wherever he be, at the hearth and the hall by the plough on the lea. Dishonour on thy useless hand. A German maid shall kiss thee not, a German song rejoice thee not, a German wine shall warm thee not. He who has strength to wield the brand, let him draw it now for his fatherland. While we are laid on the battle plain, drenched to the skin by the midnight rain, pleasant dreams may thy slumber crown, as thou sinkest to rest amid silk and down. But shame beside thy pillow stand. A German maid shall kiss thee not, a German song rejoice thee not, a German wine shall warm thee not. He who has strength to wield the brand, let him draw it now for his fatherland. When no trumpet, like thunder, in heaven resound, thou mayst be lulled to the lute's languid sound. When we ask in the hot noon for water in vain, thou mayst be poured for sparkling champagne. But shame thy sunny cup shall brand, a German maid shall kiss thee not, a German song rejoice thee not, and German wine shall warm thee not. He who has strength to wield the brand, let him draw it now for his fatherland. While we, in the shouts of the battle swell, think of our loved ones' last farewell, Woe while worthless gold may try to win what gold may never buy. Shame on the sordid love thou hast planned. A German maid shall kiss thee not, a German song rejoice thee not, a German wine shall warm thee not. He who has strength to wield the brand, let him draw it now for his fatherland. And the lances are shivering, the balls are flying, and the dead are strewn beside the dying. When the sight is true, and the blow is hard, thou mayst he watching the turn of a card. But shame such coward game has planned. A German maid shall kiss thee not, a German song rejoice thee not, a German wine shall warm thee not. He who has strength to wield the brand, let him draw it now for his fatherland. Briefly on battle our latest breath, welcome the soldier's comrade, death. But thou, neath a silken coverlet creeping, shalt tremble lest death approach be sleeping. Thou shalt die a pale, dishonored slave. No German maid shall weep thy grave, no German song shall sing thy fame, no German cup shall pledge thy name. He who has strength to wield the brand, let him draw it now for his fatherland. The Gathering of the Chieftains at Bethdane by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They come from the mountains, in thousands they come. They breath no trumpet, they beateth no drum. They march in such silence as suiteth the dead. They herald the thunder that echoes their tread. The sun is midway in his morning advance. His beams kindle musket and sabre and lance, while beneath each white turban flows down the long hair, for the locks of the Druze are, like northern locks, fair. They sweep like a torrent the far mountainside, wild and steep is the path which these warriors ride. But the foot in the stirrup, the hand on the rein, to them the hillside is the same as the plain. Frail and faint is the emir who leadeth them on. His heart has not failed, but his prowess is gone. Yet he comes in a litter, due homage to yield to the Pasha, who gathers his force to the field. In Ibrahim's cause no man may be slack. Woe to the coward who turneth him back. His head to the vulture, his roof to the flame, where the doom that would wait on himself and his name. How gallantly they look in their gathered array, while turban and housing reflect the noonray. Afar are their foes, and the field is before. It will know them as victors, or know them no more. Gentle Student by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Bend, gentle student, o'er the page, although thine be a joyous age, an age when hope lifts up its eyes and sees but summer in the skies, and youth leads on its sunny hours, like painted ones whose links are flowers, yet bent by sweet and earnest look above the old and holy book. For there will come another time when hope will need a faith sublime to lead it on the thorny path that very mortal ever hath. And vain delights have left behind a fevered and exhausted mind, and life, the few and wasted years, treats mournfully its veil of tears. Bend o'er the leaf, thy graceful brow, for every word thou readest now will sink within thine inmost heart, like a gold seed, never to depart. A glorious and a great reward, a sacred and eternal God, a sun amid our earthly gloom that sets to rise beyond the tomb. The Giant's Causeway by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They met beside the stormy sea, those giant kings of old, and on each awful brow was set a crown of burning gold. Nor ray the yet unrisen star over one moonbeams gave, but far and bright the meteor light shone over cloud and wave. I've been over earth today, exclaimed one mighty king. The toil of half a human race, it is a foolish thing, for I've seen on Egypt's land an abject million slave to build lofty pyramid above a monarch's grave. Now let us put their works to scorn, and in a single night rear what would take them centuries and nations spended might. Then up arose each giant king and took a mighty stone. They lay the quay, they piled the rocks, a morn the work was done. Vain fable this, yet not so vain as it may seem to be. Methinks that now too much we live to cold reality. The selfish and the trading world clips men so closely round, no bold or fair imaginings within our hearts are found. So vortex-like doeth wealth now draw all other feelings in, too much we calculate, and wealth becomes almost a sin. We look upon the lovely earth and think what it may yield. We only ask for crops, not flowers, from every summer field. The mind grows coarse, the soul confined, while thus from day to day we let the merely commonplace eat fantasy away. I better to believe, I trow, the legends framed of old, ought anything to snatch one thought from selfishness and gold. The Golden Grave by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He sleeps within his lonely grave upon the lonely hill, where sweeps the wind, where swells the wave, all our sounds are still. And strange and mournfully sound they, each seems a funeral cry. Our life at long has passed away, our age is long gone by. One winged minstrel's left to sing our hymn who lies beneath, the humming bee that seeks in spring its honey from the heath. It is the sole familiar sound that ever rises there, for silent is the haunted ground and silent is the air. Where never comes the merry bird, where never bounds the deer, but during night strange sounds are heard, the day may never hear. For there the shrouded banshee stands, scarce seen amid the gloom, and wrings her dim and shadowy hands, and chants her song of doom. 7 pillars, grey with time and moss, on dark sleeve monrad meet. They stand to tell a nation's loss, a king is at their feet. A lofty moat denotes the place where sleeps in slumber cold the mighty of a mighty race, the giant kings of old. There Gola sleeps, the golden band about his head is bound, his javelin in his red right hand, his feet upon his hound. And twice 3 golden rings are placed upon that hand of fear. The smallest would go round the waist of any maiden here. And plates of gold are on his breast, and gold doeth bind him round. A king, he taketh kingly rest beneath that royal mount. But wealth no more the mountain fills, as in the days of yore. Gone are those days, the wave distills its liquid gold no more. The days of yore, still let my heart their memories repeat. The days when every sword was sharp and every song was sweet. The warrior slumbers on the hill, the stranger rules the plain. Glory and gold are gone, but still they live in song again. The Grandmother by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What care they that the winter wind is driving over the heath, with the sky of murky clouds above, and the drifting snow beneath? The day and its labour alike are done, and the fire is burning bright, and that old dame, half tale and song, wherewith to while the night. Very happy beside that lowly hearth, for by her laugh to the child, that aged woman, bid care and grief to existence is reconciled. His father lived as a sailor lives, to and fro on the stormy wave, but the wind arose one fearful night, and the sea was the tall ship's grave. Tidings came of a vessel's loss, and his young wife pined away. She had known but a flower's fragile life, and she had a flower's decay. But their mother thinks not now of her dead, not of her long despair, for her heart is full of the joy of life in the boy who is seated there. His brow is glad, and his eyes are clear, and she sees in him revived the buoyant mirth of those early years which she has herself survived. He is as her youth returned again, a hope bequeathed by the past, and affection but rivets a tender bond, because that bond is its last. The Grassrope Bridge by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We had to watch the fading of that young and lovely cheek, and that pale lips mute upbraiding, which asked not sound to speak. We saw that she was pining for her own loved English land, and her life's sweet light declining, for she loved our Indian strand. Her heart was with her mother, far o'er the salt sea foam, and she could not love another as she loved her only home. She clung with love too tender to every former scene, for one of Eastern splendor to be what they had been. Alas, why did we bring her to this golden land in vain? Ah, why would that we could wing her to her native land again? We never see her weeping, but we know that she does weep, and she names loved names in sleeping as she names them but in sleep. We watch one bright spot burning on her cheek of hectic red, and we dread each day's returning, lest it rise but for the dead. The Grecian Garden by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis lonely as my own sad heart, 'Tis silent as my own still lute. Fair garden, lovely as for art, where walks alone thy songs are mute. The sunset's melancholy beam falls o'er thy vases sculptured snow. These urns for roses made now seem as if the dead were laid below. The statues were a sterner brow when they were wont to were of old. The blossoms, drooping from the bough, leave half sweet summer's tale untold. Droop, droop, pale flowers, for ye are mine. Your early doom my own will be. Give me some sympathizing sign that nature sorroweth with me. Falling under solemn skies, not for pity, but for prayer. And nature's universal eye weeps not for one wrung heart's pair. O wind, that with a noiseless wing art wandering mid the olive grove, in vain I ask of thee to bring some solace for my grief and love. Let echo, by thy voice, reveal all I would ask the wind to tell. Echo might surely pity fear, for so she hath known so well. But bring me one beloved face, breathe me one beloved name, which I could one moment trace its path of fortune and of fame. Yet wherefore should I seek to know the path that I may never share? O flower, that for the sun dost blow, savour how dear is such fond care. Life cannot fling again the gleam first flung on morning's glancing tide. I'd rather keep its sweet, sad dream than win a waking world beside. Often in his purple wine he's bathed the red rose from my hair, and said, "The cup is pale, love mine, unless what breathes of weepy there." When others in his halls rejoice, and wake the lute and lead the choir, does he miss one's voice, and does he miss one's smile? I will not call him false, but changed. Some change the wanderer may restore. Alas, the heart when once estranged returns to its first faith no more. I only asked to weep part, reproach I scorn, regret is vain, yet the idol of my dreaming heart, you'll never be so loved again. The Greek Girl by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, not as I could once have sung, not as I once could sing, alas! My heart has lost a pulse, my lute has lost a string. There was a time this picture scroll had body forth to me, a thousand fair and fairy thoughts that never more can be. I once had read beneath the lash of that blue downcast eye, whose depths are love's own azure world, its world of fantasy. A thousand dreams, the fanciful of youth's enchanted hour, when the heart, begirt with dreams, is like an early rose in flower. With its colors and its odors, the beautiful and frail, these fadings and those borne away by every passing gale. How like the hopes and vanities that fill the human heart, thus opening in the sweet springtime, but only to depart. Eternal lives, imaginings, and I too calm and cold, such dreams for I have lost on me their fascinating hold. My few glad years in fairyland are gone beyond control, and graver thoughts I cannot check are rising in my soul. For even as the crimson tints that perish as the day in grey and solemn colouring to midnight fades away, e'en so the mind, as years fleet by, doth take a deeper tone, and by my own sad heart, fair Greek, I learn to read mine own. Thou art pausing, gentle maiden, in the task which thou hast made, to wreath the curls of thy bright hair into a sunny braid. There is sadness on thy thoughtful lip, and shadow on thy brow. Thou delicate Ionian, what art thou dreaming now? Fair gifts are flung around thee, the chain, the flower, the gem. Dost thou think of him who gave the gifts, or only but of them? No, thou hast too pale a cheek, and far too tranquil eye for a dream of love or vanity to be that passing by. Without thinking of thy childish days, and of thy childish home, and thy step was at the mountain row, as fleet as free to roam. In the air around was musical with thine own happy song, when summer leaves were overthrown and summer days were long. Bride of the stately warrior, whose heart is as thy shrine, who pours the wealth of east and west to win a smile of thine. Bride, too, of him thou lovest, yet tears are in thy eyes, for memory of thy native earth and thy native skies. I guard them well, those memories. Too soon the heart, around the crust of luxury's selfishness, the harsh and hard is found. Then keep the thoughts of earlier days, the guileless and the kind. Then the heart, with its sweet impulses, help empire our mind. These words I know are fanciful, yet who would not but trace a history of gentle thoughts upon that lovely face? For if not all reality, at least, such well may seem, and, even for our own actual life, what is it but a dream? The Grey Cross by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A grey cross stands beneath yon old birch tree. It marks a soldier's and a maiden's grave. Around it is a grove of orange trees, with silver blossoms and with golden fruit. It was a Spaniard, whom he saved from death, raised that cross over a gallant Englishman. He left home a young soldier, full of hope and enterprise. He fell in his first field. There came a lovely pilgrim to his tomb, the blue-eyed girl, his own betrothed bride. Pale, delicate, one looking as the gale that bowed the rose could sweep her from the earth. Yet she had left the home where every look had been watched, oh so tenderly, and miles, long various miles, had wandered. When she came to the dim shadow of the aged Bech, she was worn to a shadow, colourless, the cheek once dyed by her own mountain rose. She reached the grave and died upon the sod. They laid her by her lover, and her tale is often on the songs that the guitar echoes in the lime valleys of Kisti. The Hall of Glenacroix by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. No more the voice of feasting is heard amid those halls. The grass grows o'er the hearthstone, the fern o'ertops the walls. And yet those scenes are present as they were of our age. Such is the mighty mastery of one enchanted page. The name of Scott awakens the world within the heart. The scenes are not more real wherein ourselves have part. Beneath a tree in sunshine, beside the hearth in snow, what hours of deep enjoyment to him and his we owe. And yet recall the giver, recall him as thou saw before his glorious being obeyed our nature's law. His strength has soon departed, his cheek is sunk and wan. He is, before his season, a worn and weary man. The fine creative spirit that lit his path of yore, its light remains for others, it warms himself no more. The long and toilsome midnight, the fever and the haste, the trouble and the trial have done their work of waste. And such is still the recompense appointed for the mind, that seeketh with its eyes afar the glory of its kind. The poet yields the beautiful that in his being lives. Unthankful, cold, and careless are they to whom he gives. They dwell amid his visions, for new delights they cry, but he who formed the lovely may lay him down and die. Then comes the carved marble, then late remorse is shown, and the poet's search for sympathy ends in a funeral stone. The Heath by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ah, gentle flower, on which the wind delays, as if it loved delay, I ask thee no wreath to bite, I take no blossom from thy spray. I only breathe upon thy bloom, and ask it, for my sake, to be a message on its faint perfume afar amid its native air. Slight are the links that waken thought, and slight are those I trust to know, yet by that soft flower may be brought the memory of a broken woe. Heaven, as thy soft hues fade away, so fadeth love, so doeth the heart see, in a single hour, decay all that was once its loveliest part. Ah, fairy blossoms, tell me, love, or he who once was love of mine, how can the conscious heaven above upon such utter falsehood shine? Tell him that since he left my fears, to be with all that absence bears, I have but thought of him with tears, I have but breathed of him in prayers. I laughed like an eager child, that knows not how it laughs, or why. My spirit brightened when he smiled, I never gave him cause to sigh. Yet laughed with woman's fondness too, that knows it is the life she gives. Deep, earnest, passionate, and true, the love that in the spirit lives. Thou fragile flower, if thou hast brought his image, too beloved to me, it is because I link his thought with every object that I see. I watch the morning's rosy light, redden amid the dewy air, I watch the silent stars at night, but only meet his image there. Yet he is false, he loves me not, he leaves me alone and wretched here. Ye heavens, how can they be forgot, those that he called on ye to hear? And yet I never asked a vow, doubt, fears were utter unknown. The faith it is so worthless now, I then believed in by my own. I read his heart by mine, and deemed its truth was clear, its choice was made. The happiness I only dreamed, how bitterly has it been paid. Breath, ye soft flowers, my long despair, but tell him now, return is vain. My heart has had too much to be ever to be his own again. The Hermit's Grave by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The days are gone when pilgrims knelt by sacred spot or shrine. The cells where saints have lived or died no more are held divine. The bough of palm, the scallop shell, are signs of faith no more. The common grave is wholly held as that on a solemn shore. Yet, when I knew that human knee had worn the rock away, and that here, even at my feet, earth hid the rigorous clay, I felt this was no common spot for any common thought. The place's own calm sanctity within my spirit wrought. The cave was dark and damp. It spoke of penance and of prayer. Remorse that scarcely dared to hope, and heavy grief were there. But at the entrance was a scene which seemed expressly given to bring the heart again to earth, yet win it back to heaven. For so benign an influence was falling from the sky, and like a blessing on the land the sunshine seemed to lie. The long green grass was full of life, and so was every tree. On every bough there was a bud, and every bud a bee. And life hath such a gladdening power, thus in its joy arrayed. The God who made the world so fair must love what he has made. That by the silver rains a brook went murmuring along, and to its music from the leaves the birds replied in song. And white as every lily grew, a wilding broom essayed to fling upon the sunny wave a transitory shade. Misty and grey as morning skies, mid which their summits stood, the ancient cliffs encompassed round the lovely solitude. It was a scene where faith would take lessons from all it saw, and feel amid its depth that hope was God's and nature's law. The past might here be wept away, the future might renew its early confidence on high, when years and sins were few. Till, in strength of penitence, the worst sinner given, the grave would seem a resting place between this world and heaven. 'Tis but a pious memory that lingers in the still, that human tears and human prayers have sanctified the cell. Save for that memory, all we see were only some fair scene, not linked unto our present time by aught that e'er had been. But now a moral influence is on its small grey stone, for ever watched another's grave and thought not of his own. Felt that all his trust in life was leaning on a reed. Who can he of prayer and faith and not confess their need? If he who sleeps beneath 40 years of prayer might scarce suffice to reconcile his God, and win the birthright in the skies, what may we hope who hurry on through life's tumultuous day, and scarcely give one little hour to heaven upon our way? O blessed grave, not in vain has been thy presence here, if it have wrought in any heart one higher hope or fear. The History of a Lily by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It grew within a lonely dell, where other flowers were growing, a sweet companionship to tell how fair the spring was blowing. Like some lone lady, mournfully with laugh unpitying dropping, and had declined, a young ash tree above a bank was stopping. So when the hottest sunbeams came, they fell with softened splendor, green shadows made the noontide flame almost as moonlight tender. And violets around them grew, and in the rainy weather opened the urns of April blue and flung forth sweets together. In all the pebbles a small brook its pleasant chime was ringing, so just escaped from bench and book, a joyous child goes singing. The bees came every sunny noon, and gathered golden treasure, and with their blithe wings, lulling tune, paid for their morning's pleasure. And where the lovely lily grew, the summer's purest flower, many a tiny fairy knew the shelter of its bower, and let the perfume of her hair within its fragrant bosom. The youngest from the midnight air was pillowed in that blossom, and breathed within its haunted cell a charm of gentle fancies, such dreams and hopes as from the spell of early youth's romances. That fairy charm, when it was reft, was in its petals sleeping. When born from its green home, it left its sweet companions weeping. And yet it was a happy hour, the one when it was dying, and sooth it was the favoured flower, that bloom and breath were flying. 'Twas pleasant so to fade away, the fond eyes on it gazing, and wishing that it still could stay, with words of tender praising. It died as I could wish to die, untouched by coming sorrow, no dropping head, no languid eyes, such as would come tomorrow. Youth has its own appointed hours, but ere we tell their number, are we not like the withered flowers, which some dark grave encumbers? When hope, a lark which only sings its music to the morning, lends the young step its buoyant wings, life's duller pathways scorning, we do not last. Shade after shade come darkly sweeping round us, till one dull atmosphere's made, and earth's worst chain has bound us. Its selfish cares, whose subtle links control the heart's wild beating, till each fine impulse, snail-like, shrinks within itself retreating. Its heartlessness, its cold deceit, the unkindness of the many, till drown ourselves like those we meet, we are as false as any. But thou didst perish in thy prime, sweet lily, in thy sweetness. No cause, in thy soul's summer-time, hadst thou to mourn its fleetness. Do the blue violets weep for thee, but friends of thy green dwelling? And mid the cowslip bells the bee and gentle dirge is knelling. The lonely bird that sings at night a few sad notes will give thee, and they are dreams of past delight, whose pleasures cannot leave thee. The poetry of all sweet thought that memory can discover, and words and looks, by fancy brought around thy pale buds hover. When sleep like an embalmed one amid joy's precious embers, my spirit and my heart are gone to what the past remembers. The Hours by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Wouldst thou know what life should be, were it mine but to decree what its path should be for thee? Look upon those sister powers, chained, but only chained with flowers, the bright group of rose-winged hours, sunny ones whose beauty seems just made for the rainbow gleams of fancy or of pleasure's dreams. Softer ones, whose shadows suit with the maiden stealing mute, guided by her lover's lute. But all lovely and all bright, smiles of hope and plums of light, happiness is in their flight. Our fond love could decree hours of life, just such should be, or fairer yet, the hours for we. The house in which Roscoe was born by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A lowly roof, an English farmhouse roof, what is the train of thought that it should wake? Why cheerful evenings, when the winter cold grows glad beside the hearth, or summer days, when round the shady porch the woodbine clings. Some aged man beneath, to hear whose words the children leave off play, for he can tell of a wild sea, a sailor in his youth. Yet here the mind's eye pictures other scenes, a fair Italian city in a vale, the sanctuary of summer, where the air grows sweet in passing over myrtle groves. Glides the blue Arno, in whose tide are glassed armed palaces with marble battlements. Forth ride a band of princely chivalry, and the head a gallant chieftain, he Lorenzo the Magnificent. Within this house was thy historian born, Florence, thou pictured city, and his name calls up the rich romance of history, and this calm English dwelling fills the mind with memories of Medici. Huron's Child by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The only child within the tent, beneath the old fir tree, how pleasantly his days were spent, the young, the glad, the free. Not rosy like an English child, his cheek was dark and pale, and black the long straight hair that wild wars tossed upon the gale. And yet the child was beautiful and graceful as the fawn, that at the noontide stoops to pull the grass of some wood lawn. He sat beside his mother's knee, the long and lonely day, while, seeking where the deer might be, his father was away. He loved to hear her mournful song, her song of love and fear, and never seemed the day too long with that sweet listener near. At night it was a cheerful thing to watch the hunter craft. The feathers from the eagle's wing, they plumbed the slender shaft. Listened the child with eager joy to all his father told, who'd watch his eyes and say, "Boy will be a hunter bold." But showers are on a sunny sky, and sorrowful as mirth, the shadow of the grave was nigh to the devoted hearth. The child so loved, the child so young, grew paler day by day. A weight upon his spirits hung, that watched him pine away. One night upon his mother's arm he leant his very head. She whispered many a prayer and charm. In vain, the child was dead. They laid him in a little grave, washed by the morning dew, which falls whene'er the pine boughs wave, as they were weeping too. Still night and morn upon the wind was heard her funeral cry. My child, why am I left behind? My child, why wouldst thou die? The father's moan was never heard, none saw him weep or sigh. Upon his lip there was no word, but death was in his eye. The moon above the funeral ground had just her race begun. The hunter, her orb was round, lay sleeping with the sun. And when the mother ceased to weep, and with her patient grief sang her sad songs, and strewed her sleep with many a flower and leaf, a white man who was wandering lone from some far distant shore, and wandering asked, "When are all gone, why dost thou weep no more?" The woman raised her languid head and said, "My child was weak, he knew no one amid the dead, his daily food to seek. My husband was a hunter good, as ever arrows bore. I know my child will now have food, wherefore I weep no more. I sit and think upon the past, and sing my mournful strain, and know that we shall meet at last, and never part again." "Oh, strong is love," the traveller cried, "worth your hope divine. I would with all whom God hath tried, had faith as meek as wine." Hyacinth by Letitia Landon. Where's the bee its sweetest music bringing, the music living in its busy wings, like the small fountain's low perpetual singing, counting the quiet hours that noontide brings? It is the hyacinth, whose sweet bells stooping bend with the odors heavy in their cells, and with the shadows of her fragrant drooping memory that is itself a shadow dwells. Ah, do not rev it mid the golden tresses that mock the sunshine on that childish head. Bind where the meadow flowers the wind caresses around a thousand careless blossoms shed. But not the hyacinth, whose purple sadness to an outworld long since gone by appeals. What hath a child's one hour of eager gladness to do with all that haunted flower reveals? Life gave its first deep color to the blossom. Life, in an evil hour, untimely shed, down to the earth inclines its fragrant bosom, as heavy with the memory of the dead. Deep in the twilight depths of those dark flowers are mystic characters amid them furled. Are they the language of ancestral hours, the records of a younger, lovelier world? What is the secret written in the numbers, strange as the figures on Egyptian shrines? What marvel of the ancient earth now slumbers in the obscurity of those dim times? Little we know the secrets that surround us, and much has vanished from our later day. Material of many a mystery has bound us, and much of our old love has passed away. Now ancient voices in the dim woods crying reveal the hidden world. Now prophet's eye asks the foreseeing stars for their replying, and reads the future in the midnight sky. Many the lovely things which now are banished from our harsh path, the actual and the cold, the angel and the spirit, each are vanished. Where are the beautiful that were of old? Vain, though so lovely, was this old believing, but not thus vain the faith that gave it birth. It was the beauty of the far-off leaving, the presence of the spiritual earth. The Inconstant by Letitia Landon. And deem'st thou that my heart could be a trifle and a toy for thee? A trophy, to be wooed and won, taken but to be trampled on? And deem'st thou that my heart would spring, a young bird on its summer wing, to be one moment caged in wine, then left, poor prisoner, to pine? You knew me not, if you could deem I should weep o'er a vanished dream. The willow was not made for me, the refuge of the aspen tree. There is in southern lands a breeze, which sweeps with changeless course the seas, fixed to one point. O faithful gale, thou art not for my wandering sail. I will not own a brighter eye than mine has caught your truant sigh. I will not own a fairer brow than mine has made you captive now. I deem my eye is still as bright as when it fixed your charmed sight. I deem my brow is still as fair as when you gazed and worshipped there. But well I know that they have been once, twice, or thrice already seen. I know the charm of change too well not to bow down to such a spell. Love's vows are writ upon the wave, and are unto themselves a grave. They call love ever young, but he is as old age in memory. Farewell then, sometime love of mine, yet claim my gratitude of thine. Surely that love is something worth, whose death is laughing has its birth. The infant Christ with flowers, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sweet Lord, as in those infant hands are heaped up early flowers, gathered with toil and reft with care, the wealth of summer hours, so gather thou amid our thoughts the purest and the best, the few that in our busy world are heavenward addressed, so forming in the human soul thine own immortal wreath of sacred hopes nursed in thy faith to blossom after death. The Influence of the Dead by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Who are the spirits watching by the dead? Faith, from whose eyes a solemn light is shed, and hope, the far off sunshine on the head. The influence of the dead is that of heaven. To it the majesty of power is given, working on earth with a diviner leaven. To them belongs all high and holy thought, the mind whose mighty empire they have wrought, and grief whose comfort was by angels brought. And gentle pity comes and brings with her those pensive dreams that their own light confer, where love stands watching by the sepulchre. The Ionian Captive by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sadly the captive hour the flowers is bending, while her soft eye with sudden sorrow fills. They are not those that grew beneath her tending in the green valley of her native hills. There is the violet, not from the meadow, where wandered carelessly her childish feet. There is a rose, it grew not in the shadow of her old home, it cannot be so sweet. And yet she loves them, for those flowers are bringing dreams of a home that she will see no more. The languid perfumes are around her, flinging what almost for the moment they restore. She hears her mother's wheel that slowly turning murmured unceasingly the summer day, and the stone murmur when the pine boughs burning told that the summer hours had passed away. She hears her young companions sadly singing a song they loved, an old complaining tune. Then comes a gayer sound, the laughter's ringing of the young children hurrying in at noon. By the dim myrtles, wandering with her sister, they tell old stories broken by the mirth of her young brother. Alas, have they missed her, she who was born a captive from the hearth? She starts, too present grows the actual sorrow. By her own heart she knows what they have borne. Young as she is, she shudders at tomorrow. It can but find a prisoner and forlorn. What are the glittering trifles that surround her? What the rich shawl, and what the golden chain? Would she could break the fetters that have bound her, and see her household and her hills again. The Iris by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It boots not keeping back the scroll, I know thy tender words, my life, my idol, and my soul. Its scanted page affords. There, give it me, that I may fling its fragments on the wind, a faithless and a wordless thing for such a fate designed. Who though the iris is my room, bids hope's sweet promise live, I take no lesson from its bloom, I have no hope to give. Soon, with the summer sun's control, those azure leaves decay, and yet the words on yonder scroll are more short-lived than they. I care not for love it springs, where other fancies dwell, the rainbow's hue upon its wings, the rainbow's date as well. By vanity and folly nursed, of happiness it dies, it springeth from a fancy first, and with a fancy flies. I let them prettily complain, with graceful sorrows strive, they should be glad of my disdain, it keeps their love alive. I gave a ribbon from my hair, a blossom from my hand, but I have not a thought to spare for any of their band. The love it haunts my midnight hour, a dream, and yet how true, belongs to a diviner power than vanity anew. It giveth, like the pale pure star, a loveliness to night, and winneth from the world afar its own eternal light. It bringeth to our earth again the heavens it dwells among, not to the worldly and the vain can such a love be low. High, holy as the heaven above, yet sharing life's worst part, until I meet with such a love I cannot give my heart. The Juma Mujid, the principal mosque at Agra, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Yon mosque alone remains to tell how glorious once did Agra rise, when the gilded roof and pinnacle met morning halfway in the skies. Two mighty empires allowed the plain, with palace, mosque, and tomb and tower. Out on the works man rears in vain, out on the vanity of power. A conqueror poured forth wealth and blood, and dome and temple rose sublime. Now what remains when Agra stood but dust and ruins, death and time? The Night by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Farewell to thee, dearest, my banner is playing like a meteor of blood on the gale. Impatient for battle, my white steed is neighing, and the trumpet tells loud its war tale. This brand must be red ere I meet thee again, or it would not be worthy of thee. O daughter of heroes, whose name has no stain, how gallant my bearing must be! Around us the walls of an ancient hall were the pictures of warriors of yore, will look on me now. By each dark brow I swear I will equal or see them no more. The scar for horse bound must be dyed in the field, the plum must be first in the line. When the valiant shall fall and the coward shall yield, then I may claim thee as mine. The Kulas, Caves of Elora by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The East it is thy birthplace, thou bright sun. There, too, the mind of man first felt its power, and did begin its course. These mighty fanes were of its earliest efforts, that fine skill and high imagination which called forth these giant temples, have in other shapes gone forth to civilize the world. O sun, still following in thy track, and, like thy light, leaving thick darkness when it passed away. All things are signs in nature. Still there are subtle analogies we dimly trace. Perhaps our moral world has but its day, of which the great sun is the glorious type, and intellect will run its course and set. If so, we touch on the extremest verge of our horizon, and our arts, our power, our conquests, our many realms of mind, wealth, painting, sciences, and poetry, are but that rich magnificence of hues which heralds in the closing of our day. These giant fabrics were the first great signs of man's dominion o'er his mother earth. We have had other triumphs, have achieved victories o'er all the other elements, and having run mankind's appointed race, perchance the night comes on, and what we deem meridian is our setting. The Lady Egerton by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Know not thy history, I never heard thy name, until as source of song to me thy pictured semblance came. I see thy face as very fair, beauty high and proud, that would disdain to seek or share the homage of a crowd. Upon thy neck is many a gem, that suit thy bearing well, upon thy hair diadem might be content to dwell. Ay, beautiful patrician thou, dost look thy state and style, for there is pride upon thy brow and pride within thy smile. Thou art amid earth's favourite ones, flowers of our unfallen soil, whose sheltered bloom the rude wind shuns, who know not want or toil. Art thou as lovely as thy face? I feel thou art. It is the inward, dearer grace that warms the outward part. The better lot in life is thine. How much dost thou owe to those who perish and who pine in life's sad paths below? But misery is around thy way, and misery thou canst aid. Seek in the winter hut of clay where wretchedness is laid. Where the pale mother turns to weep o'er food she loves to share, or watches o'er her children's sleep and thinks how pale they are. Lady, thou mayst to childhood's cheek bring back the early rose. The heads that bend, the hearts that break, may out to you repose. The dearest blessing fortune half amidst such scenes is found, when smiles like thine shed o'er their path the moral sunshine round. The Lake of Como by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Again I am beside the lonely lake which used to be the wide world of a beating heart, when I was love with thee. I see the quiet evening lights amid the distant mountains shine, I hear the music of the lute, it used to come from thine. How can another sing the song, the sweet sad song that was thine own? It is alike, yet not the same, it has not caught thy tone. Never other lip may catch the sweetness around thine own that clung. To me there is a tone unheard, there is a chord unstrung. Thou loveliest lake, I sought thy shores, that dreams from other days might cast. The presence elsewhere sought in vain, the presence of the past. I find the folly of a search, thou bringest but half the past again. my pleasure calling faintly back, too vividly my pain. Too real the memories that haunt the purple shadows around thy brink. I only ask of thee to dream, I did not ask to think. False beauty haunting still my heart, for long since from that heart removed, these waves but tell me how thou wert too well and vainly loved. Fair lake, it is all in vain to seek the influence of thy lovely shore. I ask of thee for hope and love, they come to me no more. The Lamp by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Brightly the stars shed their light, like love on the bosom of night. Each rolls on his course, like a king come in pride and in triumphing. But brighter the lamp that shines through yonder lattice of vines, thrice glorious that sun-star above, bright Jove, and the fair queen of love and beauty yet holdeth her reign o'er a glad and a lovely domain. And their rays, like the shivering of spears, glance in silvery light through the spheres. But give me the lamp that shines through yonder lattice of vines. By that lamp bends a maiden fair, shading off the fresh night air, lest the gentle flame should decay, nor brighten her wanderer's way. Around stream her locks in their light, and the rose cheek and blue eye are bright. Of the maid by the lamp that shines through yonder casement of vines. I am near the casement now, I can look on her graceful brow, I can feel the light of her eye as she smiles when her love is nigh. Or brighter to me by far than the blaze of each glorious star is the light of the lamp that shines through yonder lattice of vines. The Last by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What? Is the lady sleeping? No, too pale is the white slumber for the dreaming hours, too curious are the foldings of the veil, and too unmoved the breath of fragrant flowers. She lieth like a statue, white and cold, like the soft marble of some sculptured column. The long bright hair sweeps down in many a fold over high brow, wan with death's hues and solemn. This is not sleep, for sleep retains the life, it gives the image to the troubled dreaming, with all day's feverish cares and fancies rife around the flushed and unquiet pillow seeming. But these are over here, the cold clear cheek has neither tears nor blushes to discover. Fear hath no more to shun, nor hope to seek, the sorrows and the joys of earth are over. A little while, and e'en these sad remains may stay the foes who cherish them no longer. Vainly the weeper what he loves retains, he may not, love is strong, but death is stronger. Scatter the violets o'er that wan brow, and raise that cold form from its last live pillow. Be it to where those azure violets grow, then leave it to its rest beneath a willow. And is this all? No, the beloved, the dead, have yet another tomb, the heart's enshrining. There the inward tears perpetual shed, grief with all other memories entwining. Weep for the mourner, not for her who knows life's latest, and also sweetest slumber. Peace is surrounded. Only weep for those whom mortal cares and mortal anguish cumber. It is a desperate grief, an utter gloom, to which all after life brings no removing. To know that deep within the unpitying tomb lies all the heart had in this world for loving. The Last Look by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The shade of a willow fell dark on the tide, when the maid left her pillow to stand by its side. The wind, like a sweet voice, was heard in the tree, and the soft lulling music swept in from the sea. The land was in darkness, for mountain and tower flung before them the shadows of night's deepest hour. The moonlight unbroken lay white on the wave, till the white sea was clear as the shield of the brave. She flung from her forehead its curls of bright hair, of those ringlets fell round her, another was there. Red flushed her cheeks crimson, and dark dropped her eye. A stranger had known 'twas her lover stood by. One note on his sea-call, the signal he gave, and about like a plaything danced light on the wave. Her head on his shoulder, her hand in his hand, yet the maiden looked back as they rode from the strand. She wept not for parents, she wept not for friends, yet fast the bright rain through her white hand askance. The portionless orphan left nothing behind, but the green leaves, the white flowers sown by the wind. But how the heart clings to that earliest love, which haunts the lone garden, that hollows the grove, which makes the old oak tree and primrose bank fair with the memories of childhood whose playtime was there. 'Tis our spirit which fling round the joy which we take, the best of our pleasures are those which we make. We look to the past and remember the while our own buoyant step and our own sunny smile. A pathway of silver was tracked on the wave, the oars left behind them the light which we gave, and the slight boat flew over the moonlighted brine, till the coast in the distance was one shadowy line. They reached the proud ship, and the silken sails spread, and the gallant flag shone like a meteor blood red, and forth from the scabbard flashed out each bright sword, in fealty to her the young bride of their lord. From a cup of pale gold she sipped the clear wine, and gasped on her arm the green emerald shrine. The silver lamps swinging with perfume were fed, and the rich fur beneath her light footstep was spread. From the small cabin window she looked to the shore. Lost in night she could see its dim outline no more. She sighed as she thought of her earlier hours. Who will now watch all my favorite flowers? The Last Night with the Dead by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How awful is the presence of the dead! The hours rebuked stand silent at their side. Passions are hushed before that stern repose. Two and two only, sad exceptions share sorrow and love, and these are paramount. How deep the sorrow, and how strong the love, seeming as utterly unfelt before. Ah, parting tries the depths. At once arise affection's treasures, never dreamed till then. Death teaches heavy lessons, hard to bear, and most it teaches us what we have lost in losing those who loved us. The Last of the St. Albans by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And here they met. Where should love's meeting be? Love passionate and spiritual and deep. Where but in such a haunted solitude, a green and natural temple, fitting shrine for those the stars remember? Much the heart is governed by such outward impulses. The love whose birth has been in lighted halls, that lives on festival and flattery, like them is vain and selfish. But the love whose voice has caught from twilight winds their tone, and gazed alternately on the deep blue of heaven, and that in one dear maiden's eyes, is e'en as those divinities of old, whose beauty was a dream of early flowers, of lonely fountains, and of summer nights. Poetry and religion blend in one. In a fair garden did these lovers meet. The elm made leafy arches overhead, and every sudden breeze that moved the boughs flung down a shower of gold, the alchemy of shining June, whose sunlight filled the air. Luxuriant as a vine, the honeysuckle grew, till the foliage almost hid the flowers, whose breath betrayed them. There the sunflower stood, the golden cornfield of the bee, whose wings sounded like waters near, a lulling sound, soft as the nurse's chant of some old rhyme, seems to the very child, and by its side the white althea grew, whose slender sprays are strung with seed pearl. Up climbed the sweet pea, the butterfly of flowers. I love it not of our every hue, and it has many tints. I died as if the sunset evening clouds had fallen to the earth in sudden rain and left her colors. Purple, delicate pink, and snowy white are on thy wing like leaves, but thou art all too forward in thy bloom. Thy blossoms are the sun's, and cling to all that can support them into open day, and when they die, leaving no root behind, the hope and promise of another spring, and no perfume whose lingering gratitude remains around what upheld its summer's life. Beautiful parasite, thou who dost win a place with the fair flattery of thy flowers, whose death has naught of memory or of hope, how many likenesses there are for thee mid the false loves and friendships of the world. Beyond the wooded park spread, where the deer slept 'neath oak trees, and on a glittering lake, the willows grew around it, was the home of stately swans. A lady of my tale was of an ancient ancestry, and wooed half for her wealth and half for her sweet self by the land's chivalry. But him she loved was not of her decree. What cares love for all the poor distinctions wherewith pomp invests its nothingness? And still he half cushions and herald in the beating heart. They laughed, they parted, he to win a name amid the red wars, Great heaven, what vain beliefs have stirred the pulse and led the hopes of men, as if that honour could be bought by blood, and that the fierce right hand was better worth than the fine mind and high and generous heart. Blame not the lovers, 'twas the age's fault, and even that I were full loath to blame, perchance our own, which now, quick-sighted, sees the many faults and follies of the past, has a successor in the wheel of time to which our errors will be just as clear. 'Twas pity that they parted. But 1 week, and the stern father died, none save his child, 'twas a child's duty, and she wept for him, saw it above the harsh and cowed one's grave. A monument was all his memory. The gentle lady was now free to choose, and faithfully she kept to her first love. The suitor was denied, and festivals were only graced in quiet courtesy by her sweet presence. But the peasant's hut, where want or suffering came, there her low voice and fair footstep were familiar things. Her lute was a companion, and the wind caught music from her melancholy song. And often, in the garden where they met, she read those old and love-lorn histories which, with the poet's aid, wake pleasant tears, for unreal sorrow is the luxury of youth and hope. 'Twas in this happy time the artist took his likeness of her face. 'Tis a sweet picture, with the parted locks, the brows wide and open, it confides on the fair future which dreams. The hair has sunshine on it, silken robe and gem are such as suit a lady in the land. A chain hangs from her arm, which might have paid the ransom of an Eastern empire won by some bowed ancestor. But in her eyes, her deep, her blue, her melancholy eyes, sour dew dimply prophecy itself. Nature and fountain have no unity. Or one so young, so good, so kind, so true, should have been happy. All too soon the scroll came o'er the sea, which told her lover's fate. He fell in battle, as so many fall, unknown, unnamed. His energies, his hopes, his bold aspirings, and his proud resolves, alike in vain. She faded from that hour, quiet and voiceless in her grief. 'Twas like a bird that perishes, the cause unknown. We see the plumage fade, the bright crest droop, but reck not of a secret wound within. No more they saw her at the evening hour, along the terrace wandering with the flowers. The fair, exotic favourite sheltered there. No more her step rejoiced the aged air, and made the music of the lonely harp. And soon closed windows, shutting out the day, told there was death within that ancient house. She died with one last wish upon her lips. It was accomplished. Never more the vault where her forefather slept received its dead, for she, the last of that outline, slept not within the sculptured chapel of her race. They buried her beneath the glad green earth, the sunshine like a blessing falling round and kissing off the tears which night had wept. Those stately walls are levelled with the ground, the yellow corn waves o'er them, that fair park is covered now with cottages and fields. But in a lonely nook of forest land her grave remains. There is a mound of grass, a broken cross, grey and with moss o'ergrown. A little open space is filled with flowers, wilding ones, growing in furze and fern. A brook runs through, which, like a natural hymn, sings to the dead. Then close the forest trees in many and impenetrable breaks. Few find the path which winds around the tomb, where sleeps the last and loveliest of her line. The Laurel, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not to the silent bitterness of tears do I commit, O false one, why requiting? My measured moments shall be paid by years of long avenging on thy faithless slighting. I call upon the boon that nature gave, ere my young spirit knew its own possessing, and, from the fire that has consumed me, crave the cold, stern power that knows its own redressing. Love was my element, e'en as the bird knows the soft air that swells around its pinion. Sweet thoughts and eager ones my spirit stirred, whose own influence was the heart's dominion. They were but shadows of a deeper power, for life is omnious, itself revealing by the faint likeness of a coming hour, felt ere it vivified to actual feeling. But from that fated hour is now returned. Life has grown. Actual we have done with dreaming. It is a bitter truth at last to learn that all we once believed was only seeming. Thou hast taught me this. Upon thy head be all the evils thou hast round thee scattered. Through thee the light that led me on is dead, my refuse in the dust my loot is shattered. I could forgive each miserable night when I have waked, for that I dreaded sleeping, I know that I should dream. My fevered sight would bring the image I afar was keeping. Alas, the very hours when I have asked, the faint cold stars amid the darkness shining, why is mortality so overtasked? Why am I grown familiar with repining? Then comes the very day that would but bring impatient wishes that it were tomorrow, while every new and every usual thing seemed but to irritate the hidden sorrow. And this I owe to thee, to whom I brought a love that was half fondness, half devotion. Alas, the glorious triumphs of high thought are now subdued by passionate emotion. Upon my silent lute there is no song. I sit in grief above my power departed. To others let the laurel wreath belong. I only know that I am broken-hearted. Enough yet lingers of a broken spell to show that once it was a thing enchanted. I leave my spirit to the low sweet shell, by whose far music shall thy soul be haunted. A thousand songs of mine are on the air, and they shall breath my memory and mine only, startling thy soul with hopes no longer fair, and love that will but rise to leave thee lonely. Immortal is the gift that I inherit, eternal is the loveliness of verse. My heart thou mayst destroy, but not my spirit, and that shall linger round thee like a curse. Farewell the lute that I no more shall waken, its music will be murmured after me. Farewell the law that I have forsaken, and, last, farewell, my false love to thee. The Legacy by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The same, and yet not the same. Her face has still the Grecian line, the sculptured perfectness whose grace has long been held divine. But all beside is changed. That face has spring upon its rose, the eyes the daylight's earliest break has sunshines such as those. The very painter's hue hath caught the spirit from within, the light with which young life is wrought ere care and cloud began. The time so breathless and so brief, the false and yet the true, when hope writes on a red rose leaf the beautiful and new. The morning lights each hour makes less dance over morning tide, and we believe in happiness because as yet untried. No shine and storm alike are past, where future is the foes whose earthly grief and trouble cast on heaven and hope repose. Flung carelessly, mid rope and plum, mid chaplet and mid chain, this trophy of the early doom, it does not speak in vain. For I am taught how much the heart has with itself to strive, how it subdues its weaker part, while faith is kept alive. For thou hast struggled with despair and kept thy steadfast way, where all that seemed so bright, so fair, scattered around thee lay. And your reward is peace, for heaven, whose better part you chose, already to your life has given the blessing of repose. Sweet friend, the world is yet with me, its vanity, its care, vain hopes for things that may not be, regrets for those that are. This cannot last. I will believe that I shall learn to know a hope that will not all deceive, a trust not placed below. I needs must weep, I fain would pray, for light aforth the gloom, one promise of that holier day whose morning is the tomb. The Legacy of the Lute by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Come take this lute, the lute I loved. 'Tis all I have to offer thee, and may it be a less fatal gift than it has ever been to me. My sigh yet lingers on the strings I have not heard to break. Wilt thou not, dearest, keep the lute for mine, for the departed's sake? But pray thee, do not wake that lute, leave it upon the cypress tree. I would have crushed its charmed chords, but they so oft were strung to thee. The minstrel lute, oh, touch it not! Our very destiny is mine, while I the twilight's haunted dream, thou victim at an idle shrine. Thy breath but lives on others' lips, thy hope a thing beyond the grave, thy heart bare to the vulture's break, thyself a bound and bartered slave. And yet a dangerous charm o'er all, a bright but ignis fatuus flame, luring thee with a show of power, dazzling thee with the blaze of fame. Is to waste on careless hearts the throbbing music of thine own, to speak love's burning words, yet be alone, utterly alone. I sought to fling my laurel wreath away upon the autumn wind, in vain. 'Twas like those poison crows that mayst not from the brow unbind. Predestined from my birth to feed on dreams, yet watch those dreams depart. To bear through life, to feel and death, burning in the broken heart, then hang it on the suppressed bow, the minstrel lute leave it to thee, and be only for the wind to make its mournful dirge for me. The Legacy of the Roses by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, plant them above me, the soft, the bright, the touched with the sunset's crimson light, the warm with the earliest breath of spring, the sweet with the sweep of the west wind's wing. Let the green bough and the red leaf wave, plant the glad rose tree upon my grave. Why should the mournful willow weep o'er the quiet rest of her dreamless sleep? Weep for life, with its toil and care, its crime to shun and its sorrow to bear. The tears and the sign of tears be shed of the living, not of the dead. Plant not the suppress, nor yet the yew. Too heavy the shadow, too gloomy the hue. For one who is sleeping in faith and in love, with a hope that is treasured in heaven above. In a holy trust are my ashes laid, cast ye no darkness, throw ye no shade. Plant the green sod with the crimson rose, let my friends rejoice o'er my calm repose. Let my memory be like the odors they shed, my hope like their promise of early red. Let strangers, too, share in their breath and their bloom, plant ye the bright roses over my tomb. The Lesson by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Come, dearest, to your lesson. You have so much to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 letters before you go to play. There's A that stands for apple, you know, our own old tree. It is covered now with blossoms that shew where fruit will be. There's B that stands for butterfly, but yesterday we caught one whose wings with brown and crimson and specks of gold were wrought. There is C that stands for cowslip. When you have said them all, we will go into the meadow and make a cowslip ball. There's D that stands for darling, the prettiest in the row. Who is his mother's darling? Who is he? Do you know? You say you'll be a sailor. How sorry you would be not to read your mother's letters when far away at sea. Ah, I see you'll be a scholar. You've said them rightly o'er. There's a good child, and tomorrow you are to learn some more. Come now into the garden to the fruit and flowers away, so well you've said your lesson that you deserve to play. The light is kindling in his eye by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The light is kindling in his eye, the color on his cheek, and thoughts, the passionate, the deep, their charmed silence break. Yet not to pour themselves in song, but in those burning words that come when some changed touch has waked the spirit's secret chords. How eloquent, how beautiful, like morning in the north, melting away the dreary ice, his noble mind come forth. He stood the centre of the ring, awakening in each breast feelings and thoughts, forgotten, though the noblest and the best. 'Twas but a moment while they owned the youthful poet's way, and beacon light upon the hill to warn and die away. Again his downcast eye was dim, again his cheek was pale, again around his beating heart closed its accustomed veil. A moment's pause, a moment's praise, sufficed to change the scene, and careless word and careless laugh arose where mind had been. So flings the lamp upon the wind its bright and dying flame. I thought, alas, the waste of life, the vanity of fame. The lights are fair in my father's hall by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The lights are fair in my father's hall, the red white is bright to see, but I flee like a bird and leave them all, my ocean love for thee. There's gold around my silken robe, and white pearls are in my hair, and they say that gems and the broderie at west a woman's chiefest care. But dearer to me is one silent smile of thine eagle eye than them all, and dearer the deck of thy bark to me than my father's lighted hall. I have no home now but thy arms, and they are the world to me. And be thou but true, I'll never regret all, dear love, I've left for thee. The Lily of the Valley by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is the last token of love and of thee, thy once faith has broken, thou false one to me. I think on the letters with which I must part, too dear are the fetters which wind round my heart. Thy words were enchanted, and ruled me at will, my spirit is haunted, remembering them still. So earnest, so tender, the full heart was there, ah, song might surrender its lute in despair. I deemed that I knew thee as none ever knew, that 'twas mine to subdue thee and thine to be true. I deemed to my keeping thy memory had brought the depths that were sleeping of innermost thought. The bitter concealings life's treacheries teach, the long subdued feelings the world cannot reach. The mask to the many was worn not for me. I saw thee, can any seem like unto thee? No other can know thee as I, love, have known. No future will show thee a love like mine own. That love was no passion that walketh by day, a fancy, a fashion that flitteth away. 'Twas life's whole emotion, a storm in its might. 'Twas deep as the ocean and silent as night. It swept down life's flowers, the fragile and fair. The heart had no powers from passion to spare. The false but endeared thee, so stormy and wild, my lover, I feared thee as feareth a child. There seemed but the shrouding of spirit too high, as vapours come crowding the sunniest sky. I worshipped in terror a comet above. Ah, fatal the error, fatal the love! For thy sake life never will charm me again, its beauty forever is vanished and vain. Thou canst not restore me the depth and the truth of the hopes that came o'er me in earliest youth. Their gloss is departed, their magic is flown, and sad and faint-hearted I wander alone. 'Tis vain to regret me, you will not regret. You will try to forget me, you cannot forget. We shall hear of each other, oh misery to hear those names from another that once were so dear. What slight words will sting us with breath of the past, and slight things will bring us thoughts fated to last. The fond hopes that centered in thee are all dead, but the iron has entered the soul where they feed. Like others in seeming, we'll walk through life's part, cold, careless, and dreaming with death in the heart. No hope, no repentance, the spring of life hour, all died with that sentence, I love thee no more. The Little Gleaner by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Very fair the child was, with hair of darkest auburn, fair and yet sunburned with the golden summer. Sunshine seemed the element from which she drew her being. Careless from her little hand the gathered ears are scattered. In a graceful wreath the purple cornflowers binding, while her sweet face brightens with a sudden pleasure. Blame not her binding, already stirs within her all the deep emotions in the love of nature. Love that is the source of the beautiful and holy. In long after years will memory, recalling sweetness undying from that early garland, keep the heart glad with natural devotion. 'Tis a true, sweet lesson, for in life's actual harvest much we need the flowers that mingle with our labors. Pleasure, pure and simple, recall us to the giver. Forever in its joy does the full heart think of heaven. The Little Mountaineer by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Her naked feet are nothing loath to touch the mother earth. The pebble and the flower have been their comrades from their birth. The wind is in her long fair hair, she bears her listening ear, and questions if a storm be nigh the little mountaineer. The birds are sweeping through the sky, the white wings bear away the brightness of the morning time, the sunshine's lingering ray. Like armies summoned by a king, the clouds come far and near. They gather round her native hills, the little mountaineer. She stands beside the ancient well that from the broken wall sings day and night the same sweet song in one low silvery fall. She stands a lovely, lonely child without a thought of fear. The cave of nature is around the little mountaineer. A pensiveness beyond its years is in her childish grace, for many lonely hours have given the meaning to her face. The mighty storms, the mighty hills have lent their solemn cheer. A poet's world is in her heart, the little mountaineer. A Little Shroud by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She put him on a snow-white shroud, a chaplet on his head, and gathered early primroses to scatter o'er the dead. She laid him in his little grave. 'Twas hard to lay him there, when spring was putting forth its flowers and everything was fair. She had lost many children. Now the last of them was gone, and day and night she sat and wept beside the funeral stone. One midnight, while her constant tears were falling with dew, she heard a voice, and lo, her child stood by her weeping too. His shirt was dim, his face was white. He said, "Cannot sleep, your tears have made my shroud so wet. Mother, do not weep." Oh, love is strong. The mother's heart was filled with tender fears. Love is strong, and for her child, her grief restrained its tears. One evil light shone round the bed, and there she saw her stand, her infant, in his little shroud, a tapper in his hand. Lo, mother, see my shroud is dry, and I can sleep once more. And beautiful the parting smile the little infant wore. And down within the silent grave he laid his very head, and soon the early violets grew o'er his grassy bed. The mother went her household ways, again she knelt in prayer, and only asked of heaven its aid, a heavy lot to bear. The Littleness of Life by Letitia Elizabeth Land. Life is so little in its vanities, so mean, and looking to such worthless aim, truly the dust, of which we are a part, predominates amid mortality. Great crimes have something of nobility, mighty their warning, vast is their remorse, but these small faults that make one half of life belong to lowest natures, and reduce to their own wretched level nobler things. The Lost by Letitia Elizabeth Land. I did not know till she was lost how much she was beloved. She knows it in that better world to which she is removed. I feel as she had only sought again her native skies. I look upon the heavens and seem to meet her angel eyes. Pity and love and gentle thoughts for her sake fill my mind. They are the only part of her that now is left behind. The Lost Ship by Letitia Elizabeth Land. Deep in the silent waters, 1,000 fathoms low, a gallant ship lies perishing, she found not long ago. There are pale sea-flowers writhing around her portholes now, and spars and shining coal encrust her gallant prow. Upon the old deck, bleaching, white bones unburied shine, while in the deep hold hidden a cask of ruby wine. There are pistol, sword, and carabine hung on the cabin wall, and many a curious dagger, but rust has spoiled them all. And can this be the vessel that went so boldly forth, with the red flag of old England, to brave the stormy north? There were blessings poured upon her, when from her port sailed she, and prayers and anxious weeping went with her o'er the sea. And once she sent home letters, and joyous ones were they, dashed but the fond remembrance of friends so far away. Many a heart was happy that evening when they came, and many a lip pressed kisses on a beloved name. Her little vows who read them deemed, far below the wave, that child and sire and lover had found a seaman's grave. But how that the brave ship perished none knew, save him on high. No island heard her cannon, nor other bark was nigh. We only know from England she sailed far o'er the main. We only knew to England she never came again. And eyes grew dim with watching that yet refused to weep, and years were spent in hoping for tidings from the deep. It grew an old man's story upon their native shore. God rest those souls in heaven who met on earth no more. The Lost Star by Letitia Elizabeth Land. A light is gone from yonder sky, a star has left its sphere. The beautiful, and do they die in yon bright world as here? Will that star leave a lonely place, a darkness on the night? No, few will miss its lovely face, and none think heaven less bright. What wert thou, star of vanished one? What mystery was thine? The beauty from the east is gone. What was thy swaying sign? Wert thou the star of opening youth? And is it then for thee? Its frank glad thoughts, its stainless truth, so early ceased to be? Of hope? And was it to express how soon hope sinks in shade, or else of human loveliness and sign how it will fade? How was thy dying? Like the song and music to the last, an echo flung the winds among, and then forever past? Or didst thou sink as stars whose light the fair moon renders vain? The rest shone forth the next dark night, thou didst not shine again. Didst thou fade gradual from the time the first great curse was hurled, till lost in sorrow and in crime, star of our early world? Forgotten and departed star, 1,000 glories shine around the blue midnight's regal car. Who when remembers thine? Save when some mournful bard like me dreams of a beauty gone, then the fated waited thee reads what will be his own. Love Letter by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Pray thee, maiden, heed him not, is not thine a happy lot? Darling of my aged heart, canst thou be so glad to part, if thou art the sole delight from a home by thee made bright? These are selfish words, and vain, 'tis not thus I would restrain her whose will I never curbed, whose young joy I ne'er disturbed. But, for thine own sake, I say, fling that faithless scroll away. Dost thou wish for nights that keep thy watch to wake and weep? Wouldst thou have thy bright cheek be a witness to its own despair, with a dim and sunken eye, which is fain to close and die? And yet are not these the things, soon or late, love ever brings? I have seen a careless smile hide the breaking heart the while, watched so much of youth and bloom sink to an untimely doom. Dearest one, and must there be such a destiny for thee? Spare thyself such burning tears, pity thou thy own few years. Vain these words, love never yet shunned or spared its own regard. Thou art saddened and estranged, and thy whole sweet nature changed. Love has other love exiled. Fare thee well, alas, my child. The Lute by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Wake not again, thou sweet-voiced lute, better for me that thy chords were mute, than thus to recall thoughts long since fled, and bring to my memory the false and the dead. They remind me of one who shared with me the short-lived sunlight of infancy. For when the young rose of her cheek grew pale, and health was departed, she laughed thy wail, and I have heard thy murmur sweep over flowers that smile round her last cold sleep. And thou recall'st the dark-eyed maid, the forehead of snow and raven braid, the light of my love dream, one who oft would answer in song to thy breathing soft, one who could laugh, and her laugh forget. Awaken not, lute, that wild regret. Better thou ever shouldst silent be than renew such memories of sadness to me. The Lyrist by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The laurel wreath is round thine hair, made of a brow divine. Immortal as the stars, how proud the destiny is thine. Thy thoughts are burning on thy cheek, and to thine eye is given the glory of that inward light which is direct from heaven. Sweep, maiden, sweep thy glorious lyre, and let its chords express all that may dream of lofty deed and meekest tenderness. This noon, the summer loveliness should speak unto my heart. The maiden bowed her laurelled head, in such I have no part. In while ago you might have said, joy in the sunlight hour. As flowers, my feelings would have sprung beneath such genial power. But when those flowers have been checked by cold north wind and rain, how nevermore will they expand and light and bloom again. The poet is a doomed lot, and heavy to be borne, and one half of his fame is won for mockery and scorn. If right I read the poet's mind, 'tis delicate, as wild, lovely, unreal, sensitive and simple as a child. 'Tis as a lute which a light touch into sweet music wakes, but whose fine chords are slight as fine. 'Neath a rough hand it breaks, or if its native strength resists, it catches the rude tone, and, harsh and tuneless, loses all the sweetness once its own. Aye, fame is glorious, while, star-like, it shines in its far birth. But, like that star, its glory fades when once it touches earth. Oh, woe, that I sought to win a poet's gifted name! Whatever had my woman's heart to do with aught like flame? My laurel, 'tis not at my will, or would fling it down and weep that ever brow of mine had one such fatal crown. Does not fate, 'tis but the lot of every birth that springs from our sad earth, her fair, her sweet. These are her fleeting things, but deadly is the laurel. Hence freshly its green wreath weaves, it is immortal, for the sake of poison in its leaves. When other trees put forth their bloom, the laurel stands alone. Little avail the changeless leaves and flowers, it has none. The Madonna and Child by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thrice blessed and thrice beautiful, yet come we not to thee with those vain prayers which make a creed of false idolatry. We bring not gems to bind thine hair, nor flowers to deck thy shrine. We light no taper's fragrant blaze, we ask no aid of wine. We have no need of patron wreaths to join with Christian prayer, nor with salvation asketh we, 'twas only thine to share. Thine altars where thy statues stood, thy hymns and votive flowers, were relics of another age, another creed than ours. When human was all human faith, and to that faith was given the likeness of its native earth, rather than that of heaven. When only reason's shadowy ray upon the world was thrown, and every idol's attribute had been the Maker's own. Then was the time of gift and woe, and e'en a purer light as the long earth could penetrate the depths of such a night. Old superstition still remained, and priestcraft next stepped up to rule by human ignorance and work by human sin. Then was a veil flung our faith, and was God's word concealed. Thank God, for us that veil is rent, that book has been revealed. The votive wreath of early flowers, the taper and the gem, were superstition's vain, we know God asks not for them. We look on the Madonna's face in thankfulness and love, but ask no more mortal self to bear our woes above. The earnest prayer, the humble tear, the Saviour's blessed name, these are the Christian's sacrifice, these are the Christian's claim. The Maid of Lismore by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Why doth a maiden turn away from voice so sweet and words so dear? Why doth a maiden turn away when love and flattery woo her ear? And rarely that enchanted twain whisper in woman's ear in vain. Why doth a maiden leave her hall? No face as fair as hers is fair, no step has such a fairy fall, no azure eyes like hers are there. The maiden seeks her lonely bower, although her father's guests are met. She knows the first pale star is set, and now the silver moonbeams wake the spirits of a haunted lake. The waves take rainbow hues, and now the shining train are gliding by. Where chieftain lifts his glorious brow, the maiden meets his lingering eye. The glittering shapes melt into night. Another look, where chief is gone, and chill and grey comes the morning's light, and clear and cold the lake flows on. Close, close the casement, not for sleep over such visions eyes but weep. How many share such destiny? How many, lured by fancy's beam, ask the impossible to be, and pine the victims of a dream? The Maiden Astrologer by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O'er the terrace the bright stars shine. Who is there but must feel them divine? Softly the night wind stirs the air, the breath of the orange and rose they bear, and the branches in music swing to and fro, each leaf like a lute note sweet and low. This is the night for the maiden to dream of a love which will color her life's pure stream. This is the night for the maiden to pray, whose heart has been given, whose love is away. Young is the maiden that watches the sky, there is no love on her cheek or her eye. Love doth colour the young cheek with rose, like the tide in the moonshine, it ebbs and flows, now passionate pale, now fain to hide the sudden rush of its crimson tide, but the lady's cheek is calm and pale, that wears no blushes, it needs no veil. Love doth teach the young eye to seek the shade of the lash downcast on the cheek, its darkness is brightened by gentle tears, its splendour is softened by tender tears, but the lady's eye is steadfast and bright, and its depths as solemn as those of a night. Her beauty is that of a statue's face, a calm, serene, and spiritual grace. The mind on her lofty brow is bright, and the poet speaks not of earthly light. And her raven locks o'er her white neck flow, no throbbing pulse ever warmed its snow. From an ancient line was the maiden sprung, haughty in deed and daring in tongue. She was as proud and as bold as the rest, though her spirit was turned to a higher quest. Still the pride of her race was the only tie that came between her soul and the sky. She raised her voice, it was low and sweet, yet the wind sank down as hushed at her feet. She drew around her a mystic line, she named a name, and she signed a sign. At once through her charmed vision was given the secrets the bright stars ride upon heaven. On her curved red lip was no sign of fear, though the phantom of future days drew near. She watched, and saw glorious bands burst on the heel and swords in the hand, and the broad-reared banner swept the space. She saw it was wrought with the crest of her race. She saw a noble city arise, tower and temple darkened the skies, when gallant and stately warriors passed, till throne and coronet rose at last. One chieftain stepped his comrade before, he was of her race, she asked no more. Calmly she folded her arms on her breast, as if disdaining the pride she repressed. Perhaps 'twas the mournful midnight that stole in sadness unwonted o'er her soul. Darker clouds gathered upon the gale, whose sound was less of triumph than wail. Next day her kinsmen in council met, deep was the cast on that council set, and they paused till the lady came to the board, and her words like a red wine their spirit poured. On, she said, with the dauntless brow wast thou the Medici's dominant now. Her spirit passed in its earnest words, as the harp that breaks from its overwrought chords. Her kinsmen went forth in pride and power. Florence was theirs the evening hour. But the day of triumph was that of doom, and the war trumpets rang of their Sibyl's tomb. The maiden's cheek blushed ruby bright, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The maiden's cheek blushed ruby bright, and her heart beat quick with its own delight. Again she should dwell on those vows so dear, almost as if her lover were near. Little deemed she that letter would tell how the true lover fought and fell. The maiden read till her cheek grew pale. Yon drooping eye tells all the tale. She sees her own night's last fond prayer, and she reads in that scroll her heart's despair. O grave, how terrible art thou, to young hearts bound in one fond vow! O human love, how vain is thy trust! Hope, how soon art thou laid in dust! O fatal pilgrim, who art thou, as thou fling'st the black veil from thy shadowy brow? I know thee now, dark lord of the tomb, by the pale maiden's withering bloom. The light is gone from her glassy eye, and her cheek is struck by mortality. From her parted lip there comes no breath, for its scroll was fate, its bearer death. The Mariner's Child, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Weep no more, sweet mother, weep no more tonight, and only watch the sea, mother, beneath the morning light. Then the bright blue sky is joyful, and the bright blue sky is clear, and I can see, sweet mother, to kiss away your tear. But now the wind goes wailing o'er the dark and trackless deep, and I know your grief, sweet mother, while only hear you weep. My father's ship will come, mother, in safety o'er the main. When the grapes are dyed with purple, he will be back again. The vines were but in blossom when he bade me watch them grow, and now the large leaves, mother, conceal their crimson glow. He'll bring us shells and seaweed, and birds of shining wing. But what are these, dear mother? It is himself he'll bring. O beautiful Madonna, will mark how you have wept, the prayers of early morning, the vigils you have kept. She will guide his stately vessel, though the sea be dark and drear. Another week of sunshine, my father will be here. I'll watch with thee, sweet mother, but the stars fade from my sight. Come, come and sleep, dear mother, weep no more tonight. The Marvel of Peru, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A radiant beauty of a lovely south, as languid as a valley's scanted gale. The rose hath only place on that sweet mouth, a rose it is, but the soft cheek is pale. Her large dark eyes are like a summer night before the moon's soft crescent shines above, filled with a tender yet a shadowy light, whose silence is the eloquence of love. She dwelleth like a lone and fairy flower, that hath its home in some enchanted soil. But knows she of life's more troubled hour, our northern lot of hurry, care, and spoil. Half slave, half idol, she is kept apart. Her palace prison is a veiled shrine, enough for her the sweet world of the heart. Ah, little hath a lady to resign. Listless she dreams the sultry noon away, the painted fan just stirs her raven hair. The silken curtains yield the shadowy day that makes the pale, fair beauty seem more fair. Faint are the colours in the darkened room. When the wind lifts the curtains, crimson fold, amid the rich obscurity of gloom are seen the rainbow gems, the carved gold. And on a table near, a little flower droops in a vase as white as sculptured snow. It was her favourite in her childhood's bower, the marvel of Peru, she loves it now. The perfumed atmosphere around is filled with many odours, summer scented spoil. The fragrant waters from sweet woods distilled, spices and cinnamon and precious oil. Oh, a life of pleasure, languor and repose! Like some frail plant that languishes at noon, the dark-eyed beauty need not envy those to whom such charmed lot were earth's best boon. What is the world we live in but a strife of vanity and envy, hate and fear? That what we so miscall our social life is one great error, sullen, vast, and drear. A happier lot is woman's thus confined to one deep love and one sweet solitude. Ah, what availeth to awake the mind whose higher struggles are so soon subdued? The Mask of Gaiety by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis strange to think, if we could fling aside the mask and mantle many were from pride, how much would we know so little guess, deep in each heart's undreamed, unsought recess. The careless smile, like a bright banner borne, the laugh like merriment, the lip of scorn, and for a cloak, what is there that can be so difficult to pierce as gaiety? Too dazzling to be scanned, the gloomy brow seems to hide something it would not avow. But mocking words, light laugh, and ready jest, these are the bars, the curtains to the breast. The Message by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A moment, Lady Nightingale, a maiden sits alone, with the moonlight falling round her, my loved one and my own. Say sweetest things, in singing to this dear love of mine. I cannot trust my messages to any voice but thine. The Michaelmas Daisy by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Last smileth the departing year, sister sweets are flown, my pensive breath is far more dear from blooming thus alone. My tender blush thy simple frame unnoticed might have passed, but now thou contest with softer claim the loveliest and the last. Sweet are the charms in thee refined, the emblem of hope's gay wing. 'Tis thine to call past bloom to mind, to promise future spring. The Mind's Unrest by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Mind, dangerous and glorious gift, too much thy native heaven has left its nature in thee, for thy light to be content with earthly home. It hath another, and its sight will too much to that other roam. And heavenly light and earthly clay but ill beareth alternate sway, till jarring elements create the evil which they sought to shun, and deeper feel their moral state in struggling for a higher one. There is no rest for the proud mind, conscious of its high powers confined. Vain dreams and feverish hopes arise, it is itself its sacrifice. The Minister by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dim through the sculptured aisles the sunbeam falls, more like a dream of some imagined beam in actual daylight over mortal walls. A strain of music like the washing wind, but deep and sweet as if the waters meet in one mysterious harmony combined. So swells the mighty organ, rich and full, as if it were the soul which raised the glorious whole of that fair building, vast and wonderful. Now if not the spirit feel its influence, all vain and feverish care, all thoughts that worldly are, strife tumult mirth, and fear vanished hence. A world is put aside within the heart, whose hopes arise, thrice sacred mysteries, which our earthly nature has no part. Our Christian fain the soul expands in thee, and Alpha and thy tomb speak of hope and doom, which leads and cheers men to eternity. The Minstrel's Monitor by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Silent and dark as the source on yon river, whose birthplace we know not, and seek not to know, but wild as the flight of a shaft from yon quiver, is the course of its waves as in music they flow. The lily flings o'er it its silver-white blossom, like ivory barks which a fairy hath made. The rose o'er it bends with its beautiful bosom, as though 'twere enamoured itself of its shade. The sunshine, like hope, in its noontide hour slumbers on the stream, as it laughed the bright place of its rest, and its waves pass in song, as the seashell's soft numbers had given to those waters their sweetest and best. The banks that surround it are flower-dropped and sunny. There the first birth of violets odor showers weep. There the bee heaps his earliest treasure of honey, or sinks in the depths of a harebell to sleep. Like prisoners escaped during night from their prison, the waters fling gaily their spray to the sun. Who can tell me from whence that glad river has risen? Who can say whence it springs in its beauty? Not one. O my heart and my song, which is as my heart's flowing, read their fate in yon river, for such is thine own. Mid vows the chief praise on thy music bestowing, who cares for the lips from whence issue the tone? Dark as its birthplace, so dark is my spirit, whence yet the sweet waters of melody came. 'Tis the long aftercourse, not the source, will inherit the beauty and glory of sunshine and fame. The Missionary by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is a glorious task to seek where misery droops the patient head, where tears are on the widow's cheek, where weeps the mourner o'er the dead. These are the moments when the heart turns from a world no longer dear. These are the moments to impart the only hope still constant here. That hope is present in our land, for many a sacred shrine is there. Time-honored old cathedrals stand, each village has its house of prayer. O'er all the realm one creed is spread, one name adorned, one altar known. If souls there be in doubt or dread, alas, the darkness is their own. The priest, whose heart is in his toil, hath here a task of hope and love. He dwells upon his native soil, he has his native sky above. Not so beneath this foreign sky, not so upon this burning strand, where yonder giant temples lie, the miracles of mortal hand. Mighty and beautiful, but given to idols of a creed profane, that cast the shade of earth on heaven by fancies monstrous, vile, and vain. The rotary here must half unlearn the accents of his mother tongue, must dwell mid strangers, and must earn fruits from a soil reluctant wrung. His words on hardened hearts must fall, hardened till God's appointed hour. Yet he must wait and watch o'er all, till hope grows faith and prayer has power. And many a grave neglected lies, where sleep the soldiers of the Lord, who perished 'neath the sultry skies, where first they preached that sacred word. But not in vain, their toil was blessed, life's dearest hope by them was won, a blessing is upon their rest, and on the work which they begun. Yon city, where our purer creed was a thing unnamed, unknown, has now a sense of deeper need, has now a place of prayer its own. Many a darkened mind has light, many a stony heart has tears, the morning breaking o'er that night, so long upon those godless fears. Our prayers be with them, we who know the value of a soul to save, must pray for those who seek to show the heaven hope beyond the grave. The Missionary's Wife by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not through the quiet shadows of our vale have I pursued thy path, by gods and vine, not where the violet rises on the gale, not where the green fields in the summer shine. Wide was our little dwelling, and around were kindred, ancient friends and countrymen. Not often did it now a ruder sound than when the childlike brook laughed through the glen. We left our country, and we left our home, for other stranger lands beyond the sea. Thou at the bidding of thy God to roam, strong in thy faith, and I to follow thee. The wild woods heard our voices and the name of the Redeemer, till that hour unknown, praises and prayers amid the desert came, stirring its depths with their eternal tone. Men who till then had never known the voice which murmured at their hearts of awe and fear, now knew it called upon them to rejoice, and felt the presence of their God was near. Hast not the rosy morning heard our hymn, heralding in the labours of the day? And when the twilight's purple shades were dim, our task were closed with words that praise and pray. Be this the omen of all coming time. So spread thy word from rise to set of sun, till the one God be known from clime to clime, and the great work of Christian love be done. The Montmorency Waterfall and Cown near Quebec by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We do not ask for the leaves and flowers that laugh as they look on the summer hours. Let the violet shrink and sigh, let the red rose pine and die. The sledge is yoked, away we go, amid the firs o'er the soundless snow. Lo, the pine is singing its murmuring song over our heads as we pass alone. And every bough with pearl is hung, whither then those that from ocean sprung. The sledge is yoked, away we go, amid the firs o'er the soundless snow. The ice is bright with a thousand dyes, like the changeful light in the beauty's eyes. Now it were her blush, and now it were the white of her marble brow. The sledge is yoked, and away we go, beneath the firs o'er the soundless snow. We are wrapped with ermine and sable round, by the Indian and trackless forests found. The sunbeams over the wide world shine, and we carry with us the purple wine. The sledge is yoked, and away we go, beneath the firs o'er the soundless snow. Moon by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The moon is sailing o'er the sky, but lonely all, as if she pined for somewhat of companionship, and felt it was in vain she shined. Earth is her mirror, and the stars' eyes were caught around her throne. She's a beauty and a queen, but what is this she is alone? Is there not one to share the glorious royalty on high? I cannot choose but pity thee, thou lovely orphan of the sky. I'd rather be the meanest flower that grows, my mother earth, on thee, so there were others of my kin to blossom, bloom, drop, die with me. Earth, thou hast sorrow, grief, and death, but with these better could I bear than reach and rule yon radiant sphere and be a solitary there. The Moon is on the Silent Lake by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The moon is on the silent lake. I loved so much of yore, and as in other days I stand beside its willowed shore. It is not changed. The quiet wave glides in its beauty on, and not a bud and not a leaf seems from the green tree gone. Like fairy barks those lilies spread their white wings to the air. Those flowers so lovely and so frail, still are they floating there. It cannot be that years have passed since last I saw the place, for years bring change, and here's not anything a change. I fling me down on yon green bank and dream my dreams of old, drink hope's pectolus draughts again from stay waves of gold. Oh no, my heart's awake, I cannot sleep again. I know hope's golden sands are dross, I know life's dreams are vain. I would there were some sign of change upon the scene around. 'Tis sad to think in mine own heart alone the change is found. Like birds and winds that pass away, our hopes, our joys depart. Nature has no desert place, like the lorn human heart. For there are 1,000 flowers that rise fair from the winter dew. But hopes are annuals that know no second spring of bloom. The moonlight falleth lovely over earth by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The moonlight falleth lovely over earth, and strange indeed must be the mind of man that can resist its beautiful reproach. How can hate work like fever in the soul with such entire tranquillity around? Evil must be our nature to refuse such gentle intercession. The Morality of Diamonds by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There was an evil in Pandora's box beyond all other ones, yet it came forth in guise so lovely that men crowded round and sought it as the dearest of all treasure. Then were they stung with madness and despair. High minds were bowed in abject misery. The hero trampled on his laurelled crown, while genius broke the lute it waked no more. Young maidens, with pale cheeks and faded eyes, wept till they died. Then there were broken hearts, insanity, and jealousy, that feeds unto satiety, yet loathes its food. Suicide, digging its own grave, and hate unquenchable and deadly, and remorse, the vulture feeding on its own life-blood. The evil's name was love. These curses seem as follow us forever. The Mother's Warning by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Pray thee, dear one, heed him not, love's an unquiet lot. Why for words of fear and fate shouldst thou change thy sweet estate? Linger yet upon the hour of the green leaf and the flower. Art thou happy? For thy sake do the birds their music make, birds of golden plums that bring sunshine from a distant spring? For thine eyes the roses grow, red as sunset, white as snow, and the bees are gathering cold ere the winter hours come cold. Flowers are colouring the wildwood. Art thou weary of thy childhood? Break not its enchanted reign, such life never knows again. Wilt thou laugh? Oh, listen, all I can tell thee of such thrill, for my heart be changed and chill, yet that heart remembers still all the sorrow that it proved, all I suffered while I loved. 'Tis to waste the feverish day in impatient hopes away, watching with weary eye for a step that comes not nigh. 'Tis to pass the night in weeping, vigils the heart's penance keeping, shedding tears, but while they fall, are ashamed to weep at all. There are darker hours in store, loving, yet beloved no more. And the lover's heart is changed, and the lover's eye has ranged. Sit thou down as by a grave, we bore all thy young faith gave. Weep and weep in vain, for never could endurance or endeavour, love in every action shown, keep a false heart for your own. It is won at little cost, but still easier it is lost. I should see that sunny hair braided with less anxious care. I should see that cheek grow pale as the lily in the vale. I should hear those steps whose flight is so musical and light, dragging onwards languid slow, caring nothing where they go. Ooh, for all I see will come, ooh, for our deserted home. If to love thy choice shall be, farewell, my sweet child, to thee. The Nativity by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Far in the desert the east had shone a guiding star, and only one. The other planets left the sky, trembling as if rebuked on high. The moon forsook her silvery height, abashed before that holier light. The storm clouds that on ever lay melted before its glorious ray. Till half the heaven shone pure and clear, like some diviner atmosphere than ours, when heavy vapours rise from the vile earth to dim the skies. Meet herald of that promised day, when so shall burst the bond of clay, and, purified from earth stains, come radiant to its eternal home. On rode the star, nor paused to shed its glory o'er the mountainside, where on the morning sunshine fell, the eve's last crimson laugh to dwell. The gilded roof, the stately fen, the garden nor the corn-hid plain, the camp where red watchfires were keeping guard o'er 1,000 soldiers sleeping. But temple, palace, city past, that star paused in the sky at last. It paused where, roused from slumbers mild, lay amid the kin a newborn child. Are there no clarions upon earth to tell mankind their monarch's birth? Are there no banners to unfold, heavy with purple and with gold? Are there no flowers to strew the ground, no arches with a palm branch bound, no fires to kindle on the hill? No, man is mute, the world is still. Ill would all earthly pomp agree with this hour's mild solemnity. The tidings which that infant brings are not for conquerors nor for kings, nor for sceptre nor for brand, for crowned head nor red right hand, but to the contrite and the meek, the sinful, sorrowful, and weak, of those who with a hope sublime are waiting for the Lord's good time. Only for those the angels sing. All glory to our newborn King, and peace and goodwill unto men. Hosanna to our God. Amen. The New Year by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Let the black clouds sweep o'er the sky, earth-born, with you to our earthly sphere, that pale for the departed one, that cradle for the coming year. Heavy like many a heart below, yet lit with gleams of broken light, uncertain, shadowy, and their glooms are soon to merge in deeper night. On such a scroll might fate inscribe the records of the year to be, the dark, the transient. Such a page, O earth, is chronicle for we. 'Twas the false signs that which sought the future where those planets shine, the bright, the calm. What have they in common, or with thee or thine? The clouds and the stars, to them the omen and the sign be given. The clouds, the vapours of our soil, not stars, whose element is heaven. The deepening shade, the flitting light, mark what each coming month will know. The passing joy, the constant care of life's sad pilgrimage below. The past still mirrors the to come. Let each say what their past has been. Do we not shudder to recall? Would we live o'er each troubled scene? Ah, happy those, if such there be, whose still unbroken spirits raise some vision to be realized, some fond belief in happier days. The changeful year itself may read its lesson to the human heart. How pass away its sunshine hours, how does its loveliness depart? From the first flower, which, timid, sad, rises amid the unkindly snow, to the last rose, whose pale sweet blush has half forgot its early glow. Do we not fade and fall? The air, forgetful of her summer spell, till earth seems one vast sepulchre, inscribed with one sad word, farewell. And thus it is with life, how soon its early hopes decline and die, and love, which lingers to the last, forgets its smile, but keeps its sigh. Look back, 12 phantoms drear and dim have melted into silent space. 12 more come gradual in their room with eager step and hidden face. Trust them not. The veil when raised will shew what faces ye have known, though still from ever added round something of light and life is flown. Those cheerful bells, how can they bid a welcome to the newborn year? I think on what the past has been, I cannot hope, I only fear. Our vanity of mirth, those bells, what mockery the peal they gave. Jim, as for departing soul, toll of a new year, as a grave. The Night Blowing Convolvulus by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not to the sunny hours that awaken other flowers, darst to fling forth the odour of thy sighing, but in the time of gloom is yielded thy perfume like love that lives when all beside is dying. Mournful the chamber where thou dost embalm the air, familiar long with watching and with weeping, an anxious circle gaze upon the moonlit rays, amid the tranquil waves of ocean sleeping. Far on the waters wild, far from his wife and child, for his sake reckless on the quiet pillow, more restless than his own, he who is careless frown, where sweeps the southern wind, where swells the billow. Long have I watched and wept, and bitter reckoning kept of days, alas, that seem to have no ending. The hourly prayer unwon, we see the setting sun upon some unbroken sea descending. To every passing cloud a fancy is allowed, it is the fair ship through the water springing. Ah, no, not yet the gale expends a homeward sail, him whom they have so long expected bringing. He would not know his child, it was an infant smiled, unconscious of his sorrowful caressing. From the red lip was heard no small familiar word. Now the fair boy can ask his father's blessing. The mother wears no more the smile and blush she wore in the glad days when they were last together. Her brows wan with fears, her eyes are dim with tears, her cheek has changed with every change of weather. Alas, her love has grown too anxious and too prone to trouble with its passionate emotion. Upon her dreams at night come visions of affright, all the tumultuous perils of the ocean. When these dark thoughts prevail, what hope can then avail, but that which riseth amid prayers to heaven, upon the gloomy hour, like thy soft breath, sweet flower, whose odours are alone to midnight given? Nizam's Daughter by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She is as yet a child in years, 12 springs are on her face, yet in her slender form appears the woman's perfect grace. Her silken hair, that glossy black, but only to be found there, or upon the raven's back, full sweeping to the ground. 'Tis parted in 2 shining braids with silver and with gold, and one large pearl by contrast aids the darkness of each fold. And for she is so young, that flowers seem natural to her now, there rests the champaque's snowy flowers around her sculptured brow. Close to her throat the silvery vest by shining clasps is bound, scarce may her graceful shape be guessed by drapery floating round. But the small curve of it vein throat, like marble but more warm, the fair foot and hand denote how perfect is the form. Upon the ankle and the wrist there is a band of gold, no step by Grecian fountain kissed was of diviner mould. In the bright girdle round her waist, there the red rubies shine, the Candra's glittering hilt is placed to mark a royal line. Her face is like the moonlight pale, strangely and purely fair, for never summer sun nor gale has touched the softness there. There are no colours of a rose, alone the lip is red, no blush disturbs the sweet repose which o'er the cheek is shed. And yet the large black eyes, like night, have passion and have power, within their sleepy depths is light for some wide awakening hour. A world of sad and tender dreams 'neath those long lashes sleep, a native pensiveness that seems too still and sweet to weep. Of such seclusion now we nought, yet surely woman here grows shrouded from all common thought more delicate and dear, and love was made the thing apart, must seem the more divine, when the sweet temple of the heart is a thrice veiled shrine. The Oak by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is the last survivor of a race strong in the forest pride when I was young. I can remember when for miles around, in place of those smooth meadows and cornfields, there stood 10,000 tall and stately trees, such as had braved the winds of March, the bolts sent by the summer lightning, and the snow heaping for weeks their boughs. Even in the depth of hot July the glades were cool, the grass yellow and parched elsewhere grew long and fresh, shading wild strawberries and violets, or the lark's nest, and overhead The dove had a lone dwelling, paying for a home with melancholy songs, and scarce a bech was there without a honeysuckle linking around, with its red tendrils and pink flowers, or girdled by a briar rose, whose buds yield fragrant harvest for the honey-bee. There dwelt the last red deer, those antlered kings, but this is a dream. The plough has passed with a strong bound, and the day has looked on the green twilight of the forest trees. This oak has no companion. The Offering by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I see them fading around me, the beautiful, the bright, as the rose-red lights had darkened at the falling of night. I had a lute whose music made sweet the summer wind, but the broken strings have vanished and no song remains behind. I had a lonely garden, fruit and flowers on every bough, but the frost came too severely, 'tis decayed and blighted now. That lute is like my spirits, they have lost their buoyant tone, crushed and shattered, they've forgotten the glad notes once their own. And my mind is like that garden, it has spent its early store, and wearied and exhausted, it has no strength for more. I will look on them as warnings, sent less in wrath and laugh, to call the being homeward, to its other home above. As the lesbian and false worship hung a harp upon the shrine, when the world lost its attraction, so will I offer mine, but in another spirit, with a higher hope and aim, and in a holier temple and to a holier name. I offer up affections void, violent, and vain. I offer up years of sorrow, of a mind and body's pain. I offer up my memory, 'tis a drear and darkened page, where experience has been bitter and whose youth has been like age. I offer hopes whose folly only afterthoughts can know, for instead of seeking heaven they were chained to earth below. Saying, long and grief have brought me to thy altar as a home, I am sad and broken hearted, and therefore am I come. Let the incense of my sorrow be on high a sacrifice, the worn and contrite spirit thou alone wouldst not despise. The Old Times by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Do you recall what knows living only amid the memories garnered at the heart? The quiet garden, quiet and so lonely, where fruit and flowers had each an equal part? When we had gathered cowslips in the meadow, we used to bear them to the ancient seat, moss grown beneath the apple tree's soft shadow, which flung its rosy blossoms at our feet in the old, old times, the dear old times. Near was the well o'er whose damp walls were weeping, stonecrop and groundsel and pale yellow flowers, while o'er the banks the strawberries plants were creeping, in the wild beauty of June's earliest hours. The currant bush and lilac grew together, the bean's sweet breath was blended with the rose. Alike rejoicing in the pleasant weather that brought the bloom to these, the fruit arose in the old, old times, the dear old times. There was no fountain over marble falling, but the bees murmured one perpetual song, like soothing waters, and the birds were calling amid the fruit trees' blossoms all day long. Upon the sunny grass plot stood the dial, whose measure time's strange contrast with ours made. Was it the omen of life's after-trial, that even then the hours were told in shade, in the old, old times, the dear old times? But the little recked we when of those sick fancies, to which in afterlife a spirit yields. Our world was of fairies and romances with which we wandered over summer fields. Then did we question of the down balls blowing to know if some slight wish would come to pass. If showers we feared, shower we sought, were growing some weather flower which was our weather glass. In the old, old times, the dear old times. Yet my heart warms at these fond recollections, breaking the heavy shadow on my day. Who have cared for all the deep affections, the love, the kindness I have thrown away? The dear old garden, there is no remaining, as little of its bloom as rests with me. My only memory is the sad complaining, mourning that never more for us can be, the old, old times, the dear old times. The Orphan by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alone, alone, the other face has kindred smile, kindred line, yet they say my mother's eyes, they say my father's brow is mine. I had rejected to see the other's likeness in my face, But now it is a stranger's eye that finds some long-forgotten trace. I had to name my father's death as home and tomb belike the wave, and I was early taught to weep beside my youthful mother's grave. I wish I could recall one look, only one familiar tone, but aught of memory should feel so all alone. My heart is gone beyond the grave, in search of love I cannot find. I could fancy soothing words whispered with the evening wind. I gaze upon the watching stars, so clear, so beautiful above, I could dream they look on me with something of an answering love. My mother, does that gentle eye look from those distant stars on me? Or does the wind at evening bear a message to that child from thee? Does the pine for me, that pine again, a parent's love to share? Often kneel beside the grave, and pray to be asleep there. Vesper bell, 'tis eventide, I will not weep, but I will pray. God of the fatherless, 'tis woe, long canst before orphans stay. Earth's meanest flower, heaven's mightiest star, equal to the Maker's love. I can say, I will be done, with eyes that fix their hopes above. The Orphan Ballad Singers by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, very, very are our feet, and very, very is our way. From many a long and crowded street we've wandered mournfully today. My little sister, she is pale, she is too tender and too young to bear the autumn's sullen gale, and all day long the child has sung. She was our mother's favorite child, who loved her for her eyes of blue, and she is delicate and mild, she cannot do what I can do. She never met her father's eyes, although they were so like her own. In some far distant sea he lies, a father to his child unknown. The first time that she lisped his name, a little playful thing she was, how proud we were, yet that night came the tale how he had sunk at sea. My mother never raised her head, how strange, how white, how cold she grew. It was a broken heart, they said, I wish our hearts were broken too. We have no home, we have no friends, they say our home no more was ours. Our cottage where the ash tree bends, the garden we had filled with flowers. The sounding shells our father brought, that we might hear the sea at home. Our bees that in the summer wrought the winter's golden honeycomb. We wandered forth mid wind and rain, no shelter from the open sky. I only wish to see again my mother's grave, and rest and die. Alas, it is the very thing to sing our ballads hour and hour. The songs we used at home to sing, alas, we have a home no more. The Palace Called Beautiful by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He wandered on a very way he wandered on, till eagerness and fortitude, till all but hope were gone. The night fell dark around his steps, and terrible is falling night, for cheerful thoughts of enterprise attend on morning's light. And there were lions in the way, the lion mighty in his wrath. No marvel that the traveller shrank from such a dreary path. Then spake the porter of the house that was so fair, the house whose name was Beautiful, and bade him not despair. Chained were the lions on his way, and he could safely pass along, if that he had a steadfast hope, and if his faith were strong. He entered in the lovely place. 4 maidens at the door, with wine and bread and pleasant words, his fainting soul restore. Next morn they furnished him with arms that in the sunshine glowed. Who were the maidens setting forth a Christian on his road? Prudence and pity, intent on every work of love, and charity whose youthful heart is tender as the dove. The Palace of the 7 Stories by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The past, it is a fearful thing, with an eagle sweep and a tiger spring. Here was a palace, the dwelling of kings, now to its turrets a creeping plant clings. The past, it is a mighty grave. What remains for the present to save? A few sad thoughts, a few brief words, these are the richest of memory's haunts. Where temples stood, the tamarits grow, broken columns are mouldering below. No steps are heard in the ruined hall, such is man's pride and such is its fall. The Pansy by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. His name is on the haunted flower, linked with those dreams that come in inspiration's lovely hour, whose memory is fame. He saw that flower when he was young, alike in life and heart, and round it those sweet fancies flung that never more depart. 1,000 blossoms bloom and die upon their mother earth, unnoticed in the transient sigh, forgotten in their birth. But when the poet's heart has cast its own deep beauty there, the shadow of a charmed past makes every leaf more fair. The poet and the flower repay what each the other yields. He loiters on his twilight way amid the summer fields, delighted in the lovely things that round his path gleam, while over them his spirit flings a music and a dream. He of the Evan's gentle way was conscious of his power. Was he not happy when he gave his fancy to that flower, and left a vision of delight amid its folded leaves? A vision delicate and bright, which every heart receives. His lot was what the poet's lot has ever been on earth, yet toil and trouble were forgot in one enchanted birth. That little purple flower imparts a pleasure deep and true, then he bequeaths to other hearts the joy that first he knew. The Parting Charge by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I see the white sails of thy ship, the blue depths of the sea. I hear the wind sweep o'er the wave that bears thee, love, for me. Thy flag shines in the crimson sun, now setting in the brine. Which sun will set tomorrow where but light no sail of wine. Yet with tomorrow's evening star again I'll seek this spot, to see I gave my parting charge, my last forget-me-not. Around my neck there is a band, 'tis made of dark hair. Its links guard my heart's dearest prize, a broken ring they bear. A like pledge hangs upon thy breast, the last sweet gift love gave. We broke that ring, we twined that hair upon a maiden's grave. A girl who died of broken woes, how can love be forgot? A fitting shrine for faithful hearts to sigh, forget me not. How can I bear to think on all the dangers thou must brave? My fears will deem each gale a storm, while thou art on the wave. How my young heart will cling to all that breaths of wine of thee! How will plant thy favourite flowers and nurse thy favourite tree! Thou, oh thou, by shade or shine, or storm or calm thy lot, be on thy heart our parting words, our fond forget-me-not. Now I pray thee, mother, let me gaze upon the distant sail. What matters that my eye is dim, or that my cheek is pale? And tell me not, 'tis vain to weep for him who is away. With sighs nor tears will speed the flight of but a single day. It is not that I hope to bring my sailor to our cot, but who can say and yet not weep, farewell, forget me not. The Parting Word by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I leaned within the window that overlooks the tide. I saw our eyes were meeting, and I saw naught beside. I knew that we were parting, that knowledge made me say more than my lips had ventured on any other day. I asked, will you forget me? Too long my dreaming heart recalled the words we whispered as where we stood apart. I see the open window, the careless talkers near, and how I talked as careless to shun their smile or sneer. I see the silent river, and wander darkly on, while the mournful light of midnight above the water shone. I said, so darkly flowing my course of life has been, with mocking lights whose lustre but partly showed the scene. I felt as if the morning at length began to shine, as if my spirit's daybreak came from those eyes of thine. I felt I deeply loved thee, the fond and earnest love, firm as the earth beneath me, true as the stars above. Such love as I had painted through long and lonely years, too passionately happy, my eyes were filled with tears. I wished that I had shed them, they had not then been kept, for the hours that came the more to weep as I have wept. For I felt the folly of all I fancied then, not with my own heart's loving am I beloved again. I fear my evil planet, whose fortune has denied the only heart I covet in all a world so wide. The memory of that moment is lingering with me yet. I said to you, remember. Ah, must I say forget? The Past by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My spirit may not turn away from love that was its first and last. The thoughts a future cannot bring, I turn and dwell upon the past. You do not know how I have loved, you do not know what I have lost. My bark of venturing hope is wrecked, my own heart only knows the cost. I may look on a face as fair as that forever from me gone. However fair to be, can I look as I looked upon that one? No, you bid me laugh again, laugh as I once laughed. You must bring the passionate feelings of my youth, the warmth and dew that made it spring. Love is divine in our belief of its eternity. How vain, when we have known that love can die, to think that he can live again. Even if I could dream once more, what have I left to offer now? A heart which knows that it can change, a solid faith, a broken bow. But this is vain. Go search the seas, and bring oblivion's wave with me, its deepest one. Then thou mayst speak, and only then, of love to me. My heart is full of other days, and its dark boding are as vows felled by the elders of the land when Judah's second temple rose. Those who had looked upon the first, or could they think the second fair? They only turned aside, and wept another temple should be there. They never name love's name to me, unless the gentle word is said, as pity names a buried friend, as sore murmurs of a dead. For love and death are grown to me, associate terms. I only crave from one the gift of memory, and from the other of a grave. The Past by Letitia Landon. My spirit may not turn away from love that was its first and last. The thoughts a future cannot bring, I turn and dwell upon the past. You do not know how I have laughed, you do not know what I have lost. My bark of venturing hope is wrecked, my own heart only knows the cost. I may look on a face as fair as that forever from me gone. However fair to be, can I look as I looked upon that one? No, you bid me laugh again, laugh as I once laughed. You must bring the passionate feelings of my youth, the warmth and dew that made it spring. Love is divine in our belief of its eternity. How vain, when we have known that love can die, to think that he can live again. Even if I could dream once more, what have I left to offer now? A heart which knows that it can change, a solid faith, a broken bow. But this is vain. Go search the seas, and bring oblivion's wave with me, its deepest one. Then thou mayst speak, and only then, of love to me. My heart is full of other days, and its dark boding are as vows felled by the elders of the land when Judah's second temple rose. Those who had looked upon the first, or could they think the second fair? They only turned aside, and wept another temple should be there. They never name love's name to me, unless the gentle word is said, as pity names a buried friend, as sore murmurs of a dead. For love and death are grown to me, associate terms. I only crave from one the gift of memory, and from the other of a grave. The Past. Now what shall we give the past? By Letitia Landon. The past. Now what shall we give the past? Oh, give it tears. For the sores that heavily shadows cast are our early years. For friends that are friends to us no more, for the grief behind and the gloom before, for love that is weeping beside the grave, it will perish by those whom it could not save. Long may it mourn over those beneath, lingering a life that is worse than death. For brief is the reign of a sunny hour, long is that of the shade and the shower. For pleasure in which we no more take part, for weariness lying like frost on the heart, for on earth worn out as sky our cast. The past, now what shall we give the past? Or give it tears? The past, now what shall we give the past? Or give it smiles, for falsehood, which, ending in truth at last, no more beguiles, for the pleasures from which we turn aside, for the friends whose flattery we now deride. They came to our sight in the leaf and the flower, they all fell off in the winter hour. For hopes that are colourless now and dead, down at our feet in the dust that we tread, and we marvel whenever we lighted our way, with hues so painted and false as way. For all the deceits we have seen depart, for the scorn which fills in hearts the heart, for the knowledge so harshly acquired at last. The past, no one shall give the past, oh, give it smiles. The past, no one shall give the past, forgetfulness. Oh, for some blessedness way to cast our thoughts, which press the heavy heart, wearied and worn with all it bears and all it has borne. We will think no more of our friends of our youth, folly that ever we trusted their truth. Perish the hopes that never again can soothe or solace, delude or sustain. Think no more of a love which is fled, a far with the faithless or deep with the dead. all that has ever beguiled or betrayed. Mute be its memory, deep be its shade, for all the flowers it to earth has cast. The past. What should we give for past? Peri, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It was a bower of roses, linked by rifts of the golden jasmine, loved by the bee, whose summer home it is. The flower that breathes upon the Indian girl's dark hair, and she braids her long tresses for festivity. Beside we sweet and sunny chains, and close soft leaves, some white as foam flakes of the sea, some veined with pink, but more than all there glows the hue like maiden's cheek, when love calls forth a rose. Above the blossoms hung an airy form, upborne by pinions of an azure dye, playing around like light. Her cheek is warm with rich carnation, and its starry eye has the bright color of a noontide sky. Her look is passionless, no deeper hue varies that blush, and as she floats, a sigh of odors and a fresher fall of dew welcome the waving music from those wings of blue. The Phantom, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I come from my home in the depth of the sea, I come that thy dreams may be haunted by me, not as we parted, a rose on my brow, but shadowy, silent, I visit thee now. The time of our parting was when the moon shone, of all heaven's daughters the loveliest one. No cloud in her presence, no star at her side, she smiled on her mirror, and Vasal the tide. Unbroken its silver, undreamed of its swell, there was hope and not fear in our midnight farewell. While drooping around were the wings white and wild of a ship that was sleeping as slumbers a child. I turned to look from thee, to look on the bower, which thou hast been training in sunshine and shower. So thick were the green leaves, the sun and the rain sought to pierce through the shelter from summer in vain. It was not its ash tree, the home of the wren, and the haunt of the bee, I was thinking of then, not yet of violets sweet on the air, but I thought of the true love who planted them there. I come to thee now, my long hair on the gale, it is wreathed with no red rose, is bound with no veil, it is dark with the sea damps and wet with the spray, the gold of its auburn has long passed away. And dark is the cavern wherein I have slept, there the seal and the dolphin their vigil have kept. And the roof is encrusted with white coral cells, wherein the strange insect that buildeth them dwells. There is life in the shells that has strewed on the sands, not filled but with music as on our own strands. Around me are whitening the bones of the dead, and the starfish has grown to the rock overhead. Sometimes a vast shadow goes darkly along, the shark or the swordfish, the fearful and strong. There is fear in the eyes that are glaring around, as they pass like the spectres of death without sound. Over rocks, without summer, the dull seaweeds trail, and the blossoms that hang there are scentless and pale. Amid their dark garlands the water snakes glide, and the sponge, like the moss, gave us thick at their side. Oh, would that the sunshine could fall on my grave, that the white flower and willow could over it wave. Oh, would that the daisies grew o'er my sleep, that the tears of the morning could over me weep. Thou art pale mid the dreams I shall trouble no more, the sore that kept me from slumber's hour. To the depths of the ocean in peace I depart, for I still have a grave greener far in thy heart. The Phantom, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I come from a home in the depth of the sea, I come that thy dreams may be haunted by me. Not as we parted, the rose on my brow, but shadowy, silent, I visit thee now. The time of our parting was when the moon shone, of all heaven's daughters the loveliest one. No cloud in her presence, no star at her side, she smiled on her mirror and Vasal the tide. Unbroken is silver, undreamed of its swell. There was hope and not fear in our midnight farewell. While dropping around were the wings white and wild of a ship that was sleeping as slumbers a child. I turned to look from it, to look on the bower, which thou hast been training in sunshine or shower. So thick were the green leaves, the sun and the rain sought to pierce through the shelter from summer in vain. It was not the ash tree, the home of a wren, and the haunt of a bee, I was thinking of then, nor yet of violets sweet on the air, but I thought of the true love who planted them there. Come to thee now, my long hair on the gale, it is reft with no red roses, bound with no veil. It is dark with the sea damps and wet with the spray, the gold of its auburn has long passed away. And dark is the cavern wherein I have slept, where the seal and the dolphin their vigil have kept, and the roof is encrusted with white coral cells, wherein the strange insect that buildeth them dwells. There's life in the shells that are strewed o'er the sands, not filled but with music as on our own strands. Around me are whitening the bones of the dead, and the starfish has grown to the rock overhead. Sometimes a vast shadow goes darkly along, the shark or the swordfish, the fearful and strong. There is fear in the eyes that are glaring around, as they pass like the spectres of death without sound. Our rocks without summer, the dull seaweeds trail, and the blossoms that spring there are scentless and pale. Amid their dark garlands the water snake glides, and the sponge, like the moss, gathers thick at their sides. I would that the sunshine could fall on my grave, that the wildflower and willow could over it wave. Oh, would that the daisies grew over my sleep, that the tears of a morning could over me weep. Bored pale mid thy dreams, I shall trouble no more. The soul that kept me from slumber's hour. To the depths of the ocean in peace I depart, for I still have a grove greener far in thy heart. Phoenix and Dove by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My wings are bright with a rainbow's dyes, my birth is amid perfume, my death song is music's sweetest sighs, the sun himself lights my tomb. My flight is traced in the clouds above, the grave teems with life for me. Stand alone, alone, cried the dove, oh, I then can but pity thee. The Pilgrim by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And Parma, grey Parma by Galilee's wave, oh, saw you Count Albert the gentle and brave, when the crescent waxed faint and the Red Cross rushed on? Oh, saw you him foremost on Mount Lebanon? The lady sat in her lonely tower. She woke not her lute, she touched not a flower. While the lute wooed her hand with its silver string, and the roses were rich with the wealth of spring. But she thought not of them, for her heart was afar. It was with her knight in the holy war. She looked in the west, it was not to see the crimson and gold of the sky and sea, lighted alike by the setting sun, as rather the day than night were begun. But it was that a star was rising there, like a diamond set in the purple air, the natal star of her own true knight. No marvel the maiden watched its light. At their parting hour they bade it be their watch and sign of fidelity. Amid the rich and purple crowd that throng the west is a single cloud, differing from all around. It sails, the cradle of far-off gales, than the soft and southern airs, which bring but the dew, and the flowers sigh on their wing. Like some dark spirit shadowy car, it floats on and hides that lovely star, while the rest of the sky is bright and clear, the sole dark thing in the hemisphere. But the maiden had turned from sea and sky to gaze on the winding path, where her eye a pilgrim's distant form had scanned. He is surely one of a sacred band who seek the heavenly heritage by prayer and toil in pilgrim march. She stayed not to braid her raven hair, loose it flowed on the summer air. She took no heed of her silvery veil, her cheek might be kissed by the sun or the gale. She saw but the scroll in the pilgrim's hand, and the palm branch that told of a holy land. The Pirate's Song, Bona, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. To the mast nail our flag, and as dark as the grave of the death which it bears while it sweeps o'er the wave. Let our deck clear for action, our guns be prepared, with a boarding axe sharpen the scimitar barred. Set the canister ready, and then bring to me, for the last of my duties, the powder room key. It shall never be lowered, the black flag we bear. If the sea be denied us, we sweep through the air. Unshared have we left our last victory's prey. It is mine to divide it, and yours to obey. There are shawls that might suit the sultana's white neck, and pearls that are fair as the arms we will take. There are flasks which, unseal them, the air will disclose. They are Metta's fair summers, the home of a rose. I claim not a portion, I ask but as mine, 'tis to drink to our victory one cup of red wine. Some fight, 'tis for riches, some fight, 'tis for fame. The first I despise, and the last is a name. I fight, 'tis for vengeance. I laugh to see flow at the stroke of my sabre the life of my foe. I strike for the memory of long vanished years. I only shed blood where other sheds tears. I come as the lightning comes red from above, over the race that I love, to the battle I love. The Pirate's Song off the Tiger Island by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Our prize is won, our chase is o'er. Turn the vessel to the shore. Place yon rock, so that the wind, like a prisoner, howl behind. Which is darkest, wave or cloud? One a grave and one a shroud. While the thunder rend the sky, while the echoing wind reply, while the lightning sweep the seas, we are used to nights like these. Let it foam, the angry main, washing out the blood-red stain, which the evening conflict threw over waters bright and blue. For both the thunder break, 'twill but drown our victim shriek, and the lightning's serpent coil will but glimmer our spoil. Maidens, in whose orient eyes more than morning's sunshine lies, honor to the wind and waves, while they yield us such sweet slaves. Shawls richest of Kashmir, pearls from Almond's Bay are here, and Golconda's royal mine sends the diamonds here to shine. Let the stars at midnight glow, we have brighter stars below. Leave a planet of a pole, just to guide us to our goal. We'd not change for heaven's own stars, yon glad heap of red dinars. See the crimson silks unfold, and the slender chains of gold, like the glittering curls descending when the bright one's head is bending, and the radiant locks fall over, or her mirror or her lover, on which face she likes to dwell, 'twere a prophet's task to tell. All those crystal flasks and close, sighs of the imprisoned rose, and those porcelain urns are filled by sweet Indian wood distilled. And behold those fragrant piles, spice from the Manila Isles, nutmegs, cloves, and cinnamon. But our glorious task is done. Little dream the merchant's care, who his precious freight should share. Fill the wine cup to the brim, our first health shall be to him. The Pledge by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Come, let your cup flash, sunshine like to friends now far away. Here's to the absent and the loved. The absent, did you say? We have to drink to them. This very toast. What boots it to recall the friends whom we have loved and lost? Fast cuts our good ship through the sea. What does it leave behind? There is no path upon the wave, no track upon the wind. Like that swift ship we have passed on and left no deeper trace. The circle parted from at home has now no vacant place. Few and happier years than mine on thy young brow are set. Soon thou wilt learn time's easiest task is teaching to forget. I'll fill as high, I'll drink as deep, or must the toast be said? Well, here are all I ever pledge, at present and the dead. The Poet by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Or say not that truth does not dwell with the liar, that the minstrel will feign what he never has felt. Or say not his love is a fugitive fire, thrown over snow mountains will sparkle not melt. It is not the Alpen hills, rich with a ray of sunset, can image the sound of a bard. The light of the evening around them may play, but the frostwork beneath is, though bright, cold, and hard. 'Tis the burning volcano that ceaselessly glows, that the minstrel may find his own semblance portrayed. The red fires that gleam on the summit are vows that first on his own inmost spirit have prayed. Deeply the minstrel has felt all he sings, every passion he paints his own bosom has known. The note of white music has swept from the strings, at first his own feelings have echoed the tone. But say not his love is a fugitive fire, that the heart can be ice where the lip is of flame. Or say not the truth does not dwell with the liar, pulse of the heart in the harp of the same. The Poet's Lot by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The poet's lovely faith creates the beauty he believes. The light which on his footstep waits, he from himself receives. His lot may be a weary lot, his frail a heavy frail, and cares and griefs the crowd know not, his heart may know them all. But still he hath a mighty dower, the loveliness that throws over the common thought and hour the beauty of a rose. The Poet's Retreat by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, not in stately halls, or gilded rooms, or crowded city would I dwell with thee, but in a lowly cottage, not so high but that the jessamine could reach her roof, and in a lonely valley paint thee love. A small white dwelling in a paradise of many-colored flowers. At the door should be a little porch of honeysuckle. The lattices should have no other blinds than branches of red roses. In the room a lute be placed, whose music should be heard, together with the woodlark's evening song. Fresh flowers in green rush baskets, and some books, of which the spirit of sweet poesy had shed his soul of beauty and of passion. And landscapes on the walls, landscapes that gave the skies of other nations, rock and storm and mountain torrent, and black woods that dwell the dark banditti, so that we might prize still more the quiet of our own calm home. Our garden should be beautiful, but ours the only hands that made it beautiful. We would be proud of it. Our crocuses, those golden promises of April's wealth, should be the very first in spring, and ours the rose that bloomed the last in autumn. In the shade of an old ash, whose boughs hung o'er a bed of purple violets, we'd place our heap of bees, and plant a sweet briar by the stand. Around the country should be pleasant fields, corn and green meadows, and the hedges rich with luxuriant may and wilding rose. And in the summer-time wood strawberries mixed with azure bird's eye at their roots. Away, yet still the village should be seen visible, peeping from the tall elm trees with its white church and sunset-gilded spire. And there should be a little brook o'erhung with graceful willows, and the water-lily upon its calm cold surface. And at noon its ripple would come musical and low, mixed with the wood-dove's plaining to her mate. I could be happy anywhere with thee, but this, dear love, this would be paradise. Polar Star by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A star has left the kindling sky, a lovely northern light. How many planets are on high, but that has left the night. I miss its bright familiar face, it was a friend to me, associate with my native place and those beyond the sea. It rose upon our English sky, shone o'er our English land, and brought back many a loving eye and many a gentle hand. It seemed to answer to my thought, it called the past to mind, and with its welcome presence brought all I had left behind. The voyage it lights no longer, ends soon on a foreign shore. How can I but recall the friends whom I may see no more? Fresh from the pain it was to part, would I bear the pain? Yet strong the omen in my heart that says, meet again. Meet with the deeper, dearer love, for absence shows the worth of all from which we then remove, friends, home, and native earth. For lovely Polar Star, thine eyes still turned the first on thee, till I have felt a sad surprise that none looked up with me. That voice sunk below the wave, a radiant place unknown, I seemed to stand beside a grave and stand by it alone. Farewell! Would to me were given a power upon thy light, or words upon our English heaven thy loving race should write. Kind messengers of love and hope upon thy race should be, a shining orbit would have scope scarcely enough for me. Oh, fancy vain, as it is fond, and little needed too, my friends, I need not look beyond, my heart to look for you. The Poor by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Few, save the poor, feel for the poor, which know not how hard it is to be of needful food and needful rest debarred. The paths are paths of plenteousness, I sleep on silk and down, never think how heavenly the very head lies down. Know not of a scanty meal, small pale faces round the fire upon the cold damp hearth when snow is on the ground, and never by the window lean and see the gay pass by, when take the very task again but with a sadder eye. The Poppy by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Pale are her enchanted slumbers, pale is she with many dreams, that white brow the turban cumbers, when, yet feverish she seems. Not the fountain silvery flowing lulls that haunted sleep, round her are wild visions growing such as wake and weep. Drugged is that impassionate sleeping, sleep that is like life, by the unquiet pillow keeping hope and fear and strife. Fast the fatal flower has bound her in its heavy spell, strange wild phantasms surround her, but she knows them well. First there comes an hour Elysian, would it might remain, bringing back love's early vision, but without its pain. Soft the myrtles of the wildwood round her pathway part, happy like a guileless childhood with a woman's heart. But deepest shadow closes on those lovely hours, and the opening sky discloses old ancestral towers. There they stand, white, stately, solemn, while she looks they fall. Round her lies the broken column and the ruined wall. Then, amid the forest lonely, does she seem to stray. Our huge serpent, and one only, seems to mark her way. Then begins her hour of terror. Strange shapes know their time, struggling with some nameless error, with some unknown crime. Phantoms crowd around, repeating words that are of death. Loud her startled heart is beating louder than her breath. But the rosy lip has kissed her, with that kiss she wakes. Pale she gazes on the sister who her slumber breaks. Mighty must have been the sorrow, passionate the grief, which can thus a solace bore from that haunted leaf. Scarcer does the broken hearted draw living breath. Better it were quite departed than this life and death. The Portrait by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Let me look upon my face, fling back the clustering hair. Is happiness to gaze on anything so fair? 'Tis such a spring morning loveliness, the lushing and the bright, beneath whose sway unconsciously the heaviest heart grows light. The crimson flushing of the rose when some fresh wind has passed, parting the boss, just such a hue upon my cheeks cast. Golden curls, where sunshine dwells, is in the summer home, the brow whose snow is pure and white as that of ocean foam. For grief has thrown no shadow there, and worldliness no stain. It is as only flowers could grow in such a charmed domain. I would forsake with my hands, I bid it but allow the future to be like my past, and keep thee just as now. The Portrait of Lord Byron at Newstead Abbey by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is the face of youth, and yet not young. The purple lights, the ready smiles have vanished. The shadows by the very forehead flung, the gayer influence of life have banished. 'Tis sad and fixed, yet we can fancy gleams of feverish spirits suddenly awaking, flinging aside doubts, fancies fierce and dreams, like some red fire on startled midnight breaking. 'Tis an uncertain thing, a mind so framed, glorious the birthright, with its power inherent, mingling the loved, the feared, the praised, the blamed, the constant struggle of a clay and spirit. His name is on the haunted shade, his name is on the air. We walk the forest twilight glade, and only he is there. The ivy wandering o'er the wall, the fountain falling musical, proclaim him everywhere. The heart is full of him, and flings itself on all surrounding things. The youthful poet, here his mind was in its boyhood nursed. All that impatient soul enshrined was here developed first. What feelings and what thoughts have grown amid those cloisters, deep and lone. Life's best, and yet its worst, for fiery elements are they that mould and make such dangerous clay. A thousand gifts the poet hath of beauty and delight. He flingeth round a common path, a glory never come in sight, would find in common hours. And yet such visionary powers are kin to strife and wrath. The very light with which they glow but telleth of a fire below. Such minds are like the heated earth of southern soils and skies. Care calls not to laborious birth the lavish wealth that lies close to the surface. Some bright hour upsprings the fruit, unfolds the flower, and inward wonders rise. A thousand colors glitter around, and the golden harvest lights the ground. But not the less there lurks below the lava's burning wave. The red rose and the myrtle grow above a hidden grave. The life within earth's panting veins is fire, which silently remains in each volcanic cave. Fire that gives loveliness and breath, but giveth in one moment death. So framed is such a mind, it works with dangerous thoughts and things. Beneath the fiery lava lurks, but on the surface springs a prodigality of bloom, a thousand hues that might illume even an angel's wings. Thrice beautiful the outward show, still the volcano is below. It is the curse of such a mind that it can never rest. Ever its wings upon the wind in some pursuit are pressed. And either the pursuit is vain, or, if its object it attain, it was not worth the quest. Yet from the search it can keys, and found its plums, and be at peace. And what were that boy poet's dream, as here he wont to stray when evening cast the pensive gleams around his forest way, came there thick fancies mid the gloom of war-horse, trumpet, pennon, plum, and all the proud array, when mailed barons, stern and old, kept state in Newstead's ancient hold? Or more, was the boy's fancy won the penance end by woe, when hooded monk and veiled nun, the beating heart and brow, alike concealed from common eyes, revealed, perhaps, to midnight skies, dreams that possessed him now? Dreams of a world whose influence still prevaileth over human will? Or was it some wild dream of love that filled the summer noon, and saw but one sweet face above, what time the maiden moon looked on a fairy world beneath, and waked the hawthorn's sweetest breath, the fountain's softest tune? For young love, living on a smile, makes its own Eden for a while. The ancient hall, when winter came, gave fantasies to night, light by some old lamp's flickering flame, or the red ember's light. The shadows that have little power upon the sunshine's cheerful hour, then master mind and sight. The visionary world appears, girt with fantastic shapes and fears. Such was his childhood, suited well to fashion such a might. The fiddle sword, the Gothic cell, the influence combined. The old oak wood, the forest stream, and love soon waked from the dream it never quite resigned. His life contained no after hour, of which his boyhood had no power. Be after scenes with after years, he only we recall whatever soothes, subdues, endears in his ancestral hall. With deep enchantment we have felt, when every thought and feeling dwelt beneath his spirit's thrill. Sad, softened, are the hearts that come to gaze around his boyish home. The portrait of the Honourable Frances Diana Manners Sutton, daughter of Viscount Canterbury, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Her hands are filled with early flowers, the lily and the rose, the violet that at the foot of some old ash tree grows, and hyacinths, the deep, the blue, within whose purple bells a history of the olden time, a classic sorrow dwells. Her eyes are not upon them, her deep and earnest eyes, where something not like childhood's thought in shadowy silence lies. Her eyes are not upon them, and yet they fill her soul with all the dreaming fancies that own their sweet control. With sweet control of nature, it teacheth that fair child to love the true and beautiful, the dreaming and the wild. I feel those downcast lashes, oft dropped unbidden tears. How many things are in that face for anxious hopes and fears. To think, to feel, alas, how much is said in these brief words. The music and the misery of life's divinest chords. To think, to feel, it is that makes the suffering on this earth. And yet are they immortal signs of an immortal birth. Upon that young and serious brow is feeling and is thought, with all the dreaming poetry by summer blossoms brought. What hath the future in its hours, O gentle girl, for thee? An anxious and a lovely thing that opening mind will be? Where are the hopes that rise at first upon the skylark's wing? Alas, unlike that skylark's song, they sadden as they sing. With generous confidence that rides upon life's first bright line, the kindly impulses that make the fervid heart a shrine. Long may they linger at thy side, for hope and youth and love, these are the angels that bring down the heaven from above. A blessing, holy, infinite, beneath such presence lives. 'Tis thine, if that fair face but keeps the promise that it gives. The Power of Words, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis a strange mystery, the power of words. Life is in them, and death. A word can send the crimson color hurrying to the cheek, hurrying with many meanings, or can turn the current cold and deadly to the heart. Anger and fear are in them, grief and joy are on their sound, yet slight, impalpable, a word is but a breath of passing air. The Power of Words, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis a strange mystery, the power of words. Life is in them, and death. A word can send the crimson color hurrying to the cheek, hurrying with many meanings, can turn the current cold and deadly to the heart. Anger and fear in them, grief and joy are on their sound, yet slight, impalpable, a word is but the breath of passing air. The Presence of Perpetual Change, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The presence of perpetual change is ever on the earth. Today is only as the soil that gives tomorrow birth. Where stood the tower? There grows the wheat. Where stood the wheat? The tower. No present hour its likeness leaves to any future hour. Of each imperial city built far on the eastern plains, a desert waste of tomb and sand is all that now remains. Our own fair city filled with life has yet a future day, when power and might and majesty will yet have passed away. The Princess Charlotte by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The tears of a nation were shed for her doom, the wail of a people rose over her tomb. From palace and cottage one funeral cry asked, so gay and so lovely, oh, how could she die? Scarce a year since the bridal had gladdened the land, a wreath on her forehead, a ring on her hand, when forth went the summons and down came the blow, and the young hope of England in dust was laid low. Alas for her husband, though others may weep, ah, what is their sorrow to what he must keep? A dream for his midnight, a shade for his day, for which time has no comfort and hope has no stay. Love may be forgotten when false or when vain, and pride may recover its calmness again. But where's the solace for tears that are shed o'er the hope of a lifetime, the laughter of the dead? Oh, folly of deeming aught earthly can last! Life never knew sorrow whose reign has not passed. Oh, mockery of mockeries, to trust human heart, whose grief is a shadow to come and depart. For he, the heartbroken, hath joy at his side, and again at the altar he stands with his bride. Ah, dark shades of Clermont, find brightness and bloom, for the widower desolate returns the bridegroom. The Princess Victoria by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And art thou a princess? In sooth, we may well go back to the days of the sign and the spell, when a young queen sat on an ivory throne in a shining hall, whose window shone with colours its crystal court from the sky, or the roof, which a thousand rubies dye, where the summer garden was spread around. With the date and the palm and the cedar crowned, the fountains played with the rainbow showers, touched with the hues of their comrade flowers, where the tulip and rose grew side by side, one like a queen and one like a bride. One with its own imperial flush, the other reddening with love's sweet blush. When silver stuffs for a step were unrolled, and the citron was served on a plate of gold. When perfumes arose from pearl caskets filled, with odours from all sweet things distilled. When a fairy guarded the throne from ill, and she knew no rule but her own glad will. Those were the days for a youthful queen, and such, fair princess, thou shouldst have been. But now thou wilt fill a very throne, with the rights of a people and rights of her own. And yet trumpet now thy sceptre shall be, eternal debate is the future of thee. Lord Brougham will make a 6 hours oration on the progress of knowledge, the mind of a nation. Lord Grey one yet longer, to state that his place is perhaps less dear to himself than his race. O'Connell will tell Ireland's griefs and her wrongs, in speech the mace admires prose of Moore's songs. Good patience, a very young queen will be of the flower of the earth and the gem of the sea. Mr. Hum with his watchwords, retrenchment and waste, will insist that your wardrobe in his care be placed. The silk he will save, the blonde he will spare. I wish he may leave your grace any to wear. That feminine fancy, a will of your own, is a luxury wholly denied to a frown. And this is your future. How soon time will trace a change and a sign on that fair and young face. Methinks the best wish to be offered thee now is, God keep the crown long from that innocent brow. The Prophetess by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. In the deep silence of the midnight hours, I call upon ye, O ye viewless powers, before whose presence mortal daring cowers. I have subdued ye to my own stern will. I fear ye not, but I must shudder still, faint with the awful purpose ye fulfill. Not for myself I call thee Aetherborn. They have no boon my being doth not scorn. Wholly and bitterly am I forlorn. Dearly is bought the empire of a mind. It sitteth on a sullen throne, designed to elevate and part it from its kind. Long years my stricken soul has turned away from the sweet dreams that round my childhood lay. Would it still own their faults, but lowly sway? In the dark grave of unbelief they rest. Worthless they were, and hollow, while possessed. I am alone, unblessing and unblessed. Knowledge is with me, Guessed that once received, love, hope, ambition are no more believed, and we disdain what formerly had grieved. A few fair flowers around their colours fling, but what does questioning their sources bring? That from corruption and from death they spring. 'Tis thus with those sweet dreams which life begin, we weary of them and we look within. What do we find? Guile, suffering, and sin. I know my kind too well not to despise the gilded sophistry that drowned it lies. Hate, sorrow, falsehood, mocking their disguise. Oh, thou old world, so full of guilt and cares, so mean, so small, I marvel heaven bears thy struggle, which the seeing almost shares. Yet mine angustal city, for thy sake, a lingering interest on this earth I take. In the dim midnight, 'tis for thee I wake. Softly the starlight falleth over fanes that rise above thy myrtle-wooded plains, where summer hath her loveliest domains. Beneath the gardens spread their pleasant shade, the lutes are hushed that twilight music made. Sleep on the world her honey spell hath laid. Sweet come the winds that o'er these flower beds rove, I only breathe the perfumes that ye love. Spirits, my incense summons ye above. What on yon stately city, where are shrined the warriors and poets ref combined, all the high honours of the human mind? Her walls are bright with colours, whose fine dyes embody shapes that seem from yonder skies, and in her scrolls the world's deep wisdom lies. What of her future? Through the silvery smoke I see the distant vision I invoke. These glorious walls have bowed to time's dark yoke. I see a plain of desert sand extend, scattered with ruins where the wild flowers bend, and the green ivy like a last sad friend. Low are the marble columns on the sand. The palm trees that have grown among them stand, as if they mocked the fallen of the land. Hence, ye dark spirits, bear the dream away. Tomorrow but repeateth yesterday. First toil, then desolation and decay. Life has one vast stern likeness in its gloom. We toil with hopes that must themselves consume. The wide world round us is one mighty tomb. The Proposal by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The summer sun looks laughing through the bore thick with the clustering leaves. 1,000 flowers open their bright eyes to the fanning wind. Songs are upon the air, a general song, many in one. The linnet and the thrush join with the blackbird in sweet union. All places are now fair, but far most fair is the lone garden by the river's side. A garden of the ancient times, adorned with quaint devices. Branches cut in shapes of courtly fashion, and with terraces their foreign plants arranged, and greenhouse flowers. The white camellia in soft ivory carved, the cactus, like a shining serpent, wreathed with a red crown of rubies, orange trees with small gold fruits, and buds that are like snow. On such a terrace stands the maiden here. So fair a face must laugh and be beloved by summer flowers. Each has so much of each in either's nature. She is standing now with eyes downcast and blue. The violet hides so its deep colors and its dew from noon. The rose is on her cheek, an unique bloom that comes and goes, then settles down at last in one rich flash of pleasure. What a smile! A heartfelt conscious smile. Scarce parts the lips that seem as if they sighed, the deep-drawn sigh of anxious happiness which builds on hope. A scroll is in her hand. It bears the words of one who loves her, dear as his own life. What will her answer be? A downcast eye, a blush, a smile? What can their answer be? Yes, only yes. The Pythoness by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Back she flung the gathered darkness of her raven hair, and bared her marble brow as she would turn an unchecked gaze on heaven. Back they flowed, and, as beneath a mantle did she move, within their shadow, while the murmuring wind, bearing them like a banner, with low wail, passed through those long black locks. Her cheek was pale, and as the daybreak fell upon her face, it grew still paler. One whom godless spells had summoned from the silence of a grave. What were such fixed ghostliness of look, and in her eyes unearthly lightning dwelt, as were caught from the stars, with which she held communion strange, a portion of her fire. Her form was wan and wasted, as the soul had worn its fragile dwelling. When she raised her white arms, they were like the snowy cloud, that, half dissolved, hangs on a moonlight sky. She stood and watched the morning. The fire blush of young Aurora was upon the east, but when the chariot of the sun-god caught invisible glory from its cloudly hall, a breath of fragrance floated on the air. The laurels trembled, though the wind was hushed, and sounds faint, but most musical, swept past. She felt the influence on her, and her cheek grew red with strong emotion. Wilder light flashed from her eyes, and, with still haughtier step, she pressed the ground and flung her arms on high. Bright visions were before her, and the page of dim futurity was opened, and years yet to be were pictured on her soul, in all their varied characters of fate. She told of glorious things, of victories, of crowns, of wealth, and then came deeper tones of human miseries, battles, famine, death. The Queen of Portugal by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Young daughter of a race of kings, is there no crown for thee? The blood that feeds thy being springs from hoar antiquity, and many are the legends told of thy proud house in days of old. Methinks 'tis hard to be a wanderer, rifled of thy own, banished from thy ancestral throne. It is in vain to say, content dwells with a lowlier lot, that careless smile and brow unbent are what a king knows not. But who could lay a crown aside, and dream no dreams of former pride, the glorious past forget of days before the high command passed meanly from their sceptred hand? The time has been when for thy right 1,000 swords had sprung forth from their scabbards into light, 1,000 trumpets rung, and many a banner worked in gold, with scutcheon on each crimson toad, had high in air been flung, and Europe's gallant chivalry had gathered for thy rights and thee. Those days are past. We reason now where we had fought before, and high romance and knightly vow, their influence is o'er. 'Twere better for earth's happiness if that we calculated less and felt a little more. I would not call past times again, but wish our present to retain what then had kindled Queen for me, about and ready sympathy. The Queen's Room, Zircol, Westmoreland by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I regal the chamber in stately the gloom that the old oaken panels fling over the room. The carving is gilded, the hangings are rare, yet a stranger I warn thee, oh, slumber not there. For when the lamp dies in the dead of the night, and when the wan moon has exhausted light, by that mirror of silver a pale lady stands, and rends her long tresses and wrings her white hands. Years have passed since that lady smoothed back her bright hair, and asked of her glass if her image was fair. It was not for her husband she braided its gold, or flung from its brightness the veiled silver fold. He slew her while watching her cheek where the rose was reddening in beauty like sunshine on snows. He slew her, the glass was yet warm with her breath. She turned to her lover, she turned to her death. Less crimson the wine cup that stood at her side than the red stream which gushed with her life on its tide. A groan and the gasp and the struggle is o'er, the blood which he split is yet there on the floor. No prayer by her deathbed, no mass for her soul, no bell on the depths of the midnight to toll. Unshrouded, uncoffined, they laid her to rest. The grave was unholy, the ground was unblessed. She comes with the midnight, met not her cold eyes, it shines but on those who are fated to die. She comes with the midnight, when spirits have power, she comes with the midnight and evil the hour. She comes from the grave with its secret and pain, the grave which recalleth its truant again. The chamber grows damp with the charnel-like air, when, stranger, I warn thee, oh, slumber not there. The Raki by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There's dust upon the distant wind and shadow on the skies, and anxiously the maiden strains her long expecting eyes, and fancies she can catch the light far flashing from the sword, and see the silver crescents raised of him, the Mogul lord. She stands upon a lofty tower and gazes o'er the plain. Alas, that eyes so beautiful should turn on heaven in vain! 'Tis but a sudden storm whose weight is darkening on the air. The lightning sweeps the hill, but shows no coming warriors there. Yet crimson as the morning ray, she wears the robe of pride that binds the gallant Humayun, brother, to her side. His gift, what time around his arm the glittering band was rolled, with stars of every precious stone enwrought in shining gold. Bound by the Raki's sacred tie, his ready aid to yield, though beauty waited in the bower and glory in the field. Why comes he not, the chieftain vowed, to this her hour of need? Has honor no devotedness, has chivalry no speed? The Rajput's daughter gazes around, she sees the plain afar, spread shining to the sun, which lights no trace of coming war. The very storm has passed away, as neither earth nor heaven one token of her sympathy had to her anguish given, and still more hopeless than when last she on their camp looked down, the foemen's gathered numbers close around the devoted town. And daily in that fatal trench the chosen soldiers fall, and spread themselves a rampart vain around that ruined wall. Her eyes upon a city turn, alas, what can they meet? But famine and despair and death in every lonely street. Woman and child wander pale, or with despairing eye look farewell to their native hearths, and lay them down to lie. She seeks her palace, where her court collects mournful bands of maidens who would watch and weep and wring their very hands. One word there came from her white lip, one word, she spoke no more. But that word was for life and death the young queen named Vajra. A wild shriek filled those palace halls, one shriek, it was the last. All womanish complaint and wail have in its utterance passed. They kneel at Kurnavarti's feet, they bathe her hands in tears, then hurrying to the task of death each calm and stern appears. There's a mighty cavern close beside the palace gate, dark gloomy temple, meet to make such sacrifice to fate. There heap they up all precious woods, the sandal and the rose, where fragrant oils and essences like some sweet river flows. In shawls from rich cashmere, and robes from darkest golden loom, and caskets filled with Orient pearls, or yet more rare perfume, and lulls and wreaths, all graceful toys of woman's gentle care, are heaped upon the royal pile, the general doomed to share. But weep for those with human things, so lovely and so young, the panting hearts which still to life so passionately clung. Some bound to this dear earth by hope, and some by love's strong thrill, and yet dishonor's high disdain was paramount with all. Her silver robe flowed to her feet with jewels circled round, and in her long and raven hair the regal gems were bound. And diamonds blaze, ruby and pearl were glittering in her zone, and there with starry emerald set, radiant Khanjar shone. The youthful sultana led the way, while in her glorious eyes shone spiritual the clear deep light that is in moonlit skies. Pale and resolved, her noble brow was worthy of a race whose proud blood flowed in those blue veins unconscious of disgrace. Solemn and slow with mournful chant come that devoted band, and Kurnavarti follows last, a red hawk in her hand. She fires the pile, a death-black smoke mounts from that dreary cave, fling back the city gates, the foe can now find but a grave. Hark, the fierce music on the wind, the battle, the gong, the stern avenger is behind, he has not tarried long. They brought his summons, though he stood before his plighted bride, they brought his summons, though he stood in all but victory's pride. Yet down he flung the bridal wreath, he left the field unwon, all that a warrior might achieve young Humayun had done. Too late, he saw the reddening sky, he saw the smoke arise, a few faint stragglers live to tell the Rani's sacrifice. But still the monarch held a sword and had a debt to pay, small cause had Budur to boast the triumph of that day. Again the lone streets flamed with blood, and though too late to save, vengeance was the funeral rite of Kurnavarti's grave. The record by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He sleeps, his head upon his sword, his soldier's cloak a shroud, his churchyard is the open field, 3 times it has been plowed. The first time that the wheat sprung up 'twas black as if with blood, the meanest beggar turned away from the unholy food. The 3rd year, and the grain grew fair, as it was wont to wave. None would have thought that golden corn was growing on the grave. His lot was but a peasant's lot, his name a peasant's name, not his the place of death that turns into a place of fame. He fell as other thousands do, trampled down where they fall, while on a single name is heaped the glory gained by all. Yet even he whose common grave lies in the open fields died not without the thought of all the joy that glory yields. The small white church in his own land, the lime trees almost hide, bears on the walls the names of those who for their country died. His name is written on those walls, his mother read it there with pride. Oh, no, there could not be pride in the widow's prayer. And many a stranger who shall mark that pageant roll of fame will think on prouder ones, yet say this was a hero's name. The Redeemed Captive by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Glanced the white moonlight o'er the silver wave, clear, colorless, with not one stain or shade, save in the little vessel passed, and gave its image to the waters, and so made the moment darkness, as the beakers lave themselves in that bright bath. How glad she springs, like seabird forth upon his glittering wings. Within that little bark are joy and love, and hope almost too anxious for content, and grateful eyes seek the blue heaven above, and eager gaze o'er the far sea is bent. With cross and prayer, 2 priests amid them move. Upon a blessed mission they were sent. A pious ransom was not urged in vain. The Christian captive quits his moored chain. Near to the harbour, the fair winding shore shows olive groves crusted with the pearl dew, and chestnuts tall, which seem as if they bore a century's growth. Close and more close they drew. Caddies, the white walls shun the moonbeam's hour, like prisoned birds, each heart throbbed at the view. One moment more, the galley feels the strand, rescued prisoners touch their native land. And there were meetings such as make the past forgotten, for what past had been life's worst. Mother and child, maiden and youth, are cast each on the other's heart. Breathless at first, the lips but look their meaning, till at last tears make a way for words, a passionate burst comes of thanksgiving. Or life, this is bliss, but years of pain must purchase hours like this. But follow we our captive, one whose vest, and more stately step and bearing proud, spoke nobler birth and being than the rest. A fair train waited him amid the crowd, and eagerly an aged servant pressed, as by long service privileged allowed, and caught his young lord's hand, then turned away to weave the welcome that he could not say. My father, tell me, Gracia, is he well? Oh, God, have kept him in his trial hour. And she, mine own, my gentle Isabel? Slowly the answer came. Within her bower such constant tears for thy long absence fell, that somewhat they have dimmed thy lovely flower. But thou art come and come again to see roses which seemed as if they fled with thee. He leapt upon his steed, and like the wind they speed them on. At first his giddy brain swam like a chaos, mystery of a wind which would guide its own workings, but in vain. Happy he was, but somewhat undefined, pressed on his spirit with a sense of pain. Half a heart, then, foreknowledged of its fate, warning at once, too early and too late. Eager he flung him from his horse. He sees his father's towers mid the dark pines arise, beautiful in the moonlight's last. Those trees hide a small pathway green. Direct it lies, to the castle gardens allowed the breeze with lemon odors and the roses' sighs. He turned him to that path, he knew it well. It was his favorite walk with Isabel. He took that path, and many a sign was there, in sweet shrub planted, and in little flower trained, of gentle nursing and of gentle care, and dear thoughts entrance in his bosom gained. Was it for his sake it had once such share of a fond culture? Had you then retained such deep true memory of love's early scene, as to make all a shrine where it had been? He entered now the garden, and the fall of singing, voice and lute, sang on his ear. At first it seemed thrice sweet and musical, but it grew sadder as he came more near. He heard soft tones, he could distinguish all, but not the one voice that he sought to hear. Dark was the castle, save one red drear glare from the chief hall. What might such light mean there? He rushed in, and the steps seemed harshly loud, and jarred his ear. So still was all around. Maidens were there, the faces downwards bowed, and tears had stopped their dirge, As if spellbound he stood, he saw the coffin and the shroud. The pale flowers scattered o'er the sacred ground. He rushed and raised the pall. His young, his fair, he knew the dead, and knew his own despair. His heart was wrecked forever. For a while he stayed to watch his father's dying bed. But nevermore knew he a tear or smile. Their sources, fears and hopes were with the dead. Then not that fame had aught that could beguile, but for its fate sought he the warfare red, and died in battle. The Reply of a Fountain by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How deep within each human heart a thousand treasured feelings lie, things precious, delicate apart, too sensitive for human eye. Our purest feelings and our best, yet shrinking from the common view, rarely accept in song expressed, and yet how tender and how true. The wake, and now the power, when eve flings on the west its transient glow. Yet long dark shadows dimly weave a gloom round some green path below. Who dreams not then, the young dream on, life traced at hope's delicious will, and those whose youth of heart is gone perhaps have visions dearer still. They rise, too, when expected least, when gay yourself amid the gay, the heart from revelry half keys to muse our hours long passed away. And who can think upon the past, and not weep o'er it as a grave? How many leaves life's wreath has cast, what lights have sunk beneath the wave? But most these deep emotions rise when, drooping our thoughts alone, our former dearest sympathies come back and claim us for their own. Such a mood is on the maiden's mind who bends o'er yon clear fount her brow. Long years that leave their trace behind, long years are present with her now. Yet once before she asked a sign from that wild fountain's plaintive song, and silvery with the soft moonshine those singing waters passed along. It was an hour of beauty made for the young heart's impassioned mood, for love of its sweet self afraid, for hope that colours solitude. Alas, the maiden sighed, since first I said, "Our fountain, read my doom. What vainest fancies have I nursed, of which I am myself a tomb? The love was checked, the hope was vain, I deemed that I could feel no more. Why, false one, did we meet again to show thine influence was not ours? I thought that I could never weep again, as I had wept for thee, that love was buried cold and deep, that pride and scorn kept watch by me. My early hopes, my early tears, were now almost forgotten things, and other cares and other years had brought what all experience brings. Indifference, weariness, disdain, the taut and ready smile which grows a habit soon, as dreams retain the shape and light in which they froze. Again I met that faithless eye, again I heard that charmed tongue. I felt they were my destiny, I knew again the spell they flung. Ah, years have fled since the last his name was breathed amid the twilight dim. It was to dream of him I came, and now again I dream of him. But changed and cold my soul has been, too deeply wrung, too long unmoved, too hardened in life's troubled scene, to love as I could once have loved. Sweet fountain, once I asked thy waves to whisper hope's enchanted spell. Now but ask thy haunted caves to teach me how to say farewell. She leaned her head upon her hand, she gazed upon that fountain lone, which wandered by its wild-flower strand with low, mournful, ceaseless moan. It soothed with a sweet deceit of pity, murmured on the breeze. Ah, deep the grief which seeks to cheat itself of fantasies like these. A Return by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Drop down your oars, the waters trace their own path fast enough for me. Life sometimes asks a breathing space, such I am fain this hour should be. Fair city, I am come once more, travel and toil are on my brow. With all I thought so great of yore, with all I think so little now. Sorrow for friends I left behind, misgiving fears were with me then, or yet I bore lighter mind when now I see those words again. Hope is youth's prophet, and foretells a future that its wish reveals, the energy that in us dwells, when judges but by what it feels, and it feels buoyant spirits, health and confidence and earnestness, and it ascribes such power to wealth, which but to seek is to possess. The future was my own, my life has passed as many men's have passed. Adventure, trouble, sorrow, strife, yet with success and home at last. But hope has fled on morning's wings, and memory sits with darkened eye. And I have learned life's dearest things are vows which never wealth could buy. Affection's circle soon grows less, the dead, the changed, what blanks are there, and what avails half life's success, no early friends can see and share. My heart has still turned back through years whose shadow now around me falls. I dread to turn to truth for fears the hopes in yonder city's walls. How fair is seen the morning light and human life's most cheerful sound. The banks are glad, the streams are bright, I hear my native tongue around. Oh, for some voice I used to hear the grasp of one familiar hand, so long desired, and now so near. On, boatman, on, along to land. Right Honourable Lord Durham, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What are the glories which on history's page make nations proud? Not that her fleets can sweep like fate above the ocean, not that lands more mighty than herself yet own her sway, not that her armies might subdue a world, not that strength sits within her walls and wealth pours its abundance forth. These are but means and humble instruments to work renown. Look to what use she puts them. Does the flag extend protection? Is the sword but drawn for righteous uses? Does the strength supply force to the weak? And does the wealth relieve the want which follows it? England, these things are now demanded of thee. Far away a ship is sailing over northern seas, and in that ship is one who comes from thee, an English statesman, one who lately stood and pledged himself to the immortal cause of the unalienable rights of man. He goes, and in thy name and with thy power, to greet the Czar, he whose far rule extends even to Asia. Will he hear no word of wrath to the oppressor and of hope to the oppressed? And will he raise no voice, O gallant Poland, in thy generous cause? A fearful state, that of society, when all its natural order is overthrown by the overwhelming pressure of some fear more terrible than death, and by some hope desperate but determined. When are changed all common rules, children have thoughts like age, while men merge every aim in one attempt, and all hands grow familiar with the sword. E'en woman leaves the couch by which she watched, the lute which she leant, the home which owned to her its happiness, and seeks the trench, the guarded wall, or mounts a fiery steed. The sabre glances, and along the line runs the red flashing of musketry. The cannon shakes the ground. She trembles not, her whole sweet nature altered by despair, but stands her ground and dies as heroes die. This was the struggle. Then the triumph came of the ferocious victor. Blood was poured like wine at some gay feast. The fire aroused a wild illumination, for it came from castles, destined with a morn to be a heap of ashes, and from cottages the clustering wine would never cover more. Crime and captivity were common things, and torture strange were heralds unto death. 'Twas an unequal struggle, but for that should a free people have bent down the knee? Is the expedient then our own law? Must we give up the right, because we feel that we are weak and the oppressor strong? Forbid it, England, by thine own great self, by thine own yet unviolated hearths. By the proud flags which in thy churches wave, each won a victory by land or sea, witnesses and thanksgivings to that God, whose arm upheld thee. By thy future hopes of peace, of plenty, and of liberty, let not thy minister go forth in vain. The fate of Poland now is at thy will. The autocrat will hear and heed thy voice. England, my glorious country, speak and save. The ring you gave, the kiss you gave, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The ring you gave, the kiss you gave, the curl of raven hair, pledges of truth and gifts of love, where are they now, or where? The ring is broken, and by whom? The kiss has been profaned, many, many bitter tears the shining curl has stained. Yes, each and all are wholly changed, more changed we could not be, at the worst change is that which time falsehood has wrought in thee. The River of the Water of Life, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O glittering river, do the willows stoop over thy blue depths, or do the lilies droop, watching the shadow of each ivory blossom, so soon to sink in thy unquiet bosom? Does the bright heaven make of thy tide its glass? Do the dark clouds above thy mirror pass? Do thy banks echo to the shepherd's song? Do human feet pass restlessly along? They do. Upon those mystic waves of wine, time finds a symbol, and faith sets its sign. Thus does time's flood roll silently away, losing the sunshine of its earlier day. The songs that floated o'er its waves are fled, its green leaves fallen, and its flowers dead. The faith steps forth and promises, once more that stream will rise, but on another shore. The seraph's harp will be its music there. Immortal flowers will light the immortal air. Each human lip that drinks of that bright wave drinks to the cross's triumph o'er the grave. Life to the river is a far course given, but both its birthplace and its home are heaven. The River Whirl by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Come back, my childhood, to the old familiar spot, whose wildflowers and whose wildwood have never been forgot. It is the shining river with the bulrush by its tide, where I filled my green rush quiver with arrows at its side. And deemed that knightly glories were honored as of old. My head was filled with stories my aged nurse had told. The Douglas and the Percy alike were forced to yield. I had but little mercy upon the battlefield. Ah, folly are the fancies that haunt our childhood's hour, and yet those old romances on afterlife have power, when the weight appears to vary, with which we daily strive, with the actual and the dreary, how much they keep alive. How often amid hours by life severely tried, have I thought on those wild flowers on the sweet verse silver tide. Each ancient recollection brought something to subdue. I lived in old affection and felt the heart was true. I am come again with summer, it is lovely to behold. Will it welcome the newcomer as it seemed to do of old? Within those dark green covers whose shade is downward cast, how many a memory hovers whose light is from the past. I see the bright trout springing where the wave is dark yet clear, and the myriad flies are winging as if to tempt him near. With the lucid waters blending, the willow shade yet floats, from beneath whose quiet bending I used to launch my boats. Over the sunny meadows I watch them as of old, flit soft and sudden shadows that leave a greener gold. And the faint south wind is blowing amid the cowslip beds, a deeper glow bestowing to the light around their heads. Farewell, sweet river, ever wilt thou be dear to me, I can repay thee never, one half out of thee. Around thy banks are lying nature's diviner part, and thou dost keep undying my childhood at my heart. Rose and Laurel Leaf by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. On thy path of sweet music, why ever may, sweet wind, thy wandering be? And say, what dost thou bring hither on thy zeal wings with thee? My wild course has been there, flowing, the silver fountains sing, from the roses by them growing, floats a rose leaf on my wing. Through a grove of laurel breathing came a young poet's song, from the green boughs round him breathing, I bore a leaf along. For that leaf of crimson shining, that one on shadeless hue, what art thou, sweet wind, designing? With those leaves, what wilt thou do? The red leaf of the flower, that green leaf of the brave, the fair earth I bear them over to leave them on the grave. The Rose of Edendale and her hothouse flowers by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They are so beautiful this morn, the lily's graceful wand, hung with small bells, as delicate as from a fairy's hand. The Indian rose so softly red, as if in coming here it lost the radiance of a south and caught a shade of fear. The white geranium veins of pink, like that within the shell, where, on a bed of their own hues, the pearls of ocean dwells. But where's now the snowy white, and where the tender red? How heavy over each dry stalk droops every languid head. They are not worth my keeping now. She flung them on the ground. Some strewed the earth, and some the wind went scattering idly round. She then thought of those flowers no more, but oft in after years, when the young cheek was somewhat pale, and the eyes dim with tears, then she recalled the faded wreath of other happier hours, and felt love's joy and hope had been but only hothouse flowers. The Ruined Cottage by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. or there is a deep, sweet feeling in the human heart which makes life beautiful amid its thorns. None would dwell in that cottage, for they say oppression reft from the honest man, and a curse clings to it, hence the vine trails its green weight of leaves upon the ground, hence weeds are in that garden, hence the hedge, once sweet with honeysuckle, is half dead, and hence the grey moss on the apple tree. One once dwelt there, who had been in his youth a soldier, and when many years had passed he sought his native village, and sat down to end his days in peace. He had one child, a little laughing thing, whose large dark eyes, he said, were like the mother's she had left buried in stranger lands, and time went on in comfort and content, and that fair girl had grown far taller than the red rose tree her father planted her first English birthday, and he had trained it up against an ash till it became his bride. It was so rich in blossom and in beauty, it was called the tree of Isabel. It was an appeal to all the better feelings of the heart, to mark their quiet happiness their home, their garden filled with fruits and herbs and flowers. And in the winter there was no fireside so cheerful as their own, but other days and other fortunes came, evil power. They bore against it cheerfully, and hoped for better times, but ruin came at last, and the soldier left his own dear home, and left it for a prison. 'Twas in June, one of June's brightest days. The bee, the bird, the butterfly were on their lightest wings. The fruits had their first tinge of summer light. The sunny sky, the very leaves seemed glad, and the old man looked back upon his cottage, and wept aloud. They hurried him away, and the dear child that would not leave his side. They led him from the sight of a blue heaven and the green trees into a low, dark cell, the window shutting out the blessed sun with iron grating, and for the first time he threw him on his bed and could not hear his Isabel's good night. But the next morn she was the earliest at the prison gate, the last on which it closed, and her sweet voice and sweeter smile made him forget the pine. She brought him every morning fresh wild flowers, but every morning could he see her cheek grow paler and more pale, and her loud tones get fainter and more faint, and a cold dew was on the hand he held. One day he saw the sunshine through the grating of his cell, and Isabel came not. At every sound his heartbeat took away his breath, yet still she came not near him. For but one sad day he marked a full street through the iron bars that shut him from the world. At length he saw a coffin carried carelessly along, and he was desperate, who forced the bars, and he stood in the street free and alone. He had no aim, no wish for liberty, he only felt one want, to see the corpse that had no mourners. And they set it down, ere it was lowered into the new dark grave, a rush of passion came upon his soul, and he tore off the lid, and saw the face of Isabel, and knew he had no child. He lay down by the coffin quietly. His heart was broken. The Rush Bearing at Ambleside by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Summer is come with her leaves and her flowers, summer is come with the sun on her hours. The lark in the clouds and the thrush on the bough and the dove in the thicket make melody now. The noon is abroad, but the shadows are cool, where the green rushes grow in the dark forest pool. We seek not the hedges where violets blow, there alone in the twilight of evening we go. They are love tokens offered, when heavy with dew, to a lip yet more fragrant, an eye yet more blue. But leave them alone in their summer soft dream, we seek the green rushes that grow by the stream. Away from the meadow, all over the long grass be filled with young flowers that smile as we pass. Where the bird's eye is bright, as with the fires that shine, when the hand of a beauty is decked from the mine. We want not their gems, and we want not their flowers, but we seek the green rush in the dark forest bowers. The cowslip is ringing its fairy-like chime, sweet bells by whose music Titania keeps time. Rosebush is covered with cups that unfold their petals that tremble in delicate gold. But we seek not their blossoms in garlands to blend, we seek the green rush where the willow trees bend. The green rush, we bear along to the church of our village with triumph and song. We strew the cowled chancel and kneel on it there, while its fresh odors rise with our voices in prayer. Hark the peal from the old tower in praise of it rings. Let us seek the green rush by the deep woodland springs. The Sacred Shrines of Dwarka by Letitia Elizabeth Land. Such was the faith of old, obscure and vast, and offering human triumphs unto heaven. Then rose the stately temple, rich with spoils won from the vanquished nations, where the gods stood visible in golden pageantry, and pride, pomp, power were holy attributes. A humbler creed was wandering o'er the earth, known as a quiet, scarce-seen stream is known, but by the greener growth upon its banks. It is our Christian worship which doeth lead the heart of man to heaven by love alone. Plant ye the cross, then by these ancient shrines. Far let it spread its genial influence, peace for its shadow, hope for its sunshine. The Sailor by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He was their last and their only child, but one remaining of many. And is not the blossom the last on the bough the most beloved of any? We brought him up mid the mountain flood, till the spirit of sickness was banished, and the roses of health laughed on the cheek, whose hectic bloom had vanished. And chiefly it was the boy's delight to make ships of slips of willow, and when he would call the lake a sea, and the rippling wave a billow. And he laughed on the long and winter's night to read each gallant story of the brave had raised the blood-red flag and died for their country's glory. And had some had sailed to stranger climes, with but sea and sky before them, till the God whose marvels they'd seen saw fit to their native land to restore them. His mother wept, but his heart was fixed on the sailor's life of danger. He envied the wind, for it could be all the wild sea waves arranger. She blessed him beside his father's grave, and the setting sun shone o'er him. His lighted brow seemed an augury of the life that lay before him. Oh, hope is catching, she found it so, and her mother's grief concealing. While he was still by her side, she felt the glow of her sailor's feeling. But when he went, and she saw him turn, and gazed on the home he was leaving, what bitter tears washed away the web the very hope had been weaving. That night she sat down to her lonely meal, and wept. There was none to chide her. That night it was a servant's hand laid the book of prayer beside her. The boy was glad. But one fond thought of the mother who smoothed his pillow filled his eyes with tears, when, for the first time, his slumber was waked by the pillow. But he slept mid dreams of a blood-red flag, the ball and the grape-shots rattle, the cutlass sweeping the boarded deck, and the storm of an ocean battle. But his ship was bound for a sultry clime, where an Indian sun was beaming, and from every wind that swept his sail was the breath of fever streaming. And the men who had stood unscathed when the bolts like dust on the gale were flying, and those whom the tempest of night had spared, were now like spring leaves dying. He, too, was fading. That sailor youth, the rose of his cheek had departed, and his thought had turned to his own dear home. The mother he left broken-hearted. It was one evening, the signal gun or the echoing wind was ringing, and the warning waves broke round the ship, as if they a dirge were singing. He heard the sound, his steps grew faint, and his pale brow waxed yet paler. Next day the sea or the hammock broke, where slept the youthful sailor. 'Tis the churchyard here where his father rests, here his mother's grave is making, and his is where the wild wind sweeps and the ocean waves are breaking. The Sailor's Bride, or The Bonaventure by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The day is yet rosy with wakening from sleep. The stars have one moment gone down in the deep. The flowers have not opened that hide in the grass, and the hares leave their print in the dew as they pass. Long and dark on the sand are the shadows that fall from turret and tower of a castle's outwall. Now fishermen sail till the morning is spread, while leaveth the lady her chamber and bed, while leaves she her chamber of purple, too soon for its curtains silk folds to unclose before noon, while leaves she her pillow so soft and so fair. The hours of a night are yet cold on the air, her maidens are sleeping, her young page in dreams sees the blue flowers that bend by the far inland streams. Those flowers each morning his lady receives, he'll gather them yet with the dew on her leaves. Up riseth the lady to ask from the light the hope of her day and the dream of her night. She comes with the morning, she lingers at eve, for long months has her task been to gaze and to grieve. No tidings to cheer her, but still she hopes on, for the summer he promised the meeting be gone. And 100 knights ask for a look on their knee, but she turns from them all and she watches the sea. 3 years have gone by since the ship spread her sail, yet she watches the wave and she waiteth the gale. There are shells in her chamber. When midnight is lone, how often her ear has been filled with their tone, while she asks of the tempest for warnings that dwell like echoes that breathe of their birth in each shell. There are flowers, the rarest, but dearer than all, is the seaweed that hangeth cold, damp on the wall. She saw the tall ship through the dark waters ride, with war on her deck and with death at her side. She caught the last wave of the captain's armed hand, and the Bonaventure left our fair English strand. She was bound for the south, where gold and where war await the bold seaman who comes from afar. But many and strong are the galleons of Spain, and 3 years Sir Francis has been on the main. The white or the red rose has somewhat prevailed, and more slender her form since Sir Francis first sailed. But lovely, how lovely, that paleness to him who knows for his sake lip and cheek are thus dim. The oriel, whose shrine is of silver, where stands Saint Therese, with lifted the white sculptured hands, might tell how long midnights the Lady has prayed for that ship in the South Seas, her patron saint's aid. No night is so long but it breaks into day, no voyage that has not an end to its way. The Lady hath risen with daybreak again, she watcheth the sky and she watcheth the main. She seeth a speck, 'tis a cloud in the sky. No, 'tis a tall ship, it comes, it is nigh. The flag of St. George is hung proud at the mast. The Bonaventure is returning at last. The Savoyard in Grosvenor Square by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He stands within the silent square, that square of state of gloom. A heavy weight is on the air, which hangs as our tomb. It is a tomb with wealth and rank have built themselves around, where general sympathies have shrank like flowers on high dry ground. None heed the wandering boy who sings, an orphan though so young. None think how far the singer brings the songs which he has sung. None cheer him with a kindly look, none with a kindly word. The singer's little pride must brook to be unpraised, unheard. At home, their sweet bird he was styled, and oft, when days were long, his mother called her favourite child to sing her favourite song. He wanders now through very streets till cheek and eye are dim, how little sympathy he meets for music or for him. Sudden his dark brow cheek grows bright, his dark eyes fill with glee, covered with blossoms snowy white he sees an orange tree. No more the toil-worn face is pale, nor faltering step is sad. He sees his distant native vale, he sees it and is glad. He sees the squirrel climb the pine, the doves fly through the dell, the purple clusters of the vine, he hears the vesper bell. His heart is full of hope and home, toil, travel are no more, and he has happy hours to come beside his father's door. Oh, charm of natural influence, but for thy lovely ties, Never might the world-varied sense above the present rise. Blessed be thy magic everywhere, O nature, gentle mother, how kindlier is for us thy care than ours is for each other. Sea of Love by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Whither would ye draw me, fair and faithless eyes, soft as is the azure within the summer skies? The storms of jealous anger upon my head will beat, the fickle waves forsaking will yield beneath my feet. And yet they lead me onwards, while in the swimming light I think not of my dangers when day declines in night. Oh, false and lovely beacons, too soon they'll set and shew what dark and dreary caverns where sunshine hides below. The Seashore by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I should like to dwell where the deep blue sea rocked to and fro its tranquillity, as if it were willing the Hellenes' nest sheltered through summer its beautiful guest, and a plaining murmur like that of a song, and a silver line come to waves along. No bathing, no leaving the gentle shore, shining seashells lay scattered o'er, and children wandering along the strand, with eager eye and busy hand, heaping the pebbles and green seaweed, like treasures laid up for time of need, or tempting the waves with daring feet to launch perhaps some tiny fleet, making those which be afar the wealth of trade and the strength of war. Should laugh in the sunset, reddening the foam, watch a fisherman's boat come home, with his well-filled net and glittering spoil, well has the noontide repaid its toil, while the ships that lie in the distance away catch in the canvas a crimsoning ray, like fair ships in the tales of old, and the sails they spread the purple and gold. And the deep delight of a starry night, with its shadowy depths and dreamy light, and far away spreads the boundless sea, as if it imaged infinity. Let me hear the winds go sing by, lulling the waves with a melody, while the moon like a mother watches with sleep, I ask no home beside the deep. The Secret Discovered by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Or all the things that angels see who look from heaven above, there cannot be a sweeter thing than is a sister's love. It groweth in our early years, it shareth in the light, it blendeth fancies, fears, and hopes with the sweet sense of right. Count Hermann had 2 daughters fair, and very fair were they. The one was like a summer night, one like a summer day. For 3 or 4 brief years were all they measured to each other, yet Elinor had always been to Minna like a mother. A pale and thoughtful girl was she, with a statue's grace upon the tall and perfect form, and on the pensive face. But Minna was a fair thing, with sunshine in her eyes, and such a blush as the red rose to welcome June supplies. The song with which she woke the morn at night was scarcely done. Her spirits to her sister were like walking in the sun. Of late the blush had been less bright, the eyes of deeper blue, as if a just awakening heart its own soft shadow threw. Her sister watched her anxiously, she saw that she was changed, and felt, although she would not own, somewhat they were estranged. For sudden and unnatural was often Mina's glee, and her fond sister saw the tears she was not meant to see. One day she watched her steal away towards her little wood. Ah, what could Mina's young glad heart desire of solitude? She saw her bend above a scroll, she saw her bend and weep. My own sweet sister, why shouldst thou such very secret keep? Unseen she reached the reader's side. Ah, doth she see aright? There's a name upon the scroll, her own betrothed knight. She had herself, when but a child, been named Count Rudolph's bride. Alas, now for her woman's love and for her woman's pride. She felt it was their father's act in which she had no part. Though they may give the hand away, they cannot give the heart. A moment, and her cheek was pale beyond its natural hue. A moment, and a deeper breath her struggling bosom drew. Her sister turned and saw her there. She only met a smile. Elinor, to calm her tears, forgot her own the while. She drew the maiden to her side, and soothed her with fond words and sympathy whose music comes from the heart's own fine chords. She said that she was glad to know her sister's heart was given, for that her own had only room for their own half at heaven. A few weeks, and the hills around caught lute and trumpet's call, for stately was the wedding feast within Count Hermann's hall. And Elinor arrayed the bride, and bound her golden hair, and if her cheek was pale, it seemed but a fond sister's care. Years passed. Beside their lonely hearth, She cheered her father's age and made for him life's last dark leaf a sweet and sunny page. Did never other lovers came? They did, but come in vain. A heart like hers, when given once, is given not again. The Shadow by Letitia Elizabeth Land. I hung over the side of a vessel, while cleaving with the blue rolling waters a pathway of light. Behind was a white silver track she was leaving, and before her the billows lay buoyant and bright. Her white sail was spread to the beauty of morning, which waked like a rose crimson from a night's rest. Now wooing the wind, and now, woman-like scorning, the lover whose home was yet deep in her breast. On sprang the ship, like the stag from its pillow, in beauty and music and gladness she passed. But followed her still one dark shade on the billow. That fair ship, from her could such darkness be cast? The sunbeam hath its shadow, and youth hath its sorrow. The fair bark is dark side, and such is mine own. Brightness and gladness my pathway may borrow, but still my heart's darkness upon it is thrown. Shamrock by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Hope, mirth, and love, these are the bonds that link them to each other. Those fairy sisters who support the little laughing brother. Their eyes are filled with happiness, each face is very fair, and their bright heads, a day in June, has shed its sunshine there. Raised as in triumph o'er their arms, the youngest one looks down. He is the monarch absolute, as ever wore crown. There's many a king in Europe now, with sceptre and with sword, whose regal will is far more curbed than his, that infant lord. Other days will come than these, such as time ever brings, when fate will flowers beneath his feet, with sunshine from his wings. When many a bitter thought is writ within the altered mind, the faithless friend, the hope betrayed, the look and word unkind. But what hath pining discontent to do with his glad free? Who are as glad as birds that sing within a summer tree? Or as the flowers that lift their heads upon a sunny day, so joyous in their own delight, so beautiful are they. The image of a happy child doeth link itself with all that natural loveliness which least reminds us of our fall. Somewhat of angel purity, somewhat of angel grace, or longer years bring shade and soil on a childish face. Now farewell to the beautiful. May never future years throw paleness o'er each cheek of rose, or fill those eyes with tears. Many smiles still linger round each lip, and sunshine on each brow, and many summers find each face as fair and glad as now. The Shepherd Boy by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Like some vision old of far other time, when the age was golden in the young world's prime, is thy soft pipe ringing, O lonely shepherd boy? What song art thou singing in thy youth and joy? Or art thou complaining of thy lowly lot, and thine own disdaining, dost ask what thou hast not? Of a future dreaming, weary of the past, for the present scheming all but what thou hast? Now thou art delighting in thy summer home, where the flowers inviting tempt the bee to roam, where the cowslip bending with its golden bells of each glad hour's ending with a sweet chime tells. All wild creatures laugh him when he is alone, every bird above him sings its softest tone. Thankful to high heaven, humble in thy joy, much to thee is given, lowly shepherd boy. Shepherd Boy by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Like some vision olden of farther time, and the age was golden, the young world's prime, is thy soft pipe ringing, along the shepherd boy, what song art thou singing in thy youth and joy? Or art thou complaining of a lowly lot, thine own disdaining, dost ask what thou hast not? Her future dreaming, weary of the past, the present scheming, all but what thou hast? Now war art delighting in thy summer home, the flowers inviting, tempt to be to roam, where cowslip bending, with its golden bells of each glad hour's ending, the sweet chime tells. All red creatures love thee, when he is alone, the bird above him sings its softest tone. Thankful to high heaven, humble in thy joy, much to thee is given, lowly shepherd boy. The Shrine and Grotto of Santa Rosalia by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Had she not birth that gives its place, high honoured in the land? Her seat at every festival was at the Queen's right hand. Had she not wealth the wanting which rank is a painful show. It is the spirit of red gold that rules the world below. Had she not beauty, last, best charm the woman granted her? Nature has no other gift, so infinite, so dear. Yet has she turned away from life, alone, apart, to dwell within a mountain solitude, within a mountain cell. What feelings and what impulses then stirred the human soul that gave itself entire apart to solitude's control? Was it a world of fantasy, wherein her being moved, while only of imagined things she feared and hoped and loved? Did the pale stars that watch at night revel their mystic lore, and tell the secrets of those days that earth will know no more? Did the wild winds amid the pines seem as they brought the tone of holy and immortal songs to angels only known? Hers must have been a life of dreams, exalted and sustained by that enthusiastic faith which such a victory gained. Yet I hold not such a sacrifice is for the Christian's creed. A question of its happiness, a question of its need. God never made the world so fair to leave that world a void, nor scattered blessings o'er our path unless to be enjoyed. Look round, the vales are sweet with flowers, the woods are sweet with song, the soul uplifted with that joy says such joy is not wrong. Divine its origin, divine the faith it keeps alive. Not with the beautiful and true should human nature strive. Each fine sense gifted with delight was to the spirit given, that conscious of a better state it might believe in heaven. Too much this very world of ours has fallen since the fall, and low desires and care and crime hold empire over all. Yet not the less it is our part to do the best we can. A better faith, a better fate, man yet may work for man. A Sicilian Girl to the Madonna by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Madonna, I have gathered flowers and wreathed them round the shrine, and every rose I offer thee is wet with tears of mine. Madonna, I am kneeling here, yet will they not depart, with earthly hopes and earthly fears, with war within my heart. I strive to only pray for peace, to only think of thee, lest my wild and wandering thoughts I with my words agree. Madonna, 'tis in vain to strive. My lips may move in prayer, but thou canst read my inmost soul and other thoughts are there. Thou knowest all my wretchedness, thou knowest all my love. Mother dear, look down on me, I dare not look above. Mother, thou not on that pure brow one earthly shade appears, that radiant head has been bowed down, whose eyes been filled with tears. Thou knowest bitterness of grief, the mortal pang and strife, of hopes that look beyond the grave, of ties that bind to life. I feel the damp upon my brow, flush upon my cheek, my languid pulse, my failing breath, more variant, more weak. Little should she think of love, whose steps are on the grave, of love, the Almighty to destroy, the powerless to save. 'Tis in vain. Cannot pray, yet not think his name. It may be silent on my lips, his heart the same. The love of happy childhood's years, the love of youth's first woe, the same through sickness, grief, and wrong may not be banished now. I know no more my evening song will rise at twilight dim. I know this is my latest prayer. Well, let breath for him. His sails are spread, Madonna, keep the tempest from the sky. Bless for the bridal which he seeks. Go and die. The Sick Room by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis midnight, and a starry shower weeps its bright tears o'er life and flower. Sweet, silent, beautiful the night, sufficing for her own delight. But other lights than sky and star from yonder casement gleam afar, the lamp subdued to the heart's gloom of suffering and of sorrow's room. The Sisters by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The morning light is in their hair, golden as ever sunbeams were. The morning light is in their eyes, azure as ever were the skies. And everything in each sweet face is touched with gladness and with grace. The tones are such as might beseem the colors of a noontide dream. Some dream that from external things borrows the hues that light its wings, and some young sleeper's head is laid on violets in a pleasant shade. So like they are, as roses grow, self-same upon the self-same bough, while just some slight shades intervene to mark a change more felt than seen. as like they are, as nature, loath to make a difference, modelled both to the same shape, it was so fair that not a grace was left to spare. With the same fantasy she hung like music upon either tongue, and when the silver laugher came, whose sweet laugh was it, none might name. So much for every outward sign, the inward world hath deeper shrine, and never beating heart was known without a likeness of its own. Only in face the same, each heart had its sweet empire kept apart. Change infinite asserts its claim, like lovely laughed, but not the same. The Slave Ship by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. No surge was on the sea, no cloud was on the day, and the ship spread her white wings like a sea-bird on her way. Ocean lay bright before, the shore lay green behind, and a breath of spice and balm came on the landward wind. There rose a curse and wail as the vessel left the shore, and last looks sought the native land which should dwell there no more. Who seeing the fair ship wet swept through the bright waves would dream the tyrants trod her deck, and that the freight was slaves. By day was heard the lash, by night the heavy groan, for the slave's blood was on the chain that festered to the bone. Was one in that dark ship a prince in his own land? He scorned the chain, he scorned the threat, he scorned his fettered hand. He called upon his tribe and said they might be free, and his brow was cold and stern as he pointed to the sea. Next night a sullen sound was heard amid the wave. The tyrants sought the captives, they only found their grave. The Sleeping Beauty by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sleep with honeydews half bound her, sleep unwaked by day. Through the forest growing round her none may take their way, for it is a path forbidden by the words of power. There the beauty must be hidden till the appointed hour, till the young deliverer cometh and the maiden life resumeth. Purple fruit and golden chalice lie upon the floor, for in that enchanted palace all is as before. There still is the censer burning with its perfumed flame. Years on many years returning, see it still the same. It will burn till light reliving in those closed eyes quench its giving. There her ivory lute too slumbers on the haunted ground. Silent are its once sweet numbers like all things around. On her cheek the rose is breathing with its softest red, and the auburn hair is wrapping round the graceful head. Changeth not that rosy shade, stirreth not that auburn braid. Half the wild west wind when only leave to come and weep, is the lovely one left lonely to her charmed sleep? No, when yon full moon has risen o'er the azure lake, cometh one to that sweet present for the sleeper's sake, on that only moonlit hour half her gentle fairy power. Then she calls fair spirits nigh her, each one with a dream, so with sweet thoughts to supply her, and those shadows seem real as life, but that each vision hath a lovelier ray, more ethereal and Elysian than earth's common day. Human thoughts and feelings keep life in that enchanted sleep. Soon o'er that dark pine and laurel will a youth prevail. Is there not a gentle moral in that fairy tale? Like that maiden sleep unwaking, slumber of woman's heart, till love comes, that slumber breaking for life's loveliest part. The heart which it must waken soon will mourn its rest forsake. The Snowdrop by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. Thou beautiful newcomer, with white and maiden brow, thou fair gift from summer, why art thou blooming now? This time and sheltered alley is dark with winter green, not such as in the valley at sweet springtime is seen. The lime tree's tender yellow, the aspen's silvery sheen, with mingling colours mellow the universal green. Now solemn hues are bending mid gloomy firs around, and in long dark rafts descending the ivy sweeps the ground. Now sweet companion pledges why health as dewdrops pass, now roses on the hedges, now violet in the grass. Thou art watching, and thou only, above the earth's snow tomb. Was lovely and was lonely, I bless thee for thy bloom. Though the singing rill be frozen, while the wind forsakes the west, though the singing birds have chosen some lone and silent rest, like we, one sweet thought lingers in a heart else cold and dead. though the summer's flowers and singers and sunshine long half fled. 'Tis the love for long years cherished, yet lingering lorn and lone, though its lovelier lights have perished and its earlier hopes are flown. Though the very world hath bounded with many a heavy thread, and the cold and changed surrounded, it blossometh o'er all. The Soldier's Bride by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The white plum was upon his head, the spur upon his heel, the trumpet rang upon his ear, with a note the dead might feel. Before him lay a gallant host, his own, his bannered line, where from 1,000 silver shields flashed back the morning shine. He sat upon his raven steed as a proud ship curbs the deep. One instant yet he reined his horse, he heard his lady weep. "What, weepest thou, lady mine?" he said, "and thou a soldier's bride? Dear should be his fame when aught in the whole world beside." "Away," she cried, "these are not tears that fall for thee or me. I weep our infant boy, too young to fight or follow thee." The Soldier's Funeral by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The muffled drum rolled on the air, warriors with steady step were there. Under the arm was a black crape bound, and the carbon was turned to the ground. Solemn the sound of the measured tread, as silent and slow they followed the dead. The riderless horse was led in the rear, with the white plums waving over the briar. Helmet and sword were laid on the pale, for it was a soldier's funeral. That soldier had stood on the battle plain, heavy step was over the slain. Bran and the ball had passed him by, and he came to his native land to die. Or sad to come to that native land, and not clasp one familiar hand, or sad to be numbered amid the dead, before he could hear his welcome said. But 'twas something to see its cliffs once more, to lay his bones on his own loved shore, to think that the friends of his youth might weep over green grass turf for soldiers sleep. Buckets ceased the wailing sound as the coffin was lowered into the ground, a wallow was fired, a blessing said, a moment's pause, and we left the dead. I was a poor and aged man, as stiff was feeble his cheek was wan. He knelt him down on the new raised mound, his face was bowed on the cold damp ground. He raised his head, his tears were done, father had prayed over his only son. The Soldier's Grave by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There's a white stone placed upon yonder tomb, beneath is a soldier lying. The death one came amid sword and plum, banner and ball were flying. And now he sleeps, turf on his breast, where wet white flowers surround it. The churchyard affords of a place of his rest, where the steps of his childhood bounded. There were tears that fell from many eyes, it was the woman's gentle weeping, and the wailing of age and infant cries, of a grave where he lies sleeping. He had left his home and his spirit's pride, with his father's sword and blessing. He stood with the valiant side by side, his country's wrongs redressing. He came again, and the light of his fame and red campaign was over. One heart that in secret had kept his name was claimed by the soldier lover. And a cloud of strife came upon the sky. He left his sweet home for battle, left his young child's lisp to the loud war cry, and the cannon's long death rattle. He came again, but an altered man. A path of grave was before him, and the smile that he wore was cold and wan, for the shadow of death hung o'er him. He spoke of victory, spoke of cheer, wreathed of the words that are vainly spoken to the childish mother or orphan's ear, of the widow whose heart is broken. A helmet and a sword are engraved from the stone, half hidden by yonder willow, where he sleeps, whose death in battle was won, but he died on his own home pillow. The song was o'er, but yet the strings, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The song was o'er, but yet the strings made melancholy murmurings. She wandered on from air to air, changeful as fancies when they bear the impress of the rise forth, from memory's twilight caverns broad. At length one wild, peculiar chime recalled this tale of ancient time. The Spanish lady sat alone within her evening bower, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The Spanish lady sat alone within her evening bower, and, sooth to say, her thoughts were such as suited well the hour. For, shining on the myrtle leaves until they shone again, the moonlight fell amid the boughs like light and glittering rain. The ground was strewn with cactus flowers, the fragile and the fair, fit emblems of our early hopes, so perishing they are. The jasmine made the starry roof like some Arabian hall, and sweet there floated on the air a distant fountain's fall. She leaned her head upon her hand, I know not which to choose. Alas, whichever choice I make, the other I must lose. When say my eyes are like the stars, and if they are so bright, methinks they should be as those stars, and shed all their light. Don Felix rides the boldest steed, and bears the stoutest lance, and gallantly above his helm his white plumes wave and dance. But when Don Guzman, when the night and dews are falling round, how sweet beneath my lattice comes his lute's soft number sound. Don Felix has in trump borne my colours round the ring, 3 coursers for my beauty's sake he rode before the king. Don Guzman, he has breathed and sung a lover's gentle care, and many who know not my face, yet know that it is fair. The inconstant moon, now bright nor veiled, shone o'er the changing tide. The wind shook down the flowers, but still new flowers their place supplied. And echoed by some far-off song, the lady's voice was heard, "Alas, I know not which to choose," was I her latest word. Yet ere that moon was old, he saw that Donna Julia ride gay on her snowy palfrey as Don Alonso's bride. The bride was young and beautiful, the bridegroom stern and old, but the silken rein was hung with pearls, the housings bright with gold. The Spirit and the Angel of Death by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Spirit, I have been over the joyous earth when the blushing morning gave daylight birth. The boughs and grass were sown with pearls, as an eastern queen had unbound her curls, and showered their treasures o'er leaf and flower. And when I saw how the noontide hour kissed them away, as if the sun touched all with joy that it shone upon, I saw a crimson rose, like an urn, then 1,000 odors burn. It grew in the shade, but the place was bright with the glory and glow of its fragrant light. Then a young lover came beside its dwelling, to a maiden his gentle love tale telling. He plucked a rose from out of the shade. 'Twas not bright as the cheek on which it was laid. The tale was told in the sunny noon, yet the same was heard by the rising moon. I have been where with you a violet dwells, I have sung the sweet peal of the lily bells. I have passed on a diamond lake, the white swans summer pleasance take. I saw the sun sink down in the sea, blushes and bridals seemed there to be. Next over a noble city I swept, calm in the moonlight its proud towers slept, and its stately columns arose on the air, as cut from snow mountains. They were so fair. Entered I next the stately hall, the young and the gay were at festival. The cheek of rose flushed a redder dye, flashed the white light from the full dark eye, laughed the sweet lip with a sunny glance, as the beauty went through the graceful dance. And I saw the rich wine from the goblet spring, like the sudden flash of a spirit's wing. Whence I went in the twilight dim, I heard the convent's vesper hymn. Beautiful the vestal train that dwelt at peace in the holy fane. Paused I in air to hear a song, which rather might to heaven belong. The very winds for delight were mute, and I know 'twas the poet's gifted lute. Then came a sound of a trumpet afar. The nations were gathering together in war, like a cloud in the sunset. The banner was spread. Victory had dyed it of meteor red. Floating scarfs shewed their broidered foil. White foam dashed the bridles of gold. Gallant it was the sight to see of a young and noble chivalry. In sooth, this earth is a lovely place. Pass not in darkness over her face. Yet call back the words of doom. They are too gay and too fair for the tomb. Angel of death, thou hast seen on earth as a passer-by but the outward show of mortality. Go, let the veil from thine eyes depart, search the secrets of every heart. Look beyond what they seem to be, and come and say, are they not ripe for me? Spirit, I have been over the green earth again. I have heard the voice of sorrow and pain. I saw a shining almond tree fling its silver wreath, like a gift to spring. A cold breath came from the northern air. The leaves were scattered, the boughs were bare. I saw a ship launched on the sea. Queen of the waters she seemed to be. 100 voices benison gave, as she cut her path through the frothing wave. 'Twas midnight. She anchored before a town, over which the sun had gone lingering down, as love to see over what was so fair. Now a smiling moon rode on the air, over towers and turrets sailing in light, and gardens that seemed to rejoice in night. When the pealing thunder rolled on the main, and the town was awaked by the fairy rain, and the cry of battle for blood and flame followed wherever the warship came, I heard, on the night wind borne along, sweet as before, that gifted song. But looked I now on the minstrel's fort, where many an inward sorrow wrought work of wasting, pining for fame, yet loathing the gift of an empty name. Hope, whose promise was little worth, and genius, tainted with cares of earth. I have watched the young, there are thorns with their bloom. The gay, but the inward heart was gloom. I have seen the snakes steal amid flowers, showers that come down on April hours. I have seen, alas, 'twas but outward show, the sunshine of yon green earth below. Glad of rest must the wretched and wayworn be. Angel of death, they are ready for thee. The Spirit of Dreams by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Spirit of a midnight dream, what is now upon thy wing? Earth sleeps in the moonlight beam, or with sleep what wilt thou fling? Many a vain and shadowy thought, all of daylight's hope and fear, mind's strange workings have I brought on the sleeper's eye and ear. There were some who prayed me give respite short from grief and pain, some few but sought to live pleasure's fleeting hour again. Past the hour a purple tent, down and odors wooed my stay, but remorse and hate were sent, guards to banish me away. Reached I next a lonely tower, pale, like him, a lamp burned there, while its master passed the hour scroll of learned care. Marvelled I that he should spend thus the hours of my sweet reign, when his labours find their end. He will find, too, they were vain. Tears were in the soft dark eyes, where I once had laughed to rest. Love had banished me, and sighs told he was a less quiet guest. But I bade her eyelids close, neath a sweet dream's gentle sway, false, but yet less false than those which the maiden dreamed by day. I have seen the iron brow get darker in its rest, while the flushed cheek's angry glow told what lurked in the dark breast. I have entered the drear cell where the pallid murderer passed, hours whose anguish none may tell, yet clung to them as his last. I have looked on craft and crime in the hearts of youth and age. O night, wine's fearful time, mine a very pilgrimage. Better love a sweet noontide, haunting the blue hyacinth bell, where the silver waters glide, where the falling dewdrops dwell. Welcome to the morning hours, welcome to the rising sun. I may now go haunt the flowers. Joy, my human task's done. This deck by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is morning, and the sky, like a royal canopy, burns with crimson and with gold, and from out his cloudy hold joyfully breaks forth the sun, while each thing he looks upon seems bright as if only born for that first glad hour of morn. What sweet sound then passed along? 'Twas the skylark's earliest song. What soft breath is floating by? The wild rose's waking sigh, breathing odours as the gale shakes away her dewy way. There are other sighs than these, other sounds are on the breeze. Hearken to the baying hound, hearken to the bugle sound. Horse tramp, shout upon the ear, till the hunter band are near. Sweep we now across the plain, soothed is the gallant train. Many a high-born dame is there, dance their rich curls on the air, catching many a golden hue, catching many a pearl of dew. Flush the colours on their cheek, lovelier than the morning's break. Score the young knights far and wide, as they would to battle ride, finding gallant chase in the somewhat of war's mimicry. Hark! The hunter shouts declare, we have found the red deer's lair. Rising from its fragrant sleep, where 1,000 wild flowers creep. With one sudden desperate spring rushes forth a forest king, like the lightning from the sky, like the wind when winds are high. Far, where yet the train were near, dashed away the noble deer, as, rejoicing in the speed which might mock the Arab steed. As he passed the forest green, well his pathway might he see. Many a heavy oaken bough bent before his antler's brow. Shout and horn rung through the wood, paused he not beside the flood. Foam and flake shone on its blue, as the gallant stag dashed through. Long or ever mid they came, where it stopped each lovely dame, in some green tree's shade, content but to hear the day's event. Still the stag held on his way, careless through what toils it lay, down deep in the tangled dell, or o'er the steep rock's pinnacle. Staunch the steed and bold the knight that would follow such a flight. Of the morning's gallant train few of those who now remain. Verily the brave stag drew his deep breath as on he flew. Heavily his glazed eye seems to seek somewhere to die. All his failing strength is spent now to gain one steep ascent. Up he toils, the height is won, 'tis the sea he looks upon. Yet upon the breeze are borne coming sounds of shout and horn. The hunters gain the rock's steep crest, starts he from his moment's rest, proudly shakes his antlers head, as though his defiance said, "Come, but your triumph shall be vain." The proud stag plunges in the main, seeks and finds beneath a wave safely, freedom, and the grave. The Star by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, would I might share the wild car, thou strange and magnificent star! Thou scatterest thy fiery hair, thy steps they are bright on the air. Behind you a glorious light streams over the dark bosom of night. Where hast thou been? Is the sun thy home, and thy journey is done? Or art thou a wanderer on high, no rest to be found in the sky? Never again shall I gaze on the gleam of the wonderful race, soon the hour of thy splendor is o'er. I shall look on thy beauty no more, would pass through the infinite space, no mortal thy pathway may trace. There's mystery stamped on thy brow, a marvel, a secret art thou. Oh, would that to me it were given to wander with thee through the heaven. The Stars by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Last night I by my casement leant and looked on the bright firmament, and marked a group of stars which met almost as if on purpose set together for their loveliness, as sisters around each other press. I thought how fair they had seemed to me, if I had gazed on them with thee. Never do I so wish thee near as when somewhat or fair or dear is by me, and the night wind sighing amid a thousand flowers is dying, and the young rosebud I have nursed opens its crimson beauty first, and the sweet bird that I have cherished since so near in the snows perished pours to violets of May the music of its earliest lay. When I have paused upon some thought found in the minstrel page, and fraught with love's aroma, how my heart has treasured up for thee a part in its rejoicing, pined for thee to share in its felicity. Alas, my spirit sings tonight, our absence is as love's twilight, and the eye sees, or thinks it sees, in the grey boughs, the waving trees, 10,000 flitting shapes pass by, yet none perhaps reality. And thus in absence will the lover 10,000 feverish shapes discover, and not a care, not a pain, but fills the heart and racks the brain. Beautiful stars, in other days the prophet's eye might read your race, and tell of many a strange event, of warfare and of warning sent. I would not wish to know the fate of purple crown or royal state. The stars might show to our eyes their deep and mighty mysteries, enough for me to know them fair, and read my lover's safety there. The Sultana's Remonstrance by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It suits thee well to weep, as thou look'st on the fair land, whose sceptre thou hast held with less than woman's hand. On yon bright city gaze, with its whitened marble halls, the glory of its lofty towers, the strength of its proud walls. And look to yonder palace, with its garden of a rose, with its groves and silver fountains, fit for a king's repose. There's weeping in that city, and a cry of woe and shame. There's a whisper of dishonor, and that whisper is thy name. And the strains of feast is spread, but it is no feast of wine, and thine own halls accursed lips drain the forbidden wine. And aged men are in the streets, who mourn their length of days, and young knights stand with folded arms and eyes they dare not raise. There is not one whose blood was not as the waves of ocean free. Their fathers died for thy fathers, they would have died for we. Weep not, 'tis mine to weep, but ever word born. Alas, that all a mother's love is lost in the queen's scorn. Yet weep, for less than woman weep, those tears become mine eye. It suits thee well to weep the land for which thou darest not die. The sun was setting o'er the sea by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The sun was setting o'er the sea, a beautiful and summer sun, crimson and warm, as if not night but rather day were just begun. That lighted sky, that lighted sea, they spoke of love and hope to me. I thought how hope o'er the horizon of my heart had poured their glory, like yon sun, only to depart. Alas, that sun should ever set, or hope grow pale, or love forget. The Swan by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I passed by a lake in its darkness. It was dark, for upon its breast, in rolling clouds and in shadow, the face of the sky was impressed. The air was thick and heavy, and the mist hung round like a blith, and the boughs of the trees on the banks closed round with the closing of night. But amid the blackening waters was one bright and beautiful thing, a swan, which, sailing in beauty, spread ruffled each snow-white wing. A sunbeam rested upon her from the only red cloud in the sky, and a flush of crimson glory lit the waves with its swan sailed by. Then turned my heart, my beloved one, to sweet thoughts of thine and thee. Such, in the hour of my darkness, thy beauty has been unto me. My white swan, lovely and lonely, brightening life's silent height, blend light and hope of a bosom which had nor light nor hope beside. The Swarming of the Bees by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They are come, yet what brings them here? With smoke around and with walls so near. Yet there they cling to the golden wand, as there were no sunnier garden beyond. The garden is filled with that drowsy hum. Oh, where is the heath? For the bees are come. Whence have they wandered I cannot tell, but they dream me a dream of some lonely dell. The violets thick mid the green grass sprung, like a purple cloak by a monarch flung. Our garden now fills with that drowsy hum. Oh, where is the heath? For the bees are come. Had they grown weary of roses in bloom, of the long falling wreaths of the yellow-haired broom, of the ringer's pale orange-touched flowers of the gardens afar that they wander to ours? How pleasant it is with that drowsy hum! Where is the heath? For the bees are come. Our garden is somewhat pale and lone, and the walls are high with ivy o'ergrown, and the dust of the city lies dark on the rose, and the lily is almost afraid to unclose. Yet welcome the sound of that drowsy hum. Where is the heath? For the bees are come. The vapours of London float over our head, and the forth from the shower and the sunshine are shed, and cheerful the light of the morning falls o'er the almond tree and the ivied walls. Sweet sounds around it the drowsy hum. Where's the heath? For the bees are come. We have shrubs that have flourished the summer through, the jessamine hanging like pearls on dew, fuchsia with drops like the curls of a bride, bells of coral with Syrian purple inside, will grow more fair with the drowsy hum. Oh, where's the heath? For the bees are come. The sunflowers golden round shall yield its shining store for the harvest field. We plant wild them with the April rain, and feed them till then on the sugar cane. Welcome, welcome, fair drowsy hum. Where's the heath? For the bees are come. The Sword by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Twas the battlefield, and the cold pale moon looked down on the dead and dying, and the wind passed o'er with a dirge and a wail, where the young and the brave were lying. With his father's sword in his red right hand, and the hostile dead around him, lay a youthful chief, but his bed was the ground, and the grave's icy sleep had bound him. A reckless rover, with death and doom, passed a soldier, his plunder seeking. Careless, he stepped where friend and foe lay alike in the lifeblood reeking. Drawn by the shine of the warrior's sword, the soldier paused beside it. He wrenched the hand with a giant's strength, but the grasp of the dead defied it. He loosed his hold, and his English heart took part with the dead before him, and he honored the brave who died sword in hand, and with softened brow he leaned o'er him. A soldier's death thou hast boldly died, a soldier's grave won by it. Before I would take that sword from thine hand, my own life's blood should dye it. Thou shalt not be left for the carrier crow, or the wolf to batten o'er thee, or the coward insult the gallant dead who in life had trembled before thee. When dug he a grave in the crimson earth where his warrior foe was sleeping, and he laid him there in honor and rest with his sword in his own brave keeping. The Taj Mahal at Agra by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I built it on these banks, the monarch said, that when the autumn winds have swept the sea, they may come hither with their falling rains, a voice of mighty weeping o'er her grave. They brought the purest marble that the earth treasured from the sun, and ivory was never yet more delicately carved. Then cupolas were raised, minarets, and flights of lofty steps, and one vast dome rose till it met the clouds. Richly inlaid with red and black, this palace of her dead, exhausted wealth and skill. Around its walls the cypresses like funeral columns stood, and lamps perpetual burned beside the tomb. And yet the emperor felt it was in vain, a desolate magnificence that mocked the lost one and the loved, which it enshrined. The Temple Garden by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The fountain's low singing is heard on the wind, like a melody bringing sweet fancies to mind. Away in the distance is heard the far sound from the streets of a city that compass it round, like the echo of mountains or ocean's deep call. Yet that fountain's low singing is heard over all. The turf and the terrace slope down to the tide of the Thames, that sweeps onwards a world at its side. And dark the horizon with mast and with sail of 1,000 tall ships that have weathered the gale. While beyond the arched bridge the old abbey appears, where England has garnered the glories of years. There are lights in the casement. How vary the ray that asks from the night time the toils of the day! I fancy I see the brow bend over the page, whose youth wears the paleness and wrinkles of age. What struggles, what hopes, what despair may have been, where sweep those dark branches of shadowy green. The Temple of Juggernaut by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The winds are stirred with tumult, on the air sound drum and trumpet, at a bell and gong. Strong voices loud uplift their barbarous song. Vast is the gathering, where the priests declare the 7-headed god is passing there. On roll his chariot wheels, while every roll from prostrate bodies crushes forth a soul, rejoicing such last agony to bear. Such are thy creeds, O man, and thou art given to thy own fearful nature, false and stern. What were we now, but that all-pitying heaven sent us a holier, pure faith to learn? Type of its message came the white-winged dove. What is the Christian's creed? Faith, hope, and love. The Thessalian Fountain by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A small clear fountain with green willow trees girding it round. There's one single spot where you may sit and rest, its only bank. Elsewhere the willows grow so thick together, and it were like a sin to crush that bed of pale and delicate narcissus flowers, bending so languidly, as still they found in the pure wave of love and destiny. But here the moss is soft, and when the wind has been felt even through the forest's green, for round like guardians to the willows stand oaks large and old, tall fires, dark bechs, and elms rich with the yellow wealth that April brings. A shower of rose leaves makes it like a bed where on a nymph might sleep, when, with her arm shining like snow amid her raven hair, she dreamt of the sweet song wherewith the fawn had lulled her, and awakening from her rest, when through the leaves an amorous sunbeam stole and kissed her eyes. The fountain were a bath for her to lave her ivory feet, and cool the crimson beauty of her sleep-warmed cheek, and bind the ruffled curls in the blue mirror of the transparent waters. But these days of visible poetry have long been past. No fear that the young hunter may profane the haunt of some immortal, but there still, for the heart clinges to old idolatry, if not with true belief, with tenderness, lingers a spirit in the woods and flowers which have a Grecian memory. Some tale of olden love or grief linked with her bloom, seem beautiful beyond all other ones. The marble pillars are laid in the dust, the golden shrine and its perfume are gone, but they are natural temples still for those eternal though dethroned deities, where from green alphas flowers send up their incense. This fount is one of them. The Three Brothers by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They dwelt in a valley of sunshine, those brothers. green were the palm trees that shadowed their dwelling, sweet, like low music, the sound of the fountains that fell from the rocks around the beautiful home. There the pomegranate blushed like the cheek of a maiden when she hears in the distance the step of her lover, and blushes to know it before her young friends. They dwelt in the valley. Their mine was a cornfield heavy with gold, and in autumn they gathered the grapes that hung clustering together like rubies. Summer was prodigal there of her roses, and the ringdoves filled every grove with their song. But those brothers were weary, for hope like a glory lived in each bosom, that hope of a future which turns where it kindles the heart to an altar, and urges to honor and noble achievement. To this fine spirit our earth owns the greatest, for the future is purchased by scorning the present, and lives redeemed from its clay soil by fame. We leaned in the shades of the palm trees at evening, when the crimson haze swept down the side of the mountain. Glorious in power and terrible beauty, the spirit that dwelt in the star of her birth parted the clouds and stood radiant before them. Each felt his destiny hung on that moment, each from his hand took futurity's symbol. One took a scepter and one took a sword. But the little lute fell to the share of the youngest, and his brothers turned from him and laughed him to scorn. And the king said, "The earth shall be filled with my glory." And he built him a temple. Each porphyry column was the work of a life, and he built him a city. 100 gates opened the way to his palace, too few for the crowds that were nailed as his slaves. And the highest tower saw not the extent of the walls. The banks of a river were covered with gardens, and even when sunset was pale in the ocean, the turrets were shining with taper and lamp, which filled the night wind as it passed them with odors. The angel of death came and summoned the monarch, but he looked on the city, the fair and the mighty, and said, "Ye proud temples, I leave you my fame." The conqueror went forth, like the storm over ocean, his chariot wheels red with the blood of the vanquished. Nations grew pale at the sound of his trumpet, thousands rose up at the wave of his banners, and the valleys were wide with the bones of the slain. He stood on the mountain, no foeman was near him, heavy and crimson his banner was waving over a plain where his victories were written in blood, and he welcomed the wound whence his life's tide was flowing, for death is sealed to the conqueror's fame. But the youngest went forth with his lute, and the valleys were filled with the sweetness that sighed from its strings. Maidens, whose dark eyes but opened in palaces, wept as at twilight they murmured his words. He sung to the exile the songs of his country, till he dreamed for a moment of hope and of home. He sang to the victor, who loosened his captives, where the tears of his childhood sprang into his eyes. He died, and his lute was bequeathed to the cypress, and his tones to the hearts that loved music and song. Long ages passed. From the dim world of shadows, these brothers returned to revisit the earth. They came to revisit the place of her glory, to hear and rejoice in the sound of her fame. They looked for the palace, the temple of marble, the rose-haunted gardens. A desert was there. The sand, like the sea in its wrath, had swept over them, and tradition had even forgotten their names. The conqueror stood in the place of his battles, and his triumph had passed away like a vapor, and the green grass was waving its grove of wildflowers. And they, not his banner, gave name to the place. They passed the king's garden, and there sat his daughter, singing a sweet song remembered of old. And the song was caught up and sent back like an echo from a young voice that came from a cottage beside. Then smiled the minstrel. "You hear it, my brothers? My songs yet are sweet on the lute and the lip. King, not the vestige remains of your palaces, conqueror, forgotten the fame of your battles, but the poet yet lives in the sweetness of music, the appeal to the heart, and that never forgets." The Thunderstorm by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Comes. The rushing wind has burst the silence and the weight which nursed its gathering strength. Deep as a tomb, one heavy cloud sweeps on in gloom. A few faint gleams of broken light, a streak of blue, all else is night. Not the soft night of moon and star, but made by elements at war. A human step is on the heath, a child that bears a wildflower wreath, while o'er the mountains howls the wind. The morn's fair veil is far behind, She is alone. Her large blue eyes turned timid to the awful sky. The innocent, the loved, the young, to whom the widow's heart has clung, the dear reminder of a past on whom all future hope is cast, guarded by all the mother's tears. Sweet orphan, shake from thee thy fears. Tremble to mark God's might above. Tremble, but cheer thy dread with love. More dark the tempest overhead, not this the tempest thou shouldst dread. Dread were the storms which coming time must mingle with thine hour of prime, the tempests of the heart which none, however they subdue, may shun. The feverish hope, the vain desire, envy, repentance, grief, and ire, the trust deceived, the faith betrayed, the wrong that only heaven can aid. These wait for, and these must be a portion of thy life and thee. Then in after years of care toils thee more than thou canst bear, and sleepless night and anxious day will life and heaviness away. Think thou, amid thy very lot, how this storm passed and harmed thee not. The hand that kept the wind-swept hill and lonely moors with thee still, the same to save, the same to spare, let thy lip guard its early prayer. Thy wrongs are registered on high, thy tears a holy hope shall dry. Thy toil-meet harvest will return, thy grief is as the fires that burn, and purify, if that thy heart has kept its early faith apart. If thou canst raise a heavenward brow, as trustingly as thou dost know, if meekest faith and pity can say, thy God is still with thee. The Tomb of Aurungzebe by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A mighty tomb, fit for a mighty king, one last great mockery, 1,000 slaves dug marble from the quarry, then arose the slow foundation. Men put forth their skill in rich devices and in ornament, then towed the rounded column, and the walls shone with red gold and many-colored stones. Then spread the bordered purple for a pole, all for what? To hide some grains of dust. So might the cynics say, so say not I. It is a glorious thing for man to war with time by some great work. Wherefore was skill and energy and industry bestowed, if that he use them not? How many hearts in the completion of this building throb with the fine pride of art, that pride which leads to all that can redeem or civilize our human nature. Now, what solemn thoughts brood here, an atmosphere from which we draw such lessons as the dead alone can give, and only way then present to the mind, as they are present in this monument. O build tombs for the dead, they are mightier there than in the living palaces. The Tomb of Humayun Dili by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He stood alone upon a hill, where he had built a tower, that he might watch in solitude how worked the midnight hour. The blue sky spread above his head, as if indeed it were another world to that sad earth, man's heritage of care. As yet the moon was in her youth, her hour of strength untried, one with white cloud round her, like the veil that hides an earthly bride. From drooping leaves and bending flowers exhaled the midnight dews, like love that from its inmost thoughts its own sweet life renews. Like floating islands on the air, the palm trees' feathery crest rose high and lone. There was no wind to stir its shadowy rest. White as the snow, which never falls on these delicious plains, the marble city reared aloft its palaces and fens. So delicately carved, so fair, the graceful buildings stand, such as to us are like the dreams of some enchanted land. Our northern shores have sullen skies, the mist, the frost, the rain, and soon the fairy fabric wears the shadow and the stain. But here there is a purer air, there is more genial sky, as if the sun remembered still his first bright infancy. The monarch looked not on the scene, although it was so fair, the stars are out upon the sky and every thought fixed there. He looked upon them as the scrolls prophetic of our life, the chronicles, where fate inscribes our sorrow, sin, and strife. All that we struggle with in vain, all that we seek to shun, the weird of its stern destiny, whose will must aye be done. Who may deny that on the soul the coming hours may cast their shadow, till the future seem as actual as the past? There are strange mysteries in night, its silence and its sleep, the pale moon with the magic power shares upon the deep. What, though our common nature holds no intercourse on high, though given not to common eyes to read the starry sky, there may be lofty sympathies allowed to lofty minds, and it may be to such that fate her shining scroll unbinds. Alas, for them, save misery, what can such knowledge give? Had life no mystery, and no hope? Oh, who could bear to live? The Tomb of Romeo and Juliet by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I moralize on love, and deem its life but as an April gleam, a thing of sunshine and of showers, of dying leaves and falling flowers. Who would not be the darkest sphere that such a rainbow comes to cheer? I turn and wail above a tomb where sleeps the wreck of youth and bloom. Deem it quite enough to say, was beauty and was love decay. But I must look upon the spot, the feelings my cold heart has not, those gentle thoughts that consecrate, even while they weep, the lover's fate. I thought upon the starlit hour, when lent the maid mid leaf and flower, and blushed and smiled the tale to hear, poured from her dark-eyed cavalier. And yet I too must moralize, albeit with gentler sympathies. Of all my own fond heart can tell, of love's despair and love's farewell, its many miseries, its tears like lava, not like dew, its fears that make hope painful, when its trust so often trampled in the dust, neglected, blighted, and betrayed, a sorrow and a mockery made, when change and adverse fortune, all that binds and keeps sweet love and frail. Surely, surely it were best to be just for one moment blessed. Just gaze upon one worship eye, and know yourself beloved and die. The Tombs of the Kings of Golconda by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Mornings around the shining palace, mirrored on the tide, where the lily lifts her chalice with its gold inside, like an offering from the waves. Early wakened from their slumbers, stand the glittering ranks. Who will swear shall count the numbers on the river's banks? Forth the household pours the slaves of the king of fair Golconda, of Golconda's ancient kings. Wherefore to the crimson morning are the banners spread, daybreak's early colours scorning with the livelier red. Pearls are wrought on each silk fold, summer flowers are flung to wither on the common way. Is some royal bride brought hither with this festival array to the city's mountain hold of the kings of old Golconda, of Golconda's ancient kings? From the gates the slow procession, troops and nobles come. This hour takes the king possession of an ancient home, one he never leaves again. Musk and sandalwood and amber fling around their breath. We will fill the murky chamber where the bride is deaf, where the warm half-soul domain are the kings of old Golconda, or Golconda's ancient kings. Now the monarch must surrender all his golden state, yet the mockeries of splendor on the pageant wait that attends him to the tomb. Music on the air is swelling, 'tis the funeral song, as to his ancestral dwelling is he borne alone. They must share life's common doom, the kings of fair Golconda, Golconda's ancient kings. What are now the chiefs that gather? What the diamond mines? What the heron's snowy feather on their crest that shines? What the valleys of a rose? For another is their glory, and their state and gold. They are a forgotten story, fain and feebly told, breaking not the still repose of the kings of fair Golconda, of Golconda's ancient kings. Glorious is their place of sleeping, gold with azure wrought, and embroidered silk is sweeping, silk from Persia brought, round the carved marble walls. Not the less the night owl's pinion stirs the dusky air, not the less is the domain of the earth warm there, not less deep the shadow falls o'er the kings of fair Golconda, or Golconda's ancient kings. Not on such vain aids relying can the human heart triumph o'er the dead and dying. It must know its part, hint the glorious hopes that wait the bright openings of a portal far beyond the sky. Faith whose promise is immortal, life that cannot die. These, and stronger than the state of the kings of fair Golconda, of Golconda's ancient kings. A Tournament by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. His spur on his heel, his spear in its rest, the wild wind just waving the plumes on his crest. The young knight rides forward, his armour is bright as that which it mirrors the morning's clear light. His steed it is black as the raven that flies mid the tempest that darkens its way through the skies. From his nostrils the white foam is scattered around, he knoweth the battle and spurneth the ground. His master is young, but familiar his hand has been from its childhood with axe and with brand. His gold locks have darkened with blood and with toil, where the battle of Ascalon darkened the soil. He is calm, though youth, save when his blue eye sees afar the red banners that sweep through the sky. It kindles. There waiteth a triumph again. He poses his lance and he tightens his rein. The belt of a knight was in Palestine won. By the hand of King Richard the belt was bound on his shoulder the cross, by his helmet a glove, till he served his God and his King and his love. On his lip is a song whose last murmur was heard when the castle's old ivy the summer wind stirred. Low and love touched the words that are never so dear as when battle and danger and triumph are near. He flings the bright marks from his scarf's silken fold. What careth the warrior for silver or gold? And he bends till his plumes touch his horse's dark mane, to the minstrel who mingles one name with his strain. So loyal of heart and so liberal of hand were the gallant, the high-born of England's fair land. But where glory is gathered, where honours are told, let the race of today match the good knights of old. The Truth of Presentiments by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I felt my sorrow ere it came, as storms are felt on high, before a single cloud denied their presence on the sky. The heart has omens deep and true that ask no aid from words, like viewless music from the harp with none to wake its chords. Strange, subtle are these mysteries, and linked with unknown powers, marking mysterious links that bind the spirit world to ours. The Tumuli by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The dead, in sleep we hear the lost of our years. The dead, can they be here where naught of death appears? The abbey it hath marble urn, the churchyard humble stone, the pyramid its spectral dead, the catacomb bleached bone. But here's only sunny mound, so quiet in its rest, that though the dew be gone, the hair skips fearless on its breast. A small green mound, a summer hill, why stand and gaze we there? Is it the consciousness of death upon the silent air? Like memory veiled, tradition sits beside the haunted place, and dimly outlines other days, men of another race. Race of a forest, Albion's first, is yon lone mound your grave? Did the dark druid's mystic spell open earth's secret cave? Or rests the haughty Roman here, who left his home and hearth, to win, O madness of mankind, a grave on foreign earth? Or was the fair-haired Saxon taught the victor half his doom? Or lie here piled the Danes' fierce ranks, who of them fill this tomb? Yet these so utterly forget the heroes in their day, and, like all heroes, thought their name would never pass away. Each had their creed of faith and fame, priest's word or minstrel's strain, promised them mortality and promised it in vain. Here may have been shed men's best blood, there woman's bitterest tears, yet of it all what now remains? One question: who sleeps here? The Unknown Poet's Grave by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There is no memory of his fate, no record of his name. A few wild songs are left behind, but what are they to fame? No one will gaze upon the scene, remembering but where he has been. Not his the memory that makes a shrine of every place, wherever step or song of his had left their deathless trace. None say 'twas here his burning line was dreamed, and hence it all divine. Yet here thy step has often been, and here thy songs were sung. Here were thy beating heart and lute, chord after chord unstrung. Thy dying breath was on this air, it hath not left its music there. No, nameless is the lowly spot where that young poet sleeps. No glory lights its funeral lamp, no pity on it weeps. There weeds may grow, or flowers may bloom, for his is the forgotten tomb. And yet how often those dark pines once heard thy twilight song, 'Twas written on those summer leaves, the wild winds be along, of all who gaze on Tivoli, who is there that remembers thee? The dark-eyed lady, she who taught thy most impassioned tone, the spirit of thy poetry, her fate has been thine own. A very brow, a faded cheek, a heart that only beat to break. Thy friends were words too delicate for many to divine, and like words written on the sands are those on friendship's shrine. A few sad words, a few vain tears, and so is closed the faith of years. The world that had no part in thee, too sensitive to bear unkindness or repulse, too true the usual mask to wear. Alas, the gold too much refined is not for common use designed. Thy dreams of fame were vague and void, the mystery of a star, whose glory lifted us from earth, the beautiful, the far. And yet these dreams of fame to thee were dearer than reality. Alas, in these have been in vain, the prize has not been won. Thy lute is a forgotten lute, thy name a nameless one. The wild wind in the pine tree bore is all the requiem for thee now. And I, who in vain sympathy these mournful words have said, not mine the hand that can bestow the laurel on the dead. I only know thy nameless fate, to me seems life's most desolate. Methinks it is not much to die and leave behind a spirit in the hearts of men, a voice amid our kind. When fame and death and union have given thousand lives for one, our thoughts, we live again in them, our nature's noblest part, our life in many a memory, our home in many a heart, when not a lip that breathes our strain, but calls us into life again. Now give me some green laurel leaves to float on memory's wave, one tone remain of mine wild songs to sanctify my grave, and then but little should I care how soon within that grave I were. The Upper Lake of Killarney, Ireland, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Why doeth a maiden turn away from voices so sweet and words so dear? Why doeth a maiden turn away when love and flattery woo her ear, and rarely that enchanted twain whisper in woman's ear in vain? Why doeth a maiden leave the hall? No face as fair as hers is fair, no step has such a fairy fall, no azure eyes like hers are there. The maiden seeks her lonely bower, although her father's guests are met. She knows that is the midnight hour, she knows the first pale star is set, and now the silver moon beams awake the spirits of a haunted lake. The waves take rainbow hues, and now the shining twain are gliding by. Their chieftain lifts his glorious brow, the maiden meets his lingering eye. The glittering shapes melt into night. Another look, their chief is gone, and chill and grey comes morning's light, and clear and cold the lake flows on. Close, close the casement, not for sleep, over such visions eyes but weep. How many share such destiny, how many, lured by fancy's beam, ask the impossible to be, and pine the victims of a dream. The Usual Destiny of the Imagination, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Remembrance makes the poet, 'tis the past lingering within him, with a keener sense that is upon the thoughts of common men, of what has been, that fills the actual world with unreal likenesses of lovely shapes that were and are not. And the fairer they, the more their contrast with existing things, the more his power, the greater is his grief. Are we then fallen from some noble star, whose consciousness is as an unknown curse, and we feel capable of happiness, only to know it is not of our sphere? The Vale of Lonsdale, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I could not dwell here, it is all too fair, too sunny, too luxuriant. Those green fields, with the rich shadows of the old oak trees, or the more graceful sweep of the light ash, fields where the skylark builds amid the grass, trees where the thrush's nest is on the boughs, those human dwellings, looking peace at least, in gardens with their grove of cultured flowers, the quiet winding of a tideless stream, whose very movement is repose, whose waves are rarely stirred save by the falling rain, which comes when sunshine asks relief from showers. I could not dwell here, it is far too fair, for my heart feels the contrast all too much between the placid scene and its unrest. The Valley of Rocks, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Summer, thou hast lost thy power, nor thy sunshine, nor thy shower Can't from out the steppe on earth call the beautiful to birth. Never springs the green grass here, filled with insects and the flowers, musical and fragrant life, making glad the passing hours. Grove not one ancient tree here, the eye can only see broken mass of cold grey stone. Never yet was place so lone. Yet the heart of many a mood that would seek such solitude than the summer earth and sky mock those who but pine to die. Therefore should the flowers be bright when they yield us no delight. What avails the gladsome spring? Misery is a selfish thing, and the wretched one would fain that all nature shared his pain. When the piled and riven rock of earth's agony, the sign, and the lone and barren place, seem like sorrow's fitting shrine. Gloomy vale, if thou couldst be haunt for human misery, half our life was spent with thee. The Village Bells by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How soft the music of those village bells, failing at intervals upon the ear in cadence sweet, now dying all away, now pealing loud again and louder still, clear and sonorous as the gale comes on. With easy force it opens all the cells, their memories slept. Where's the lovely English sound upon the English air? It comes when else had silence found its quiet empire there. All ordinary signs of life today are hushed and still. No voice of labor or of strife scans the upland hill. The leaves in softer music stir, the brook in softer tune. Life rests, and all things rest with her, this Shabbat afternoon. How fair it is, how English fair! No other land could show a pastoral beauty to compare with that which lies below. The broad green meadowlands extend up to the hanging wood, where oak and beech together blend, that have for ages stood. What victories have left those trees, what time the winged mast bore foreign shores and foreign seas St. George's banner past. Each oak that left yon inland wood in some good ship had part, and every triumph stirred the blood in every English heart. Hence each green hedge that winds along, filled with wildflowers small, round each green field is safe and strong as is a castle wall. God, in his own appointed time, hath made such tumult keys. There ringeth now in that sweet chime but only prayer and peace. Still it is. The bee, the bird, float by on noiseless wing. There sounds no step, there comes no word, there seems no living thing. But still upon the soft west wind these bells come sweeping by, leaving familiar thoughts behind, familiar and yet high. Ringing for every funeral knell, and for the marriage stave. Alike of life and death they tell, the cradle and the grave. They chronicle the hopes and fears upon life's daily page, familiar to our childish years, familiar to our age. The Shabbat bells upon our path, long may their sound endure. The sweetest music England hath, the music of the poor. The Village of Coursalie by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. High in the azure heavens, ye ancient mountains, do ye uplift your old ancestral snows, gathering amid the clouds those icy fountains, whence many a sunny stream through India flows. Flows with a lovely and unceasing motion that only rocks the lotus on its wave. Unknown were the rise storms that rend the ocean, ocean each river's mighty home and grave. Lost in a world of undistinguished waters, where are the lovely memories of the past, the leaves, the flowers, the Brahmin's dark-eyed daughters whose image were on its mirror cast? All fair humanities behind it leaving, for little knows the sea of human things, save a few ships their lonely progress cleaving, and the white shadows of a sea-bird's wings. 'Tis strange how much of this wide world is lonely. Earth hath its trackless forests dark and green, and its wide deserts of a land where only the wind, a very wanderer, hath been. The desert and the forest, lone and solemn, may know in time the work of mortal hand. There may arise the temple, tower and column, where only waved the tree or swept the sand. But on the ocean never track remaining attests the progress of a human race. The ship will pass without a wave retaining the lovely likeness mirrored on its face. And thus, O time, that hast our world in keeping, so dost thou roll the current of thy years? Away, away, in thy dark water sweeping all mortal cares and sorrows, hopes and fears. The Village of the Lepers by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There was a curse on the unhappy race, they dwelt apart from all their fellow men, sad very solitude, and every eye was turned away in loathing. I did pass through their lone village, silence brooded round, and misery had set a withering stamp on every brow, rayless and dim each eye, and the wan, sickly hue was on each face. They had the look of hopeless wretchedness. To them the voice of kindness was a sound unheard, unwished for. No one came to soothe the days of bitterness, proscribed and left alone to struggle with despair and pain. Riven asunder all the blessed ties which are the hope and happiness of life. Polluted, desolate, the cup of wrath had poured its utmost fury on their heads, and there was one whose image long hath dwelt like to a thought of sorrow on my soul. She had been beautiful, but now her cheek was deadly pale, and from her parched lip the rose had fled and left it colourless, and in her eye one same expression dwelt of heartless, comfortless despondency. Her brow was careworn, blighted by the scathe of fell disease which had destroyed her prime, and withered youth when youth is loveliest. She turned her from my look. The curious gaze to sorrow is a piercing mockery. The Violet by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Violets, deep blue violets, April's loveliest cornets. There are no flowers grown the vale, kissed by the dew, wooed by the gale, none by the dew of a twilight wet, so sweet as the deep blue violet. I do remember how sweet the breath came with the azure light of a wreath that hung round the wild harp's golden chords, which rang to my dark-eyed lover's words. I have seen the dear harp rolled with gems of the east and bands of gold, but it never was sweeter than when set with leaves of a deep blue violet. And when the grave shall open for me, I care not how soon the time may be, never a rose shall grow in the tomb, it breathes too much of hope and of bloom, but there be that flowers meek regret, the bending and deep blue violet. The Violet by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Violets, deep blue violets, April's loveliest cornets. There are no flowers grown the vale, kissed by the dew, wooed by the gale, none by the dew of a twilight wet, so sweet as the deep blue violet. I do remember how sweet the breath came with the azure light of a wreath that hung round the wild harp's golden chords, which rang to my dark-eyed lover's words. I have seen the dear harp rolled with gems of the east and bands of gold, but it never was sweeter than when set with leaves of a deep blue violet. And when the grave shall open for me, I care not how soon the time may be, never a rose shall grow in the tomb, it breathes too much of hope and of bloom, but there be that flowers meek regret, the bending and deep blue violet. The Visionary by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I pray thee do not speak to me as you are speaking now. It brings the colour to my cheek, the shadow to my brow. I pray thee do not look at me, I cannot bear that gaze. Though downcast be my eye, it still too much my heart betrays. I feel the past is written there, the past, long since gone by, the past where feelings, fancies, hopes alike unburied lie. Unburied, for their restless ghosts still haunt the sad domain, and mockeries of their former selves come thronging back again. But changed as I and thou art changed, or rather me alone, I never had your heart but mine, alas, was all your own. O magic of atonement bird, laughed all too long and well, I cannot close my heart and ear against their faithless spell. I know them false, I know them vain, and yet I listen on, and say them to myself again long after thou art gone. I make myself my own deceit, I know it is a dream, but one that from my earliest youth has coloured life's deep stream. Frail colours flung in vain, but yet 1,000 times more dear than any actual happiness that ever brightened here. The dear, the long, the dreaming hours that I have passed with thee, and thou hadst not a single thought of how or worth of me. I heard thy voice, I spoke again, I gazed upon thy face, and never scene of breathing life could leave a deeper trace. And all that fancy conjured up and made thee look and say, till I have loathed reality that chased such dream away. Now out upon this foolishness, thy heart it is not mine, and knowing this, how can I waste my very soul on thine? Alas, I have no power to choose, Love is not all my will, I say I must be careless, cold, but find I love you still. I think upon my wasted life, and on my wasted heart, and turn, ashamed and sorrowful, from what will not depart. Thy haunting influence, how it mocks my efforts to forget, the stamp love only seals, but once upon my life is set. I hear from others gentle words, I scarcely heed the while, listen to, but with weariness, forgotten with a smile. But thine, though chance and usual words are treasured, as we keep things lovely, precious, and beloved, our which we watch and weep, I scarcely wish to see thee now, it is to thee a joy, it is such perfect happiness it must have some alloy. I dream of no return from thee, enough for me to laugh, I brood above my silent heart as o'er its nest the dove. But speak not, look not, mock me not, with light and careless words. It wounds me to the heart, it jars my spirit's finest chords. I'll not forget thee, let me dream about thee as before, but farewell, dearest. Yes, farewell, for we must meet no more. The Visionary and the True by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Waking dreams that mock the day have other ends than those that come beneath the moonlight ray and charm the eyes they close. The vision, colouring the night, mid bloom and brightness wakes, banished by morning's cheerful light, which brightens what it breaks. But dreams, which fill the waking eye with deeper spells than sleep, when hours unnumbered pass us by, from such we wake and weep. We wake, but not to sleep again, the heart has lost its youth, the morning light that wakes us then, cold, calm, and stern, is truth. The Volcano of Kiroyar by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. An ebbing tide of fire, the evil powers and fear and anger here are paramount, rending the bosom of the fertile earth and spreading desolation. Black as night and terrible, as if a grave had sent its own dark atmosphere to upper air, the heavy vapors rise. From out the smoke break the red volumes of a central flame, and lava floods and burning showers descend, parching the soil to barrenness. And yet there is the principle of life within that fiery waste. When years have passed, and time, the beautifier, has been there, then will the fierce volcano have consumed its depths of flame, and there the coal reef will spread, at first bleak and dangerous waste, until the wind bear on its wandering wings the fertilizing seeds. The salt sea tide leave shells and weeds behind to vegetate. The birds will come our ocean and delight to find a tranquil home remote from man. Flowers will spring up, and trees, and last some ship will penetrate the waste of waters round, and marvel at the lovely solitude. The Wanderer by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Float on, thou lonely barker, across the weary brine. I know not why I load thee with such cheerless freight as mine. I know not why I wander forth, nor what I wish to see, for hope, the child of morn and mist, has long been veiled from me. Little wreck I for ruined towers, they may be very fair, let poet or let painter rave, I see but ruin there. I think upon the waste above and on the dead below. I see but human vanity, I see but human woe. And cities of the hour of pomp, the people and the proud, what are they? Mighty sculptors to gull the wretched crowd? Where wealth and wonder both secureth each one the birth to bear, where every heart and house are bared with the same sordid care, and fairer scenes the vine-wretched hill, a golden ruby mine, grapes, natural jewels, richly wrought around the autumn shrine. The cornfields, fairy armory, where every lance is gold, and poppies fling upon the wind the banners crimson gold. The moon, sweet shadow of the sun, on the lake's tranquil breast, too much these gentle scenes contrast my spirit's own unrest. I must be what I have been, and not what I am now. A these could call a smile, or chase one shadow from a brow. I must lay in some nameless sea the ghosts of hopes long fled, efface dark memories scroll, and leave a shining page instead. I must forget youth's bloom is fled, or its own measured hours. I must forget that summer dies even amid its flowers. Give me more than pleasure's task, believe that they can be, The never-spreading sail was slow to bear me on the sea. But I care not for the course, whether I may roam. I be about the weariness that haunted me at home. I may see all around me changed beneath a foreign sky. I may fly scenes and friends and foes. Myself I cannot fly. The Watchful Friend by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. In a hidden thicket shade, as the little maiden laid, o'er her bends the whiting rose, at her side the violet grows, and, instead of feudal splendor, summer's fragrant airs attend her. More than castle watcher ward, o'er her sleep the dog keeps guard. None unseen can venture her with that faithful watcher near. A lady who to woodlands wild does design thy darling child, a lady of an ancient line, sweet and natural faith is thine. Thou dost know what influence lies in the summer sun and skies. Thou dost know what healthy red by the open air is shed, and what pleasant sleep is given by the blue uncurtained heaven. Not of that fond mother known outward influence alone. She hath deeper thoughts that tell of dear nature's inward spell. She doeth bid the wind impart its own freshness to the heart. Every flower around is rife with fine poetry for life. Not a perfumed breath but brings some true feelings on its wings. On that rosy child await rank and sway and wealth and state. Sad, too often, is the dower, much they need a softening power. Let with worldly airs be blent some diviner element. Let love, poetry, and thought be to that fair infant brought. Let the face of nature be dearest to its infancy, and all after life will keep treasures from that woodland sleep. The Water Lily by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not amid the soil and the shadow of earth have we our home, or take we our birth. Keep ye your valleys that breathe forth a rose, when beneath the myrtle ye reck not of foes. Low in the waters our palace we make, where sweepeth the river or spreadeth the lake, and the willow that bends with its green hair above, like a lady in grief, is the tree that we love. At noontide we sleep to the music of shells that we bring from the depths of the sea to our cells that are roofed with a crystal whose light is like the young moon's on her first summer night. Strange plants are around us, whose delicate leaves no hue from the sunshine or moonlight receives. Yet rich are the colors, as those that are given when the first hours of April are azure in heaven. Their branches were curled as red as the lip of the earliest rose that the honey bees sip, and above are encrusted a myriad of spars, with the hues of a rainbow, the light of the stars. Our streams are like mirrors reflecting the ranks of the wild flowers that blossom and bend on our banks. We give back their beauty. The face is as fair of the rose in the wave as it is on the air. But the flower that we chosen our tresses to bind, how long are those tresses when flung on the wind? Is the lily that floats on the shadowy tide, with the white cup that treasures its gold dust inside? The pearls that lie under the ocean are white, like a bright sunny weeping whose tears are half light, and pure as the fawn of the snow's early showers, but they are not more fair nor more pure than these flowers. We float down the wave when the waters are red, with the blushes that morning around her half shed, and we bring from our long hair the damps of a night, the dewdrops that shine on the grass are less bright. But alone in the night, with the planets above, or the silver moon, is the hour that we love. Cold, pale as the light, and it suits with our doom, for our heart has no warmth and our cheek has no blue. The night wind, then bears our sad singing along, who unto him who shall listen the song, there's love in the music that floats on the air, but the mortal who seeks us seeks death and despair. The Water Palace, Mandu, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He built it, for he was the king, and wealth was at his will. He had another mountain hold upon a mighty hill, but that was built in times of war with high and armed walls, with midnight watchers in its towers and warriors in its halls. But this sweet palace was for peace, built by the waterside, when Zerid sheathed the sword and won the Persian for his bride. And beautiful round Ishapan spread gardens of a rose, and mid her guarded solitude the young queen pined for woes. The conqueror sought a lovely spot and built a lovely home. Of porphyry was the shining floor, of crystal was the dome. But lovelier were the cypresses that hung the lake beside, as beauties o'er the mirror bend, so bend they o'er the tide. Those giant warriors of the wood, palms with their lofty crest, like waving feathers caught each breast that wandered from the west, and every breeze of red rose leaves brought down a crimson rain. And fields of rice and scanted grass made green each distant plain, and cool and bright down the stream the water lilies swept, as if within each silvery hold the good Camdeo slept. She came, the young and royal bride, and if the place was fair, before her eyes shed sunshine round, how fair when she was there. An hundred maidens and their lutes came with their queen along, the mornings passed, the evenings passed, with story and with song. His sword the conqueror forgot, her early home his bride, whenever way and summer sought their palace by the tide. Oh, welcome, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Fling the banners from the battlements, hang garlands on the walls. Today Lord Ulrich comes again to his ancestral halls. Long time he has been their best, long time with sword in hand. Now they have tamed the Crescent in every Christian land. The boy he left an infant, he will not find the same. The feet can run the greensward, the lips can name his name. There are three that now await him, and bless the ended strife. The boy that will not know him, his sister and his wife. His sister waiteth tenderly, but in her hidden heart she thinketh of another with whom she wept to part. The child is all impatience, with many a childish word he questions of his father and of his horse and sword. But one is thinking only of him, the victor knight. She trembles at the honours he has achieved in fight. Still doeth her pale lip quiver at dangers that are done. Sadly to a woman her warrior's praise is won. She gazes on the distance until her eyes are dim, and not a cloud that passes but she believes it him. Night after night her vigils have worn away her bloom. How often has she started beside the fancied tomb. There is no love like woman's, by distance made more dear, that grows more true and tender with every falling tear. She is pale with joy, she sees him, the warrior chief has come. She looks, she cannot speak it. Lord Ulrich, welcome home. The White Ship, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Strike the sails again, and drop your anchor by the shore. Our purple cup has yet to make a few glad circles more. Fair sister, seat thee by my side, another health for thee. Yon sky shall lose its rival blush, or we pass o'er the sea. I call on thee, for minstrel young, to praise the ruby tide. Thus spoke the young Prince Henry, and soon the song replied. Deep, deep, drain the cup, or leave its wealth untasted. Deep, deep, drain the cup, or its best gift is wasted. Drink not of a purple wine for a moment's gladness. Flashing wit and careless laugh are but transient madness. There's sparkling light floats on the bowl, there's flashing mirth within it. But its deep forgetfulness is the best spell in it. Drain the red wine till it be leave to life's sorrow. 'Tis something to forget today that there must come tomorrow. 'Twas said, for I have lute and bard held prophecy of town, but like a shadow of a bird soon was the sadness flown. And redder, redder grew the sky, and redder grew the brine. The lighter rose the laugh and song, the gayer passed the wine. 'Twas like a court of fairyland, held by the silver mane, the young prince and his sister fair, their gay and gallant train. The first star is upon the east, the last upon the west, and both are but one tinge more pale, mirrored on ocean's breast. No cloud is on the face of heaven, no ruffle on the deep, and there is but such gentle wind as o'er the lute might sweep. The last wine cup is drained, and now, fair ship, they crowd to thee. Ah, these are but unsteady hands to guide thee o'er the sea, but still it was a gallant sight to see abreast the tide. The queen-like countess on the deck, a royal youth beside, and all was bright as the white ship cut through the sparkling spray. Though still her shadow, omen-like, dark on the waters lay. One long, wild shriek, that hidden rock, the ship has perished there. Back with you all, out with the boat, save England's royal hair. Pause on your lives, Back sprung the prince upon the shattered deck. "My sister!" Safely in his arms he bore her from the wreck. Cold, pale, the morning slowly broke. Upheld upon the mast, two, only two, remained to tell what in that night had passed. The one was master of that ship, that fair ship nothing now, or nevermore he'll set her sails, or guide her stately prow. He fought, but of his royal freight, is he among the dead? I saw, the other said, the wave close o'er Prince Henry's head. And who shall to our native shore the dismal tidings bear, and tell the king he has no son, the throne it has no heir? Not I, my noble prince, at least I'll share thy grave. The master loosed his hold and plunged beneath the fated wave. Woe was in merry England, a deep and lasting woe. A father wept above the sea, his children slept below. The Widow's Meat by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is the fruit of waking hours when others are asleep, when moaning round the low-thatched roof the winds of winter creep. It is the fruit of summer days, passed in a gloomy room, when others are abroad to taste the pleasant morning bloom. 'Tis given from a scanty store, and missed while it is given. 'Tis given, for the claims of earth are less than those of heaven. Few, save the poor, feel for the poor. The rich know not how hard it is to be of needful food and needful rest debarred. Their paths are paths of plentiness. They sleep on silken down, and never think how heavily the very head lies down. They know not of the scanty meal with small pale faces round, no fire upon the cold, damp hearth when snow is on the ground. They never by the window sit and see the gay pass by, yet take their very work again, or with a mournful eye. The rich, they give, they miss it not, a blessing cannot be like that which rests, the widowed one, upon thy gift and thee. The Wind by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The wind has a language I would I could learn. Sometimes 'tis soothing and sometimes 'tis stern. Sometimes it comes like a low sweet song, and all things grow calm as the sound floats along, and the forest is lulled by the dreamy strain, and slumber sinks down on the wandering main, and its crystal arms are folded in rest, and the tall ship sleeps on its heaving breast. Sometimes, when autumn grows yellow and sere, and the sad clouds weep for the dying year, it comes like a wizard, and mutters its spell. I would that the magical tones I might tell, and beckons the leaves with its viewless hand, and they leap from the branches at its command, and follow its footsteps with wheeling feet, like fairies that dance in the moonlight sweet. Sometimes it comes in the wintry night, and I hear the flap of its pinions of might, and I see the flash of its whirring eye, as it looks from the thunder clouds sailing on high, and pauses to gather its fearful breath, and lifts up its voice like the angel of death. And the billows leap up, and the summons they hear, and the ship flies away as if winged with fear. And the uncouth creatures that weep in the deep start up at the sound from their floating sleep, and career through the waters like clouds through the night, to share in the tumult their joy and delight. And when the moon rises, the ship is no more, its joys and its sorrows are vanished and o'er, and the fierce storm that slew it had faded away, like the dark dream that flies from the light of a day. The wind is sweeping o'er the hill by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The wind is sweeping o'er the hill, it hath a mournful sound, as if it felt the difference its very wing hath found. A little while that wandering wind swept over leaf and flower, for there was green for every tree, and bloom for every hour. It wandered through the pleasant wood, and caught the dove's lone song, and by the garden beds and bore the roses breath along. But hoarse and sullenly it sweeps, no roses opening now, no music, for the wood dove's nest is vacant on the bough. O human heart and wandering wind, go look upon the past. The likeness is the same with each where summer did not last. Each mourns about the things it loved, one o'er a flower and leaf, the other over hopes and joys whose beauty was as brief. Wish by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, it is not on lip or brow on which you may read change, but it is in the heart below that much of new and strange lies hidden. Woe we all betide whatever they had aught to hide. My step is in the lighted hall, roses around my hair, and my love rings as if of all I were the gayest there. Tell me if mid these around lighter words or smile be found. But come not on my solitude, mine after hour of gloom. Silent lip and sullen brow contrast the light and bloom, which seemed a short while past to be as if they were part of me. As the red wreaths that bind my hair are artificial flowers, made for, only meant to were when amid festal hours, just so the smiles that round me play are false and flung aside as they. And when the reckless crowd among I speak of one sweet art, how lightly can I name the song which yet has wrung my heart? That lute and heart alike have chords, not to be spoken of in words, or spoken but when the dew goes on its sweet pilgrimage, or when its ray the moonbeam throws upon the lighted page, on which the burning heart has poured the treasures of its secret hoard. These are the poet's hours, oh these, secret and still and deep, the hot noon lulled by singing bees through the blue midnight sleep, when odor, wind, and star, and flower are ruling as the poet's hour. But ill betide the time when he shall wish to hear his song, born from its own sweet secrecy on words of praise alone. Alas for fame, 'tis as the sun, it withers what it shines upon. My lute is but a humble lute. O'er it have been thrown those laurel leaves, that well might suit with one of loftier tone. And yet is there one chord appears, unwed with sad and secret tears? Are there not in yon midnight sky planets, whose ruling sway from our birth shape our destiny? Some that with darkling grey in one fixed mournful aspect shine? Such natal star I feel is mine, and once my horoscope was read. They say that I should have a brightness on my path shed, and then an early grave. Feelings worn with a sense their own, as chords burst by their own sweet tone. I have one wish, 'tis wild and vain, yet still that wish will be. I might rest on yonder white main, might tomb the mighty sea, as if at once my spirit went to blend with the vast element. One day I saw a grave just made. Oh dear, how dark, how cold! There when the coffin had been laid, that tramped down the mould. A week more, 'twas a step and seat for heartless rest and careless feet. Be my death pillow, there the rock admits no mortal tread, no carved epitaph to mock the new unconscious dead. Or be my grave a billow steep, where the sun shines and the winds sweep. The Wishing Gate by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Wishes, now I have not one, hope's sweetest toil with me is done. One by one have flitted by all the rainbows of the sky, not a star could now unfold aught I once wished to be told. What have I to seek of thee? Not a wish remains for me. Let the soldier pause to ask honor on his glorious task. Let the parting sailor crave a free wild wind across the wave. Let the maiden pause to frame blessings on some treasured name. Let them breathe their hopes in thee, not a wish remains for me. Not a wish, beat not my heart. Thou hast made thy dreams depart. They have passed, but left behind very spirit, wasted mind. Ah, if his old charm be sought, one wish yet might tax its truth. I would ask, however vain, never more to wish again. A Woodland Brook by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thou art flowing, O small and silvery brook, the rushes by thee growing, and with a patient look the pale Narcissus o'er thee bends, like one who asks in vain for friends. I bring not back my childhood, sweet comrade of its hours, the music of the wildwood, the color of the flowers. They do not bring again the dream that haunted me beside thy stream. Then black-lettered old romances made the world for me alone. O days of lovely fancies, are ye forever flown? Ye have fled, sweet wake and vain, so I cannot dream again. I have left the feverish pillow for thy soothing song. Alas, each fairy billow an image bears along. Look where I will, I only see one face too much beloved by me. In vain my heart remembers what pleasure used to be. My past thoughts are but embers consumed by love for thee. I wish to love thee less, and feel a deeper fondness arm me steal. The World as It Is by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Farewell, Farewell and light farewell is all you'll have of mine. So easily as I'm resigned, so easy I resign. Why should I shed a single tear when none are shed for me? Or sigh amid the careless crowd where sighs should never be? Why should I laugh? A fair exchange is all my love will give. As I'm loved, 'tis fair for that an equal love should live. So, gay as any round you're bored, I'll give you smile for smile. Or will I now that taper like I shine but for a while? Great foolishness, it were to weep, that when I am not there, another takes my vacant place, and weeds me from your care. I do not dwell amid the days Utopia may have known, and that affection's dearest bands around the absent frown. I hold our modern creed the best, to its decree resigned. I will confess, when out of sight, best to be out of mind. For what can memory do but tell how sweet the flowers were, and when they fade, it dims them more to say they once were fair. And what is love? A very spell to double every ill, to make our best of happiness be at another's will. No, careless love and a mocking eye, but now no charm like change. These are the only wings wherewith through this light world to range. A Worshipper by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It was a shrine, a sunny shrine, on it the statue stood of love. Thrice beautiful, as morning stream had brought the image from above. There many an hour would beauty kneel, adoring at the lovely shrine, haunting the statue with one prayer, "Would thou hadst life, would thou wert mine!" Wearied at length, the pitying heaven no more the maiden's prayer denied. Life darkened in the statue's eye, and warmed the veins life's crimson tide. Breath, mortal breath, was on the lip, and beauty caught to her breast. Alas, the shape had changed to grief. Love ever does when once possessed. The Ref, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Nay, fling not down those faded flowers, too late they're scattered round, and violet and rose leaf lie together on the ground. How carefully this very morn those buds were culled and reft, and mid the cloud of that dark hair her sweetest sigh they breathed. And many a gentle word was said above her morning dye, how that the rose had touched thy cheek, the violet thine eye. Methinks, if but for memory I should have kept these flowers, all too lightly does thy heart dwell upon vanished hours. Already has thine eager hand stripped yonder rose-hung bough, the wreath that bound thy raven curls, the feet are honoured now. That glancing smile, it seems to say, thou art too fanciful. What matters it what roses fade, while there are more to cull? I was wrong to ask of thee such gloomy thoughts as mine. Wone thy spring, or shouldst thou dream of autumn's pale decline? Young lovely love, thou, far from thee life's after dearth and doom. Long have I learned how memory clings to even faded bloom. The Wreath of Green by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The wreath of green leaves that was bound amid your chestnut hair is scattered. Look upon the ground, the leaves are lying there, and some are faded, some are stained, some crushed, and not one has retained its sweet and summer share. Of graceful shape and fresh green hue, such as they were when given you. Around thy heart there is a wreath of fair hopes fresh and green, breathed on by young love's summer breath. A little while, I ween, the green hopes will have died away, as utterly gone to decay as they had never been. The wreath that bound your heart and hair were made the self-same fate to share. Your shining curls flow wild on air, the braiding wreath undone. Your heart lies desolate and bare, its hopes, glad foliage gone. And such the destiny that clings to all earth's fair and fragrant things, and such will be thine own. The wasted heart, the withered tree, are emblems of thy fate and thee. The wreath you gave me, love, is dead, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The wreath you gave me, love, is dead, the bloom is from the roses fled. A blight is o'er the myrtle shed, the violets are withering. Ah, who that gazed upon them now, saw each dry leaf, each faded glow, could deem them worth the gathering. The vows you breathed me, love, were dear, they fell like music on my ear, but left behind a sigh, a tear, for they were but deceiving. And who, that thought upon them now, would deem each heartless, broken woe had e'er been worth believing? Fond dreams, like summer's flowers, fall, and withered leaves and thorns are all they leave the memory to recall, so quickly have they perished. And love that could so soon depart, that opened but to chill the heart, will not be a long time cherished. The Wrongs of Love by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alas, how bitter are the wrongs of love! Life has no other sorrow so acute. For love is made of every fine emotion, of generous impulses and noble thoughts. It looketh to the stars and dreams of heaven. It nestles mid the flowers and sweetens earth. Love is aspiring, yet is humble too. It doth exalt another o'er itself, with sweet heart homage, which delights to raise that which it worships, yet is fain to win the idol to its lone and lonely home of deep affection. 'Tis an utter wreck when such hopes perish. From that moment life has in its depths a well of bitterness, for which there is no healing. The Young Destructive by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. In truth I do not wonder to see them scattered round, so many leaves of knowledge, some fruit must sure be found. The Eton Latin grammar has now its verbs declined, and those of Lindley Murray are not so far behind. Oh, days of bread and water, how many I recall, past, sent into the corner, your face towards the wall. Oh, boundaries of Europe, oh, rivers great and small, oh, islands, gulfs, and capitals, how I adored ye all. And when those dreadful tables of shillings, pence, and pounds, while your own where greater trouble in after life abounds. 'Tis strange how memory lingers about those early hours, and we talk of happy childhood as if such had been ours. But distance lends enchantment to all we suffered then. Thank heaven that I never can be a child again. The Young Olympia by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The young Olympia, on her face the dyes were yet warm with the dance's exercise, the laugh upon her full red lip yet hung, and arrow-like flashed light words from her tongue. She had more loveliness than beauty, hers was that enchantment which the heart confers, a mouth sweet from its smiles, a glancing eye which had o'er all expression mastery, laughing its orb, but the long dark lash made somewhat of sadness with its twilight shade, and suiting well the upcast look which seemed at times as it of melancholy dreamt. Her cheek was as a rainbow, it so changed as each emotion on its surface ranged, and every word had its companion blush, but evanescence as the crimson flush, the tints the daybreak, and her step was light as the gale passing o'er the leaves at night. In truth, those snow feet were too like the wind, too slight to leave a single trace behind. She leaned against a pillar, and one hand smoothed back the curls that had escaped the band of reft white pearls, a soft and fitting chain, in bondage such bright prisoners to retain. The other was from the white marble known, but by the clasping of its emerald zone, and lighted up her brow, and flashed her eye, as many that were wandering careless by caught but a sound, and paused to hear what more her lip might utter of its honey store. She had that sparkling wit which is like light, making all things touched with its radiance bright, and a sweet voice, whose words would chain all round, although they had no other charm than sound. And many named her name, and each with praise. Some with her passionate beauty filled their gaze, some marked her graceful step, and others spoke of the so many hearts that owned the yoke, of her bewildering smile. Meanwhile, her own seemed as that it no other love had known than that sweet love of nature, music, song, which as by right to woman's world belong, and make it lovely for love's dwelling place. Alas, that he should leave his fiery trace! But this bright creature's brow seemed all too fair, too gay, for love to be a dweller there. For love brings sorrow, yet who might descry a troubled flashing in that brilliant eye, a troubled colour on that varying cheek, a hurry in that tremulous lip to speak, avoidance of sad topics, as to shun somewhat the spirit dared not rest upon, an unquiet feverishness, a change of place, a pretty pettishness, if on her face a look dwelt as in scrutiny to seek what hidden meanings from its change might break. The Young Poet's Fate by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Trace the young poet's fate, fresh from his solitude, the child of dreams, his heart upon his lip, he seeks the world to find him fame and fortune, as if life were like a fairy tale. His song has led the way before him, flatteries fill his ear, and he seems happy in so many friends. What marvel if we somewhat overrate his talents and his state? The Youngest by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The voice of the mourner is heard on the air, and the old hall is darkened as midnight were there, and the footfalls are soft as we fear to awake the sleep they would yet give the wide world to break. Their youngest, their dearest, is gone to his rest, with health on his brow and with joy in his breast. The morning he bounded, all life o'er the hill, at night the light step and the glad pulse were still. His mother put back the bright curls from his brow, and kissed in her pride the white forehead below. But the damps on that forehead were gathering fast. She kissed them away, but that kiss was her last. There are others, his elders, the bold and the fair, but they were not the likeness that he wont to wear. With his hair of light gold, his eyes of deep blue, they bring not the father who perished to view. With his hawk on his hand, his hound at his feet, the flowers strewed o'er him the wild and the sweet, he lies that short space before beauty's gone, when life and when death are commingled in one. By turns his bowed brothers have over him flung, and wept as they gazed on their favourite, their young. But his mother sat by like a statue, no tears revealing the grief that with them disappears. Again that dark hall will be opened today, and the hymn and the pall and the flowers put away, and alone in that chapel the boy will be laid, and left, as the dead are, to silence and shade. But long will he be to the memory dear, long his glad voice will sound like a dream in their ear. We will miss their boy-hunter from banquet and chase, and his place will filled up be a still vacant place. The Youthful Mariners by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How now, my youthful mariners, where will ye sail today? Seek ye the southern latitudes and spice isles far away? Manila and the Philippines, to have your canvas fanned by 1,000 fragrant odors before you see the land? With Sindbad for your guidebook, will ye go sailing on, to gather cinnamon and pearls and nutmegs and Ceylon? Or are ye for a bolder quest upon the northern seas, and on your passage to the pole see even ocean freeze? And watch restless waters turned into solid stone, like granite, and like porphyry in wild confusion frown? Or do ye bear a battle flag, and thunder at your side, so that the foreign foe may quail where'er your navies ride? I cannot tell what enterprise might haunt that childish crew, what with their little fairy ships it was their dream to do. But be what will the enterprise that carries men afar, through danger, death, through calm and storm, for commerce, science, war. They could not go more heart in hand their purpose to fulfil, than launch those boyish mariners the fleet upon the rill. The sunbeam glittered on the waves and danced within their eyes, whose bark shall reach yon willow first, his is the victory's prize. And each one lends his voice and breath to urge the tiny sail. No sailor in a calm e'er watched more anxious for a gale. And though they are but paper boats launched on a village brook, how earnest is each beating heart, how eager is each look. O happy age, it thus can find, in trifles and in toys, the pleasure of a new delight, the freshness that enjoys. Oh, why should life bring weariness and languor and disdain? Would to God that I could be an eager child again. The Sacred Lady's Vigil by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ever sits the lady weeping, weeping night and day, one perpetual vigil keeping till life pass away, and she join the 7 who sleep. Daylight enters not that building, though so rich and fair, with the azure and the gilding that are lavished there. Round the purple curtains sweep, heavenly their shadows creep, round the sacred lady, the lady weeping there. On the walls are many a sentence, and bright letters wrought, touched not with the meek repentance by the gospel brought, but the Koran's haughty words, words that, like a trumpet calling, urge the warrior on, in the front of battle falling, paradise is won. By red and ready swords can we soothe the spirit's chords of a lonely, sacred lady, of a lady weeping there? 7 tombs are in the chamber, each a marble tomb. Lamps that breathe of musk and amber tremble in the gloom. 7 lamps perfume the air. On each tomb a statue lying, almost seems like life, and the both, the banner flying, seems to dare the strife, which again it may not dare. Can the carved statues there suffice the sacred lady, the lady weeping there? While the others fled around them, did the 7 die. In the front of war she found them with none others nigh. Noble was the blood they shed. Sacred in her grief and beauty did the lady go, asking life's last sacred duty of a Christian foe. Those white feet were stained with red when the king bestowed her dead on the lovely Sigrid lady, the lady weeping there. Never since the hour she brought them to that ancient hall, since with her sad hands she wrought them their embroidered pall, hath the daylight seen her face, rosy o'er the gullal quiver down the morning gleam, pale the silver moonbeams shiver o'er the haunted stream. Nothing knows she of their grace, nothing cheers the funeral place of the lonely Sigrid lady, the lady weeping there. Those 6 tombs contain a brother, all houses' pride. 6 contain her line. One other riseth at her side. Who is in that 7th tomb? One far dearer than the others shares the place of rest. Well she loved her noble brothers, but she loved him best. He who shared the warrior's doom with the favour at his plumb of a lovely Sigrid lady, the lady weeping there. Never more than first appearing will he watch her eye, in the mounted lists careering when his steed went by, rapid as the lance he flung. Never more when night is lonely will the warrior glide to the citron shade where only he was at his side, while the value a wild wind hung on the music of a ton of a lovely Sigrid lady, the lady weeping there. Not with daylight to discover how the wretched weep, though the maiden wail her lover or her brother sleep, and with remembrance with her tears. Grief hath stern and silent powers, and her house is proud. Not today's cold guarded hours is despair allowed, but shut out with haughty fears, pride with daylight disappears from the lovely Sigrid lady, the lady weeping there. But her slight frame has been shaken by the sudden blight, and her dark eyes are forsaken by their former light. Heavy is their settled gloom, and their wan cheek beareth token of young life's decline. You may see the heart is broken, but each outward sign. Soon the heart can life consume, fast approaching is the tomb of a lonely Sigrid lady, of the lady weeping there. The Zenana by Letitia Landon. What is there that the world hath not gathered in yon enchanted spot, where, pale and with a languid eye, the fair Sultan, listless, old Dili leans on her silken couch and dreams of mountain airs and mountain streams. Sweet, while the music flowed around, it wants the old familiar sound, and fragrant, while the flowers are breathing from far and near together reffing, they are not those she used to wear upon the midnight of her hair. She is very young, and childhood's days, with all their old remembered ways, the empire of her heart contests with love that is so new a guest. When blushing with her mirrored near, half timid bliss, half sweetness fear, e'en the beloved past is dim. Past, present, future merge in him. But he, the warrior and the chief, his hours of happiness are brief, and he must leave Nadira's side to woo and win a ruder bride. Sword in hand, and spur on heel, the fame that wets with blood and steel. And while from Dili far away his youthful bride pines through the day. The Zenana Conclusion by Letitia Landon. Days pass, yet still Zilara's song beguiled the fair Sultana's hours, as the wind bears some bird along over the haunted orange bowers. 'Twas as till then she had not known how much her heart had for its own, and more its image seemed more dear, these higher chords of feeling strung, and love shone brighter for the shade that other sorrows round it flung. It was one sultry noon, yet sweet, the air which through the matted grass came cool, its breezes had to meet 100 plums ere it could pass. The peacock's shining feathers wave for many a young and graceful slave, who silent kneel amid the gloom of that dim and perfumed room. Beyond the radiant sunbeams rest on many a minaret's glittering crest, and white the dazzling tombs below like masses sculptured of pure snow, while round stands many a giant tree like pillars of a sanctuary, whose glossy foliage, dark and bright, reflects and yet excludes the light. O sun, how glad thy rays are shed! How canst for glory overhead. Ah, folly this of human pride! What I were there to one like thee, whose mirror is the mighty tide, where time flows to eternity? Ah, single race, a single age, what are they in thy pilgrim march? The tent, the palace, and the tomb repeat the universal doom. Man passes, but upon the plain still the sweet seasons howl the rain, as if earth were the sole domain, and man a toy and mockery frown upon the world he deems his own. All is so calm, the sunny air has not a current nor a shade. The vivid green the rice fields were seems of one moveless emerald made. The Ganges, quiet waves are rolled in one broad sheet of molten gold, and in the tuft breaks beside the water folds and heroes hide. And the still earth might also seem the strange creation of a dream, actual, breathless, dead yet bright, unblessed of life, yet mocked with light. It mocks our nature's fate and power when we look forth in such an hour, and let repose on nature see the fond desire of every heart. But, oh, thou inner world, to thee what the outward world can e'er impart. But turn we to that darkened hall, where the cold fountain's pleasant fall wakens the odours yet unshed from the blue hyacinth's drooping head, and on the crimson couch beside reclines the young and royal bride. Not sleeping, though the waters chim, the lulling flowers, the languid time might soothe her to the gentlest sleep, which the Genii watchers keep, and shed from their enchanted wings all loveliest imaginings. Now there is murmuring in her ear a voice when sleep's more soft and dear, while that pale slave with drooping eyes speaks mournfully of days gone by, and every plaintive word is fraught with music which the heart has taught, a pleading and confiding tone to those mute lips so long unknown. All is vain that she had said to feeling, slumber like the dead, had bade each pang that might convulse the fiery throb, the beating pulse, each faded hope, each early dream, sleep as beneath a frozen stream. Such is her native mountain spear, the cold white hills around Shihdir, heights clad with that eternal snow, which happier valleys never know. Some star in that ungenial sky might well shape such a destiny. But till within the dark calm grave they yet will run an underwave, with human sympathy can still excite and melt to tears at will, no magic any spell affords, whose power is like a few kind words. 'Twas strange a contrast in the pair, that leant by that cool fountain's side. Both very young, both very fair by nature, not by fate allied. The one a darling and delight, a creature like the morning bride, whose weeping is the sunny shower half light upon an April hour. One who a long glad childhood passed, but left that happy home to bide, where love a deeper shadow cast. A hero's proud and treasured bride, who her light footstep more adored than all the triumphs of a sword, whose kingdom at her feet the while had seemed too little for a smile. But that pale slave was at the tomb of her own youth, of her own bloom. Enough remained to show how fair in other days those features were. Still lingered, delicate and fine, the shadow of her pure outline. And fare you well, love, for a little while, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And fare you well, love, for a little while, take this rose, I've kissed it for thee. Now I will not give thee one single smile, if 'tis withered and brought back to me. The noon now rising pale, pale in the east, like a circle of silver dew, and as she has looked on our parting kiss, she must look on our meeting one too. Wilt thou not dearest be back to mine arms, her zenith shines yellow above? Think thee that when I am watching her course, and that moments are ages in love, there are 10,000 visions of delight by Elizabeth Landon. There are 10,000 visions of delight floating around, as if their birth and flight were the forgotten showers of day that fall through the thick leaves. Would I could live them all. Beautiful fancies, wherefore are not your hopes, wishes that are possible to be? I would I were a fairy. I would dwell in the pavilion of yon blue harebell, companion of the butterfly and bee, whose honeyed treasures should be shared with me. Or, for an outer dream, would yon lone wood have me the aureate of its solitude, the gentle spirit of the place, the shed new springs of flowers at my lightest street, and with the sunny waves of my bright hair, to shake out dew and freshness everywhere. And when my green and summer life was past, to die with one sweet pining song at last. Alas, alas! We feel too much we live, but by earth's soil and soil, I would give my own apart existence to be blent with the sunshine of a blue element. Would I could plunge into the lighted air and be transfused of it. There's a curse laid on the human heart by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There's a curse laid on the human heart which hath a power beyond all other things, to wither and to waste. Disease, distress, remorse, and poverty are nothing to it. It comes like winter on the bloom of youth, destroying and despoiling, till the cheek is pale with that worst famine, want of hope. Till the eyes have no brightness but their tears, till health be gone with hope, and till the heart has not a wish beyond the quiet grave. When every pulse throbs languidly, and life has its best hours still numbered, as we count the listless moments in the solitude of a sick room, but by their weariness. Then pleasure's self is loathed, then feelings turn with shuddering at the too impassionate past, yet shrinking from the cold and gloomy future, and pine and prey upon the present time, having no pity, as death has on youth, on loveliness, on genius, or on glory. This curse is ill-placed love. There is a dear and lovely power by Letitia Elizabeth Land. There is a dear and lovely power dwells in the silence of a flower. Then the buds meet the caress of a bee in their loneliness. In the song the green leaves sing, when they awaken and wave in spring. In the voice of the April bird, the first air music the year hath heard. In the deep and glorious light of a thousand stars at night. In the dreaming of a moon, bright in her solitary noon. In the tones of a plaining brook, in the light of a first love look. In each bright and beautiful thing, with aught of fine imagining, that power is dwelling. No need I name the bright spell of poesy, and, graceful bard, it has breathed on thee a breath of a life which is melody, and given the lute the touching strain, which the heart but hears to echo again. Mine is not the hand that flings living or lasting offerings. Were thy law, not mine the lay, but either gives or takes away. Others may praise thy harp, for me to praise were only mockery. The tribute offer is such a one as the young bird would pour if the sun or the air were pleasant. Thanks, not praise, oh, not to laud, but to feel thy lace. There is no smile to answer thine by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There is no smile to answer thine, no gentle lip thy lip to press. There is no look of love save mine to meet thy look in tenderness. But thou art dearer, thus bereft, since all who loved thee so are gone. Dearer to me thus lonely left, or far more dear the orphaned one. I loved thee well in happy hour, not when thus desolate on earth, and thou wert as a favourite flower, the cherished blossom of our hearth. Now thou and I alone remain, and thou art doubly dear to me, a sweet link of a broken chain whose last fond relic rests with thee. There's a shade upon that fountain by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There's a shade upon that fountain, it will not linger there, but the cloud now resting on it will leave it yet more fair. Not thus the shade may pass that is upon thy heart. There is no sun in earthly skies can bid its gloom depart. For falsehood's stain is on it, and cruelty and guile, and these are stains that never pass, and shades that never smile. There was a feast that night by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There was a feast that night, and coloured lamps sent forth their odorous light over gold carvings and the purple fall of tapestry. And around each stately hall were statues pale and delicate and fair, as all of beauty, save her blush, were there. And, like light clouds floating around each room, the censers sent their breathings of perfume, and scented waters mingled with the breath of flowers that died as they rejoiced in death. The tulip with its globe of rainbow light, the red rose as it languished with delight, the bright like hyacinth drooping as with shame, and the anemone whose cheek of flame is golden, as it were the flower the sun in his noon hour most loved to look upon. At first the pillared halls were still and lone, as if some fairy palace, all unknown to mortal eye or step. This was not long. Vacant the lutes and rose the sound of song, and the white mirrors glittered with a crowd of changing shapes. The young, the fair, the proud came thronging in. There was a paleness on his brow that spoke by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There was a paleness on his brow that spoke of thought and passionate thought. Upon his lip there was a smile, a cold and scornful smile, not gaiety, not sweetness, but the sign of a heart ill at ease, one that had loved and been betrayed and blighted, and had learned the very lessons time and sorrow teach, had deeply felt itself the vanity of hope and love, and now could only feel distrust in them and mockery for those who could believe them. There were sweet sounds waked from my harp by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There were sweet sounds waked from my harp, but see, its strings are broken. Alas, the touch so sweet should leave so sad a token. My harp and heart are both alike, the music is departed, the joy of song is gone from one so broken-hearted. Love is passed on my harp, like unto summer thunder, now the beauteous chords of hope are rent asunder. These are the words, the burning words, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. These are the words, the burning words, I used to breathe long, long ago. My lute has lost its early tone, my lip forgot its early glow. I sing no more as I have sung, my lute and love are separate now. 'Tis taken from its red rose tree and hung upon a darker bough. But do not think that I can bid my first and dearest dream depart. Oh, love has only left my lip to sink the deeper in my heart. I cannot bear to sing of love, it seems like sacrilege to me, to let the cold and careless world hear words which only are for thee. We are passing now down our vale by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We are passing now down our vale. Come, leave the old beech tree, and let that humming wheel be stayed. Come here and gaze with me. Hark, hark, the gallant trumpet's note, the war drum rolls around. Crimson banners seem to float more proudly at the sound. Those noble steeds, how each proud neck bends to its rider's hand, although the steel-wrought rein is held as 'twere silken band. How bold they ride, as victory set beside each snow-white crest, bedless in each eager eye, and I can dream the rest. Each lance is gleaming in the sun, war meteors, how they shine. How glorious is the soldier's lot, I would such lot were mine. She raised a sudden tearful glance upon his glowing brow. Why should her cheek be so snow-pale, for his is crimson now, and his sweet face is wont to be the shadow of his own, where every passing change of his is in a mirror shown. Such, Ulrich, wouldst thou be one of yon warrior band? Why wears death in every heart and blood in every hand? Bethink thee of how many tears must wash the stains away, the dim bright armor and proud brow before the close of day. I think upon the lonely hearth, the desolate home, the fond hearts listening for the step that nevermore will come. I think on the linked love of years. One moment half undone, I gaze on yonder happy child, and weep the orphan one. He met her sad eyes, sweet reproach, he caught each gentle word. The trumpet woke the winds again, but it passed by unheard. They say that when the oyster shell by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They say that when the oyster shell, listen to tale, my own fair girl, is wounded, straightway it is closed by ocean's loveliest gem, a pearl. My heart is wounded, with your eyes. Wave thou the heart too of a dove, be not more cruel than the sea, but close wound up with thy love. Think of me, and I'll tell you then, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Think of me, and I'll tell thee when the moment of that thought shall be. When yon sweet stars are rising, then, oh, then, beloved, think of me. I'll let thy memory on me rest, when, pale and beautiful as snow, yon planet sinks beneath the west with dewy light and silver brow. And the blue arc of heaven is bright, when not a shadow frowns above, the beauty of its placid light will seem the emblem of our love. When clouds are gathering on its way, and the black storms around it wait, the darkness of its shrouded ray will seem the emblem of our fate. This is enough, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. This is enough. This broken heart is fitting gift for me. I would it had the voice to speak all it should say to thee. Last year I sent the brightest gems to hail thy natal day. I told my love, With broken heart may speak as much as they, and when it will be thrown aside, unprized by thee or thine, you will but only waste this heart as you have wasted mine. Thomas Clarkson by Letitia Elizabeth Land. Not to the many doeth the earth all what she hath of good. The many would not stir life's depths and could not if they would. It is some individual mind that moves the common cause. To single efforts England owns her knowledge, faith, and laws. Too much by small low interests bound, we track our selfish way, careless if hope today still takes its town from yesterday. We look upon our daily path, we do not look beyond, forgetful of a brotherhood and nature's mighty bond. England, how glorious thine estate, how lovely thine array! Thou art the throned island queen, whom land and sea obey. Responsible as power, and owns the holiest debt on earth. A strict account it owes that heaven from whence it had its birth. Can such be rendered up by thee? Does neither guilt nor shame, guilt to redress, shame to efface, shade thy imperial name? Thou who dost ask for wealth and rule, wherever rolls the sea, or island queen, how rests the claim that millions have on thee? And yet what grievous wrong is wrought, unnoticed and unknown, until some noble one stands forth and makes that wrong his own. So stood he forth who first denounced the slave trade's cursed gain. Such call upon the human heart was never made in vain. For generous impulse and strong within our nature lie, pity and love and sympathy may sleep, but never die. Thousands awakened to the scene have never since the time ceased to appeal to God and man against the work of crime. The meanest hut that ever stood is yet a human home. Why to a lone humble roof should the despoiler come? Grant they are ignored and weak, we were ourselves the main. If they are children, let them have a child's imploring claim. The husband parted from the wife, the mother from the child. Thousands within a single year from land and home exit. For what? To labor without hope beneath a fallen sky, to gather up unrighteous wealth, to droop, decline, and die. Such wrong is darkly visited. The masters have their part, for theirs had been the blinded eye, and theirs the hardened heart. Evil may never spring unchecked within the mortal soul. If such plague spot be not removed, it must corrupt the whole. The future doeth avenge the past. Now, for thy future's sake, O England, for the guilty past, a deep atonement make. The slave is given to thy charge, he hopes from thee alone, and thou, for every soul so given, must answer with thine own. Thomas Moore by Letitia Elizabeth Land. If Titania, just awakened from dreams with a rose, flung coloured and fragrant around her repose, yet haunted by fancies, should ask for a song to bear the soft hours of noontide along. 'Tis thy lute that should keep the bright fairy from sleeping. The seashore had never such tones in its keeping. Though in its pale chamber of pearl was the birth of the earliest music that breathed over earth. The falling of fountains, the slight summer rain, the voice of a dove were less sweet than thy strain. Till stirred with delight would her exquisite wings beat time on the west wind to echo thy strings. But yet to the ear of the fairy, unknown, were half the deep music that dwells in thy tone. The patriot's hope and the minstrel's despair to the human heart vibrate, the dwelling is there. Thy song has its sunshine, perhaps to that sun it owns half the loveliest rêves it has won. It still lofty hopes and sad thoughts has betrayed. Where on earth is the sunshine that flingeth no shade? Or whirled not the wild wind, that waked for a while the music and murmur of Erin's green isle? No, to thy country thy numbers first brought the burst of strong feeling, the purpose and thought. From Memnon's dark statue 'twas morning's glad light that wakened the melody sleeping through night. So the soul of thine island arose at thy line, and to wish for her welfare is wishing for wine. Thou shalt think of me when the stars are weeping, by Letitia Elizabeth Land. Thou shalt think of me when the stars are weeping their tears of light, or shalt think of me when the stars are keeping their watch at night, or shalt think of me when summer flowers and autumn fade, when sings the glory of noontide hours and twilight shade, when the waves around some fragile bark are breaking alone at sea, when from your saddest dream awaking, then think of me. But I will think of thee at the dawning of a daylight star, when slowly comes forth the beauty of morning like joy from afar. I will think of thee when over the ocean some tall ship rides, stately and swift as spirit of motion, breasting the tides. And when they are telling some ancient story of chivalry, of some proud one who died in his fullness of glory, I'll think of thee. But of me thou shalt think with sorrow, though light it be, but the night that knows no morrow has closed o'er me. Three extracts from the Diary of a Week by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. A record of the inward world, whose facts are thoughts and feelings, fears and hopes and dreams. There are some days that might outmeasure years, days that obliterate the past, and make the future of the color which they cast. A day may be a destiny, for life lives in but little, but that little teems with some one change, the balance of all time. A look, a word, and we are wholly changed. We marvel at ourselves. We would deny that which is working in the hidden soul. But the heart knows and trembles at the truth. On such these records linger. Time arresting the career of pleasure by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Stay thee on thy mad career, our sons and mirths are near. Fling those white arms in air, cast those roses from thy hair. Stop while those glancing feet still thy golden cymbals beat. Ring not thus the joyous laugh, cease that purple cup to quaff. Hear my voice of warning, hear, stay thee on thy mad career. You sweet blooms around thee now, roses laugh upon thy brow. Radiant are thy starry eyes, spring is in the crimsoned eyes, of which thy dimpled smile is wreathing. Incense on thy lip is breathing, light and laughter around thy soul. But thunder peals our June skies roll, even now the storm is near, and stay thee on thy mad career. Raise thine eyes to yonder sky, there's writ thy destiny. Clouds have veiled the new moonlight, stars have fallen from their height. These are emblems of the fate that waits thee dark and desolate. All morns light are now thine own, soon their glories will be gone. What remains when they depart? Faded hope and withered heart, like a flower with no perfume to keep a memory of its bloom. Look upon that hour-marked round, listen to that fateful sound. There my silent hand is stealing, my more silent course revealing. Wild, devoted pleasure, here, stay thee on thy mad career. 'Tis his tomb, by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. 'Tis his tomb, and trails around it wild flowers, fragrant, sweet, and dim. Summer with a wreath half bounded, with a wild wreath worthy him. Children of the sunny weather, nurtured by the careless air, fitting flowers are they together, our wild ones sleeping there. Lovely are they in the morning, opening to the dewy wind, lifting up their sweet heads, scorning common culture of their kind. But ere evening comes, has perished fragrant breath and early glow. None their fragile life has cherished, none did his who sleeps below. Even so did he inherit gifts that nature gives alone, frail as lovely was the spirit which too soon from earth has flown. Many a line of his yet lingers, many a careless heart among, for he was of earth's sweet singers, whose whole soul is poured in song. I remember him in childhood, with his large and earnest eyes, wandering amid the wildwood, watching where the violet lies. Or when the clear stars, united round the midnight's solemn frown, gazing till his pale face lighted with a beauty like their own. Soon o'er valleys knew his singing, singing that was half divine, from all fair things round him bringing tribute for his lovely line. There he paid the rose sweet duty, linking love with every leaf, and again the lily's beauty lived that else had been so brief. And he sang of other sorrows, till his own each sorrow seemed. Strange how soon the poet bowers all of which he has but dreamed. Yet it is this gift inspires him in that holy shrine the heart, and the general love endears him, for in all love he hath part. But such gift is bought too dearly by a heart too prone to melt. Griefs and troubles touch too nearly where another scarce had failed. and others. Too much dominion has a passing look on world, ruled the empire of opinion of a soul's too fine touching cold. Soon he perished, very hearted, from the cold and the unkind. Yet what gifts have the departed left the world he loved behind? Lofty thought and soft emotion, fancies exquisite as new, and a generous devotion to the beautiful and true. Let the white flowers droop above him, let the dews of twilight weep. They are fitting things to love him, they are comrades for his sleep. Human tears were unavailing, grief were an unsuited guest. Death, against the world prevailing, hath but given him to rest. 'Tis midnight, and there is a world of stars, by Letitia Elizabeth Land. 'Tis midnight, and there is a world of stars, hanging in the blue heaven, bright and clear, and shining as if they were only made to sparkle in the mirror of a lake, and light up flower gardens and green groves. By yonder lattice, where the thick vine leaves are canopy and curtain, set with gems, rich in the autumn's gift of ruby grapes, a maiden leans. It is a lovely night, but, lovely as it is, the hour is late, for beauty's vigil, and to that pale cheek sleep might give back the roses watching steals. Slumber and happy slumber, such as waits on youth and hope and innocence, was made to close those soft blue eyes. What can they know of this world's sorrow, strife, and anxiousness? What can wealth be to the young mind that has a mine of treasure in its own fresh feelings? And fame, oh woman, has no part in it, and hate, those sweet lips cannot know it, and remorse, that waits on guilt, and guilt has set no sign on that pure brow. 'Tis none of these that keep her head from its down pillow, but there's a visitant in that pale maiden's breast, restless as avarice, anxious as fame, cruel as hate, and pining as remorse, secret as guilt. A passion and a power that has from every sorrow taken sting, a flower from every pleasure, and distilled an essence where is blent delight and pain. And deep has she drained the bewildering cup, for Isidore watches and wakes with love. Hence it is that of a fair scene below she sees one only spot. In vain the lake spreads like a liquid sky, o'er which, with swan's wonder, fleece clouds around the one small isle. Where lilies glance like a white marble floor, in the tent made by pink acacia boughs. In vain the garden spreads, with its gay banks of flowers, o'er which the summer has just passed. The bright like rose, the rich anemone, the treasurer of June's gold, the hyacinth, a turret of sweet colours, and, o'er all, the silver fountains playing. But in vain. Isadore's eye rests on that cypress grove. A bright warm crimson is upon her cheek, and her red lip is opened as to catch the air that brought the sound upon the gale. There is a sweet loud tone of voice and lute, and oh, love's eyes are lightening. She has caught a shadow and the wave of a white plum amid those trees, and, with her hair flung back, she listens to the song. Lady sweet, this is the hour, time's loveliest to me, for now my lute may breath of love, and it may breath to thee. All day I sought some trace of wine, but never likeness found, but still to be where thou hast been, is treading fairy ground. I watched the blushing evening fling her crimson o'er the skies, I saw it gradual fade, and saw, at length, the young moon rise. And very long it seemed to me, before her zenith hour, when sleep and shade conspired to hide my passage to thy bower. I will not say, wake not, dear love, I know thou wilt not sleep, wilt thou not from thy casement lean, and one long vigil keep? Only thus to see thee, love, and watch thy bright hair play like gold around thine ivory arm, is worth a world of day. Gradual he had drawn nearer and more near, and now he stood so that his graceful shape was visible, and his flashing eyes were raised with all the eloquence of love to hers. She took an azure flower from her hair, and flung it to him. flowers are funeral gifts, and his hand could place upon his heart the fragile leaves, another hand was there, the hand of death. Alas, for her proud kinsman, 'tis their work, the gallant and the young, lies with the dagger in his faithless breast, the destiny of love. Tivoli by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. When last I gazed, fair Tivoli, upon those folds of vine, another step was by my side, another hand in mine, and mirrored in those gentle eyes, thou to me wert the paradise. I've smiled to see her sweet lips move, yet not one accent hear, lost in the mighty waterfall, although we were so near. My breath was fragrant with the ear, the rose breath gave she wont to whirl. How often have we passed the noon beneath a pine tree shade, an arching bough and dark green leaf, a natural temple made, haunt of some young divinity, and more than such she seemed to me. So very fair, oh, how I blessed the gentle southern clime that to the beauty of her cheek had brought back summer time. Alas, 'twas but a little while, the promise of an April smile. Again her clear brow turned too clear, her bright cheek turned too bright, and her eyes, but for tenderness, had been too full of light. It was as if her beauty grew more heavenly as it heavenward drew. Long years have passed, and toil and care have sometimes been to me what my earliest despair dreamed not they could be. But here the past comes back again. Why so utterly in vain? I stood here in my happy days, and everything was fair. I stand now in my altered mood, and marvel what we were. Fair Tivoli, to me the scene no longer is what it has been. There is a change come o'er the hills, a shadow o'er thy sky. The shadow is from my own heart, the change in my own eyes. It is our feelings give a tone to whatsoever we gaze upon. Back to the stirring world again, its tumult and its toil, better to tread the roughest path than such a haunted soil. Wherefore should I break the sleep of thoughts whose waking is to weep? Yes, thou art lovely, but alas, not lovely as of yore, and of her beauty I but ask to look on it no more. Earth does not hold a spot for me, so sad as thou, fair Tivoli. To Cadet on embarking for India by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Young soldier, are not the hopes light as the birds of a spring, then their flight is amid new flowers, whose fragrance buoys up their wing? Sweet will be the voice of their singing, for a while their flight will be gay, but the flowers around them are falling, and as those blossoms pass, so will they. Yet sometimes one bird survives, and one flower lives sweetly on, saved from the storm and the snare, while the rest of their race are gone. And such, young soldier, I trust is what thy fate will be, and the God which saves the flower and bird will watch in his care o'er thee. Ask that which availeth thee much, pure prayers of the holiest love. The sigh of thy mother, her midnight sigh, cannot be unheard above. Be thy pathway such as shall flush the cheek of thy father with pride. Be thy step the first in the ranks of the brave fight side by side. Be the sweet home thoughts a spell to keep the heart as a tainted shrine, and never the sulling love of gold may darken a spirit like mine. Farewell. Be thy doom as bright as the bright land where thou wilt roam. Thy colours be hope and success, thy motto be love in my home. To Amelia Jett on her 13th birthday by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, yet in the happiest season, oh, yet in thine hour of spring, like a flower in its opening beauty, like a bird on its sunniest wing, still thou art in the gladness of morning, in the freshness of earliest May. No mockery to we are our wishes, many happy returns of a day. Fair child of the East, may thy future be bright as the land of thy birth, where the sky has the clearest of sunlight and the richest of roses have birth. May the storms which sweep there in darkness never roll o'er thy gentler way, nor cause to lament that we wished we many happy returns of a day. To Janthe by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And sounds of joy are ringing again in that ancient hall, and tones of music fall to answer soft voice singing. Around it green leaves are writhing, and, saved from the power of a winter hour, some few choicest flowers are breathing. The piled-up hearth is blazing, and around it stand the youthful band, their gayest carol raising. I stood aloof in my sadness, the silent lip, the heavy sigh. Or what had they, or what had I to do with scenes of gladness? And my heart went back in its sorrow to the beauty and the bloom, sleeping the sleep of a tomb, in a night that knows no morrow, at least none of earthly greeting. And my spirits had no power to think upon that hour, which hopes in a mortal meeting. For at once to memory started, as I entered the festive scene, thoughts of all that once had been, and all that was now departed. Again I saw thee reclining, with thy soft eyes and bowed down head, and thy dark hair round it spread, like the wing of a raven shining. But the dream of the moment passed o'er me, and I waked again, but to added pain, and to know that naught could restore me, alas, for memory's folly. I but start from the sweet dreams, that the past like the present seems, to an added melancholy. One sweet hope is not denied me, though my vain wishes must not save. I get my share, the grave, and rest mine length beside thee. To Margaret, Countess of Blessington, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I pray thee, lady, turn these leaves, and gaze upon the face, whose lineaments no artist's skill, methinks, could truly trace. The outline knows art's fine control, there are no colours for the soul. And thou wert his familiar friend, whose kindness and whose care bore with, and tenderly would soothe, the mood it could not share. Ah, all who feel that poet's powers should thank thee for his pleasant hours. If I can read that face aright, 'tis something more than fair. Not alone the lovely face, the lovely heart is there. The smile that seems to light and win speaks of a deeper world within. Amid Ravenna's purple woods, purple with day's decline, when the sweet evening winds around were murmuring in the pine, did the dark spirit yield to thee the trouble of its melody? How gentle and how womanly thy soft mind must have reigned, before it could have won from him the confidence it gained. For chords like his, so finely strung, with but a single touch are rung. Thy own quick feeling must have taught the keynote to his own. For only do we sympathize with what ourselves have known. The grief, the struggle, and the care we never knew until we share. The proud, the sensitive, the shy, and of such are combined the troubled elements that make the poet's troubled mind. He dreameth of a lovelier earth, but must bide where he had a birth. Beneath that soft Italian sky, how much must thou have heard of lofty hope, of loud despair, of deep emotions stirred, where woman's heart became to thee memory and music's master key. He must have looked on that sweet face, and felt those eyes were kind. No need to fear from one like thee, the mask, the mock, the blind. Where he might trust himself he knew, the instinct of heart is true. Thy page is open at my side, thy latest one, which tells how in a world so seeming fair, what hate and falsehood dwells. A dangerous paradise is ours, the serpent hides beneath its flowers. Hatred and toil and bitterness and envyings and wrath mask each one in some fair disguise around the human path. May every evil thou hast shown be safely guarded from mine own. To Olynthus Gregory, on hearing of the death of his eldest son, who was drowned as he was returning by water to his father's house at Woolwich, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. As fair spot the pity's food, all were unsettled, fierce to treat, a silence where her voice is mute, where tears and only tears are shed. It is the desolate home where hope was yet a recent guest, hope again may never come or come, and only speak of rest. Give my hand the pictured scroll, and bade me only fancy where a parent's agony of soul, a parent's long and last despair. The sunshine on the sudden wave, which closed both youthful head, mocking the green and quiet grave, which waits the time-appointed death. A thought upon the lone fireside, God of all familiar thought, future, where father's pride so much from present promise wrought. A sweet anxiety of fears, anxious from love's excess alone, a fond reliance upon years more precious to us than our own. All past, and weeping words there came from out the still and darkened room, It could not be a name written so newly on the tomb. It said he was so good and kind. The voices sank, the eyes grew dim. So much of love he left behind, so much of life had died with him. Pity for the long beloved, pity for the early dead, the young, the promised, who moved to life the light or leaf had shed. And rather pity those whose doom it is to wait and weep behind the father who within the tomb is all life held most dear enshrined. To Victoria by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Violet grace of a vernal year, offered me vote of a spring-like rain, is not thy tint to that lady dear, whose banner of blue is the lord of the main? Ivy, the twine of changeless green, constant for ever in leaf and bough, so may the heart of our maiden queen be always verdant and fresh as snow. Carnation, laced with many a streak of blooming red on its leaflets bright, may be a type of her mantling cheek blend with her brow of pearly white. Tansy, though humble and herb it be, look not upon it with scornful eye. On virtue that lurks in low degree, a glance should fall kind from those on high. Olive, thy branch, dove-born o'er the foam, was a sign for the surges of death to keys. So from the lips of our dove should come the soft but the sure command of peace. Roses of England, ceasing from fight, twine round her brow, in whose veins are met the princely blood. Those roses unite in the veins of noblest Plantagenet. Iris, to thee, the maid of a bow, that promises hope her name has given, join, then, the wreath at the feet we throw, who beams as a symbol of hope from heaven. Anemone, flower of a wind, is the last we cull, and our garland is now complete. Gentle the current and soft be the blast, which Victoria, the queen of the ocean, shall meet. Tomb of Ibrahim Pasha Bijapur by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A warrior proud, whose crested head bends mournful o'er the recent dead, and shadows deep athwart the plain usurp the silver moonbeam's reign. For every ruined building cast shadows like memories of a past, and not a sound the wind brought nigh, save a Fajacal's wailing cry, and that came from a field now red the fierce banquet I had spread. A cursed and unnatural feast, for worm and fly and bird and beast. Around me earth and heaven recalled the folly of life's desperate game, and the cold justice still awarded by time, which makes all lots the same. Slayer or slain, it matters not, we struggle, perish, are forgot. The earth grows green above the gone, and the calm heaven looks sternly on. To swally this, the gloomy night fled before morning's orient light. City and river owned its power, and I, too, gladdened with the hour. I saw my own far tents extend, my own proud crescent o'er them bend. I heard the trumpet's glorious voice summon the warriors of my choice. Again, impatient on the lead, I sprang upon my raven steed. Again I felt my father's blood pour through my veins its burning flood. My scimitar around I swung, forth to the air its lightning sprung, a beautiful and fiery light, the meteor of the coming fight. I turned from each forgotten grave to others, while the name they bear will long from out oblivion save the heroes of a race I share. I fought upon the lonely isle, where sleeps the Lion King the while, who looked on death, yet paused to die till comraded by victory. And he, fire noblest of my line, whose tomb is now the warrior shrine, where I were well content to be, so that such fame might live with me. The light of peace, the storm of war, lord of the earth, our proud Akbar. What though our passing day but be a bubble on eternity, small though the circle is, yet still 'tis ours to colour it our will. Mine be that consciousness of life, which has its energies from strife, which lives its utmost, knows its power, claims from the mind its utmost dower. The fiery pulse and ready hand that wills and willing winds command, that boldly takes from earth its best, to whom the grave can be but rest. Mine the fierce, free existence spent, mid meeting ranks and armed tent, save a few moments which a steel at thy beloved feet to near, and on the warrior's wide career has no such joy as waits him here. When all that hope can dream is hung upon the music of thy tongue. Ah, never is the cherished face banished from its accustomed place. It shines upon my veriest night, and leads me on in thickest fight. Tomb of Mohammed Shah by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What do we call a happy end? How did the monarch die? The purple for his winding sheet, his courtiers standing by, a shadow upon every brow, a tear in every eye. Methinks if I could choose my death, Such end should not be mine. I'd rather fall where banners wave and muskets glittering shine, while onwards to its vengeance pressed my own embattled line. I could not bear to see around the faithful and the fond, the faces that I dearly loved. I could not look beyond. The deep affection of his earth would be too dear a bond. He died, and by his deathbed stood the wife, the child, the friend, and saw pale cheek and anxious eye o'er him in fondness bend. Oh, agony, how could they, king, call thine happy end? Too Late by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I do not say, bequeath unto my soul thy memory, I rather ask forgetting. Withdraw, I pray, from me thy strong control. Thou that withdrawn, what has life worth regretting? Alas, this is a miserable earth. Too late, or else too soon, the heartbeat quickens. Hope finds too late its light was nothing worth, and round the dark and final vapor thickens. Too well I know my heart by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Too well I know my heart, worthless all may be, yet not for that the less is it vow to thee. As in some eastern lands they place upon the tomb offerings of sunny fruit, or flowers and perfume. Although they know in vain the gifts are offered there, that the fruits and flowers will be wasted on sun and air. My feelings are those gifts, offered alas in vain. Yet there they must be offered, and there they must remain. I know that all my hopes are on the funeral shrine, but it is enough for me to know that they are thine. Town and Harbour of Ithaca by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. By another light surrounded than our actual sky, with a purple ocean bounded does the island lie, like a dream of the outworld. There the rugged heights ascending bring to mind the past, when the very voyage ending was the anchor cast. And with stranger sails were furled beside the glorious island where Ulysses was the king. Still does fancy see the palace with its carved gates, where the suitors dread the chalice, mocking at the fates. Stern and dark and veiled are they. Still the silent thread entwining of our wretched life, with their cold pale hands combining hate and fear and strife. Who was the avenging day o'er the glorious island where Ulysses was the king? Grant my fancy pardon, if amid these trees still it sees the garden of old Laertes, where he met his glorious son. The apple boughs were drooping beneath their rosy fruit, and the rich brown pears were stooping to the old man at their foot, while his daily task was done in the glorious island where Ulysses was the king. 'Tis a vain and cold invention, 'tis the spirit's wrong, which to some small mind's pretension would subdue that song, shined in manhood's general heart. One almighty mind, one only, could such a strain have sung. Ever be the laurel lonely where such lyres hung. Be the world a thing apart of the glorious island where Ulysses was the king. Trerene Castle from Port Corcove, Cornwall by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A monarch who had lost his crown, as crowns have been so often lost, by kindred treachery or worse, the price his own fond blindness cost. Methinks were fitting guests to be, alone rugged scene with thee, magnificent, yet desolate in harmony the thought and fate. The sky is dark with gathered clouds, as if night struggled still with day. A single sea-bird seems to bear the sunshine on his wings away. The heavy rocks o'erhang with flood, as if a sacrifice of blood poured by the Druids left the gloom that ever haunts the human tomb. Their shadow falls, while at their feet dashes and foams the restless main, still beating like the human heart, and, like that beating, still in vain. I lean upon the granite stone and muse our empires overthrown, how thrones first tremble and then fall, and for the purple spreads the pale. There's nothing here to win the eye, awaken calm and pleasant thought, no early flowers, no springing leaves, ever hereby summer brought. The stormy sky, the sullen sea, spread out in drear immensity. How suited to man's thoughtful mood, it seems ambition's solitude. Tunis by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. No more that city's pirate barks molest the distant waves, no more the Moslem idler marks the sale of Christian slaves. And yet how much is left undone these cities' walls within? What though the victory may be won, its fruit is yet to win. What should the fruit of victory be? What spoil should it command? Commerce upon the sweeping sea, and peace upon the land. As when the crimson sunset ends in twilight's quiet hours, the fertilizing dew askance it feeds the fruits and flowers. A quiet time hath Europe now, and she should use the time, the seed of general good to sow, eternal and sublime. Mighty is now the general scope, to mortal views assigned. Direct from heaven is the hope that worketh for mankind. To many objects worth its care the mind has left unwon, but who is there that shall despair, knowing what has been done? The press that on the mortal world has risen like a star, the leaves of light and darkness furled, spread with its aid afar. Far may it spread, its influence is giant in its might. The moral world's intelligence lives on its guiding light. To teach, to liberate, to save, is empire's noblest worth. Such be our hope across the wave, our triumph over the earth. 'Twas spring, the tree stood by the stream, by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. 'Twas spring, the tree stood by the stream, the flowers unnumbered hung upon the boughs. You scarcely marked the shade they downward flung. The leaves have dropped off one by one, as the wind o'er them strayed. Of all it flung upon the stream only remains the shade. O heart of mine, read here thy fate, and here thy likeness find. Thus has life's freshness passed away, its darkness stayed behind. And where's thy state? In never spring again the tree will be green in its youth, but where's the year that has a spring for thee? 'Twas sweet to look upon thine eyes, by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. 'Twas sweet to look upon thine eyes, as they looked answering to mine own. 'Twas sweet to listen to thy sighs, and hear my name on every tone. 'Twas sweet to meet in yon lone glen, while smiles the heart's best sunshine shed. 'Twas sweet to part and think again the gentle things that each had said. But all this sweetness was not worth the tears that dimmed its afterlight. Love is a sweet star at its birth, but one that sets in deepest night. Twine not the cypress round my harp, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Twine not the cypress round my harp, it was too dull a shade for me. Light as the flowers of April bowers, the wreath that encircles my harp must be. If you will twine a wreath for me, twine it of blooms that vanish soon. Let each fair hue be wet with dew, but dew that will pass in the smile of noon. Light is the spirit of my harp, 'twas love and hope first awaked its strain. A wild sower's wings may overshadow the strings, we soon will answer to mirth again. O were it mine to choose the notes that should unto my harp belong, they should be gay as the skylark's lay, with one sweet breath of a nightingale's song. Two Doves in a Grove, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. June bloom and foliage were upon the trees, and glimpses of a blue and sunny light came through the hawthorn canopy, where leaves of emerald freshness blended with the white showers of the luxuriant blossoms. On a bough, the only one chained by the honeysuckle, sat two white doves, upon each naked tint like the rose stained within the delicate shell of a sea-pearl, as love breathed on their plums. And each was mirrored in the other's eyes, floating and dark, a paradise of passion. And on the ground, half hidden by the grass and the pink clover flowers, lay a moss nest, the sweet home palace of those birds. There came a dim remembrance of a fairy tale, those tales mine earliest dreams of poetry. When halls built of rainbows, perfumed eyes, lighted by roses, caves of gold and gems, where genii kept their treasures, gardens where the fountains played the music. When these realms were my heart's world, and magic spells had charms whose power to me was passionate happiness, there was one favorite tale. In the hot noon I want to seek a little lonely nook, none sought it but myself, and read it there. My grayer task too often laid aside for the sweet secret idleness. There lay half buried by long grass and violets, one arm on an old trunk, and with my book pillowed upon the moss, the sun shut out by the dark yew o'erhead. On one side hung two most graceful willows, and the pond beneath was like their mirror, and the sun shone through at times, and there like silver barks just a ship for Camdeo, wide and tall, floated the water lilies. This sweet tale was of two lovers, true, For tried by all of peril and of sorrow that the heart could bear and yet not break. There was one, a gentle fairy, pitied them, and gave a gift of quiet happiness at last. And two fair doves in the calm greenwood shade, the pleasant life was past. And this sweet dream of a fine painter called this tale to mind, with all its tenderness, its luxury of peace and feeling. Love, O love, thy home is not in this rude world, or golden care are thy death's sickness. Unavailing regret by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Farewell, and when the charm of change has sunk, as all must sink in shade, when joy, a varied bird, begins to wing, to droop, the plum to fade, then thou thyself at length hast felt what thou hast made another feel, the hope that sickens to despair, the wound that time may see not heal, when thou shalt pine for some fond heart to beat an answering thine again, then, false one, think once more on me, and sigh to think it is in vain. Unknown a female head by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I know not of her history, was said yet beautiful-faced girl, the chestnut braid bound darkly round thy forehead, the blue veins wandering in azure light, the ivory chin dimpled so archly, have no characters graven by memory, but thy pale cheek, like a white rose, on which the sun hath looked too wildly warm, is not this passion's legend? The dropping lid, whose lash is bright with tears, a lip which has the sweetness of a smile, but not its gaiety. Do not these bear the scorching footprints sorrow leaves in passing o'er the clear brow of youth? It may but be an idle thought, but I have dreamed thou wert a captive in thy helplessness, afar from the sweet home of thy young infancy, whose image unto thee is as a dream of fire and slaughter. I can see thee wasting, sick for thy native air, loathing the light and cheerfulness of men, thyself the last of all thy house, stranger and slave. Unveiled, unmasked, not so, not so. By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Unveiled, unmasked, not so, not so, are thine are closer worn than those which, in light mockery, one evening thou hast borne. The mask and veil which thou dost wear are of thyself a part. No mask can ever hide thy face as that conceals thy heart. Thy smiles, they sparkle o'er thy brow, like sunbeams to and fro, but no one in thy light can read the depths that lurk below. The tears, how beautiful they shine within their large dark eyes. Who can tell what is the cause from which those tears arise? E'en as thy curls had trained to fall around thy angel face, so every look thy features were is tutored in its grace. No eager impulses are fling their warmth upon thy cheek, nor varying hues from red to pale thy inward feelings speak. Thine atmosphere's festive with thine hand is on the lute, and lightest in the midnight dance we see thy fairy foot. When many deem this happiness, I see it is a task. Young without youth, gay without a mirth, thines the veil and mask. I mark the constant restlessness, thy eagerness to change. I know it is the wretched one who thus desires to range. When thou dost flee from solitude, as if the fiend were there, and communing with thine own thoughts were more than thou couldst bear. Slight are the signs by which I put thy mask and veil aside, and look upon thy wounded love, and on thy wounded pride. 'Tis not for one proud, fair, like thee to perish or to pine. A higher lot is cast for thee, a higher will is thine. Misery, to keep thy heart alone, like some sacred fane, and when its own, its deity, find 'twas owned in vain. Yet far worse misery to know, of faith, no veiled thing. Methinks that we can bear the pain, if we can hide the sting. But out upon consoling friends, the anguish one may brook, but not official sympathy, the stooping word or look. Pity from all the common herd, who most we must despise, perish the sigh upon the lips, the tear within the eyes. Alas, what depths of wretchedness the human soul can know! How bitterly the waters taste, which seem in light to flow! For love and hope, those leaves which give the sweetness to the wave, flung with no blessing, lose their charm, and find the stream their grave. Even as at coming night the careful flowers close, so should our heart call in its hopes, and on itself repose. But let it not be lulled by dreams that weep whene'er they wake, for every heart that lives by love, 1,000 beat break. Vain Folly of Another Age by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Vain folly of another age, this wandering over earth, to find the peace by some dark sin banished our household hearth. On Lebanon the dark green pines wave o'er sacred ground, and Carmel's consecrated rose springs from a hollowed mound. Glorious with truth they testify, and blessed in their name. But even in such a sacred spot are sin and woe the same. O pilgrim, vain each toilsome step, vain every very day. There is no charm in soil or shrine to wash thy guilt away. Return, with prayer and tear return, to those who weep at home. To dry their eyes will more avail than our world to roam. There's hope for one who leaves with shame the guilt that lured before. Remember, he who said, "Repent," said also, "Sin no more." Return, and in the daily round of duty and of love, thou best wilt find that patient faith which lifts the soul above. In every innocent prayer each child lisps at his father's knee. If thine has been to teach that prayer, there will be hope for thee. There is a small white church that stands beside thy father's grave. There kneel and pour those earnest prayers that sanctify and save. Around thee draw thine own home ties, and, with a chastened mind, in meek well-doing seek that peace now wandering will find. In charity and penitence thy sin will be forgiven. Pilgrim, thy heart is the true shrine, whence prayers ascend to heaven. Valedictory Stanzas by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Oh, not that look to me, my love, oh, not that look to me. Cold looks I may from others be, but never one from thee. I cannot bear that altered brow, that wandering smile of wine, to see it fix on others' eyes, on any, mine. I meet thee in the glittering crowd, we meet as strangers do. The pang that rives my inmost soul is all unmarked by you. Last night we met as now we meet, a gorgeous throng were nigh. I heard you scoff at constant laugh, and sternly pass me by. 'Tis enough, I do resign my claim on love and thee, I will forsake the hope that long has fed on memory. Then look not so, I will forget what once those fond eyes said. The dead will soon forget, and I should soon be with the dead. Valletta, capital of Malta, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The vessel swept in with the light of the morn. High on the red air its gonfalon borne. The roofs of the dwellings, the sails of the mast, mixed in the crimson the daybreak had cast. On came the vessel, the sword in his hand. At once from the deck leapt the stranger to land. A moment he stood, with the wind in his hair, the sunshine less golden, the silk was less fair. He looked o'er the waters. What looked he to see? What alone the depths of his own heart could be? He saw an old castle arise from the main, the oak on its hills, and the deer on its plain. He saw it no longer, the vision is fled, paler the pressed lip and firmer the tread. He takes from his neck a light scarf that he wore, 'tis flung on the waters that bear it from shore. 'Twas the gift of a false one, and with it he flung all the hopes and the fancies that round it had clung. The shrine has his vow, the cross has his brand, he worth no gift of a woman's white hand. A seal on his lip and an oath at his heart, his future a warfare, he knoweth his part. The visions that haunted his boyhood hour, the young knight of Malta can dream them no more. Valley of Ninmouth, North Devon, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis a gloomy place, but I like it well. Where would I chose alone to dwell? The rocks around should friends supply, less cold, less hard than those I fly. I do not care for the rosy flowers, on them is the shadow of other hours. I gathered the rose beneath the sun in an hour its lovely life was done. Now here I will find for myself a grave, half a home and half a grave. Dark in the noontide hour 'twill be, dark, and the darker the fitter for me. The hills are rough and the hills are bare, more like the heart that harboureth there. I shall hear the storm as it rolleth by, I shall watch the clouds that shadow the sky. All I ask is never to hear of human hope or of human fear. I have had enough of both in my days, and I know how their seeming passes away. The wind may sometimes be along the distant sound of a shepherd's song. I shall rejoice that no more I share in fancies and follies that make his care. The falling leaves will make my bed, the granite stone will pillow my head. The cave in the rock is a fitting shrine for heart so withered and worn as mine. Van Dyck consulting his mistress on a picture in Cook's exhibition by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Yes, he is seeking in those eyes his light, his fame, his own hearth prize. Or vain to the idolater in this world's praise, if wanting her sweet seal a smile. His lofty brow is almost a woman's softness now, and the dark cheek and darker eye, where lightning gleams of genius lie, and that so haughty lips proud curl, are mild before that fair young girl, as if the delicate slight hand had magic like a fairy wand, as if those deep blue eyes had power like sunshine in the stormy hour. It was an almost childish face, yet in its first soft spring of grace, a rosebud, of sun that set, which now it bloom, a violet. O'er the tears of morning melt, the first dew-fall it ever felt. Yet was it pale, as with excess of overmuch fond tenderness. Her mouth, a very mine of bliss, a blossom fresh from the bee's kiss, was near to his, as if to steal but one breath from him was to feel the air of paradise. Her arm was round his neck, and of the charm of the delicious dropping a lid, which half her soft eyes lustre hid. Ah, woman has no look so sweet as that, when, half afraid to meet the look she loves, blushes betray, or the suppressed glance would say, "'Tis a sweet picture, but what shade would not be lovely, which portrayed genius and love, the union bright of mere pure flesh and soft moonlight?" Vanity, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Vanity, guiding power, 'tis thine to rule statesman and vestryman, the knave or fool. The Macedonian crossed, who does pass, wave, fierce as the storm, and gloomy as the grave. Urged by the thought, what would Athenians say, when next they gathered on a market day? And the same spirit that indulged his toil leads on the cook to stew and roast and boil. Wherever the spice be mixed, the flag unfurled, each deems their task the glory of the world. Vaucluse, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Tall rocks begird the lovely valley round, like barriers guarding its sweet loneliness. Clouds resting on their summits, and their sides darkened with aged woods, where ivy twined and green moss grew unconscious of the sun. Rushing in fury from a gloomy cave, back like the dwelling place of death at night, an angry river came. At first it traced its course in wrath, and the dark cavern rang with echoes to its hoarse and sullen roar. But when it reached the peaceful valley, then, like woman's smile, soothing wild rage away, the sunlight fell upon its troubled waves, it made the waters, like a curbed steed, chafed and foamed angrily, but softly flowed, a bright unbroken mirror, for the kiss of the fair children of its fragrant banks, and close beside uprose the tree whose form had once been beauty's refuge, sacred shade, which even the lightning dares not violate, the hero's trophy and the bard's reward, the faded laurel, Vaucluse. Was the melancholy charm a sweet remembrance of departed time, when love awoke the lyre from its long sleep and bound the golden wings of poetry, and where grows the graceful Petrarch sought a shelter where soul might wander free, dwelling on tender thoughts and minstrel dreams, all that the bard can feel in solitude. My name is in his songs, and it will be remembered when the wood shall wave no more. Venice, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Morn on the Adriatic, every wave has turned to light, and mimics the blue sky, as if the ocean were another heaven. Column and tower and fretted pinnacle are white with sunshine, and the few soft shades do but relieve the eye. The morning time, the summer time, how beautiful they are! A buoyant spirit fills the natural world and sheds its influence on humanity. Man draws his breath more lightly, and forgets the weight of cares that made the night seem long. How beautiful the summer, and the morn, when opening our forest and green field, waking the singing birds, till every leaf vibrates with music, and the flowers unfold, heavy and fragrant with their dewy sleep. But here they only call to life and light the far wide waste of waters and the walls of a proud city, yet how beautiful! Not the calm beauty of the woodland world, fraught with sweet idleness and minstrel dreams, but beauty which awakes the intellect the more than the feelings that of power in the mind. Man's power, man's mind. For never city raised a prouder or fairer brow than Venice, the daughter and the mistress of a sea. Far spread the ocean, but it spread to bear the galleys o'er its depths, for war or wealth, and raised upon foundations which have robbed the waters of its birthright, stands her halls. Now enter in her palaces. A world has paid its tribute to their luxury. The harvest of a rose on Syria's plains is reaped for Venice. From the Indian vales the sandalwood is brought to burn in Venice. The ambergris that floats on eastern seas, and spice and cinnamon and pearls that lie deep in the Gulf of Ormuz are for Venice. The Persian loom now spread her silken floors, and the clear gems from far Golconda's mines burn on the swan-like necks of her proud daughters, for the fair wife of the Venetian noble doth often bear upon her ivory arm a ransom of a kingdom. By the sword drawn, by the free and fearless, by the sail which sweeps the sea for riches which are power, the state of Venice is upheld. She is a Christian Tyre, safe at her sea-girt gates, do fear no enemy, and dread no fall. Morn on the Adriatic, bright and glad, and yet we are not joyful. There is here a stronger influence than sweet nature's joy. The scene hath its own sorrow, and the heart ponders the lessons of mortality, too gravel to be warmed by that delight born of the sun and air and morning prime. For we forget the present as we stand so much beneath the shadow of the past. And here the past is mighty. Memory lies heavy on the atmosphere around. Where is the sea? But where now are the ships that bore the will of Venice around the world? Where the sails that brought home victory and wealth from other nations? No glad prows break up the waters into sparkling foam. I only see some sluggish fishing boats. There are the palaces, their marble fronts are grey and worn, and the rich furniture is stripped from the bare walls, or else the moth feeds on the velvet hangings. There they hang the many pictures of the beautiful, the brave, the noble, who were once Venetians. But hourly doth the damp destroy their colours, the Titan's hues are faded as the face from which he painted. With a downcast brow, drawing his dark robe round him, which no more hides the rich silks or gems, walks the Venetian, proud with melancholy pride which dwells only upon the glories of the dead, and humble with a bitter consciousness of present degradation. These are the things that tame the pride of man, the spectral writings on the wall of time. Warnings from the invisible to show man's destiny is not in his own hands. Cities and nations, each are in their turn the mighty sacrifice which time demands and offers up at the eternal throne, signs of man's weakness and man's vanity. Venus, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Queen of smiles, fling down the bow, hearts are like thine own hand, snow. Love is sleeping, and in vain you would waken him again, and that bow's no more divine even in such a hand as mine. Smile by smile, and sigh by sigh, both will pass unheeded by, out upon our heartless age. Stain upon the poet's page, now the sweetest kiss and smile barter for their gift the while, and the lover's heart is sold for what is not worth it. Go. Once there was more stirring time chronicled in minstrel rhyme, when the young knight onwards pressed for the colours of his crest, when it was enough to say, bright eyes watch your course today, when the maiden kept the faith like a thing of life and death, when the true heart wanted to prove, not to only say, I love. Where hath history such a page as of that chivalric age? Can it be I have gainsaid what my lord's religion made? Have I said that love was cold, said that faith was bought and sold? Now, shame on the poet's song, which could do his creed such wrong. Yes, love, by the burning cheek, blushes which my language speak, by the after paler sign, which doth tell of hope's decline, by the drooping or flashing eye, by the rose lips' lonely sigh, These are tokens still we see, they tell not love of thee. I should say that still thou art, judging but from mine own heart. Oh yes, spite of chance or change, worthless vanities that range, golden bribble and worldly stain, smile and sigh, still hold their reign. Love of old rules but as now, Queen of Beauty, take the bow. Village of Kogera by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She raised her palace of snows upon the mighty hills, whence, in the languid summer, flows a thousand shining rills. And nature said, "This place I'll take my deepest solitude to make." A thousand nameless years went by, as silent as their birth. The clouds that wandered o'er the sky beheld no change on earth. With one unbroken chronicle, a thousand years left naught to tell. The winds afar off heard the voice of man's tumultuous life. The vulture hurried to rejoice o'er its perpetual strife. With clanging wing and crimson beak, they gathered round, their dead to seek. The days were loud with war and toil, the nights with fear and care. The dragon's teeth within the soil made tumult everywhere, and senates met to talk of peace aided the turmoil to increase. The stars went down amid the deep, the sun rose up at morn. There was no quiet for their sleep, the sounds of life were born. Far o'er the inhabitable main, vexed for man's warfare or man's gain. But here no tumult ever passed, the wild wind brought no sound, saving the mighty music cast by the dark pine trees round. And nature had 1 hour's repose amid the silence of the snows. The foot of man these heights hath sought. What will his coming bring? What hath his coming ever brought the world where he is king? Cares, toils, the universal dower, both of his presence and his power. But yet those cares have high reward, those toils a noble scope. Each year that passes has unbarred the gates of some great hope. Each height that man can gain brings near the shadow of a higher sphere. Hope is a solemn creed and true, and still keeps looking on. We only judge what man can do by that which he has done. Hope's shadow is upon it cast, the prophet's mirror is the past. Let none despair and say, how vain man's labor and man's care. Each hour that passes must sustain the spirit that would dare, for not on an unthankful soil has man bestowed his time and toil. Still are his blessings on increase, if they are born aright. Where there was war, there now is peace. Where darkness, there is light. And science yieldeth every hour those gifts to knowledge which are power. My glorious country, thou whose feet are on the mountain's height, so may thy onward progress meet the morning's mighty light. Still to thy great advance be given the steps that bring thee nearer heaven. Von Roma by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He has recalled the past as still the present should the past recall, with careful patience seeking truths and asking lessons from them all. 'Tis the historian's part to weigh the glories of a former hour, his are the trophies that outlast the storied ark, the lofty tower. Remark the progress of the mind, how changed to what it was of yore, and every point of knowledge gained seems encouragement for more. Walter Scott by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. No honor to the glorious head, numbered by the immortal dead, yet leaving life behind, creations to whose charmed powers we owe so many happy hours, the treasures of a mind. White be the marble for his grave, and o'er it let the laurel wave, till time itself depart. But marble white and laurel tree, for memory what needeth he, whose shrine is in our heart. Want of Sympathy by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. These are the things that fret away the heart, cold, careless trifles, but not felt the less for mingling with the hourly acts of life. It is a cruel lot for the fine mind, full of emotions generous and true, to feel its light flung back upon itself, all its warm impulses repelled and chilled, until it finds a refuge in disdain. And woman, to whom sympathy is life, the only atmosphere in which her soul develops all it has of good and true. How must she feel the chill? Warkworth Castle, Northumberland, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Come, up with the banner, and on with the sword, my father's firstborn of his castle is lord. No knight, I will say, with our belt at the brand, was ever more worthy of lady or land. Ring your horns through the forest that girdles our hall, that the glades of the green oaks re-echo the call. And many a morning with dew on the plain, and the red sun just rising, shall hear them again. Fill up the clear wine cup that dances in light, one name, and one only, shall crown it to-night. 'Tis the health of a young knight just come o'er the main, he will cross it an earl, if he cross it again. Farewell, my brother, farewell, mine abode. The hawk that I flew, the horse that I rode, they are safe, I commend them, my brother, to thee. But my white greyhound goes with me over the sea. For 1,000 white crowns I have mortgaged my land, and 50 bold seamen await my command. My letters of marque are now signed by the Queen. I hasten where Drake and where Raleigh have been. Away to the south is the course that I hold. If the sea has its storm, why the Spaniard has gone. Afar in the distance I see its light shine, and all is fair warfare that crosses the line. One last charge, my brother, you only may hear. 'Tis the hope to my soul, the most deep, the most dear. Be my Blanche to thy heart like a sister, in love I leave in thy shadow the nest of my dove. No doubt of her truth and no fear of her change can darken my pathway, whether it may range. My heart is my omen, I know all the main, I return to her side and to England again. Warkworth Hermitage, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The lonely cavern, like a chapel carved, is situated amid the lonely hills. The scutcheon, cross, and altar hewn rock, and by the altar is a cenotaph. In marble there a lovely lady lies, an angel with a welcome at her side, a welcome to the soul he beareth heaven. And near a warrior stands, the desolate, the wide earth only holds one tomb for him. Such must have been his history, who first cut the sad hermitage within the rock. Some spirit-broken and world-weary man, whose love was in the grave, whose hope in heaven. Yet a fine nature must have been his own, a sense of beauty, and a strong delight in the brave seeming of the visible world, whose loveliness is like a sympathy. Winds the fair river through the vale below, with sunshine on its waters. Green the woods hang the far summits with their changeful shade. In the soft summer fields are many flowers, which breathe at evening on the scented wind. Still the wild cherry trees are growing round, which first he planted, yet he loved the world, the bright, the beautiful, the glorious world. But loved it as those love who love on earth only the hope that looketh up to heaven. We'll miss her at the morning hour, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We'll miss her at the morning hour, when leaves and eyes unclose, when sunshine calls the dewy flowers to waken from repose. For, like the singing of a bird, when first the sunbeams fall, the gladness of her voice was heard the earliest of us all. We'll miss her at the evening time, for then her voice and lute best loved to sing some sweet old rhyme, when other sounds were mute. Twined round the ancient window-seat, while she was singing there, the jasmine from outside would meet and wreath her fragrant hair. We'll miss her when we gather round our blazing hearth at night, when ancient memories abound, our hopes will all unite, and pleasant talk of years to come, those years our fancies frame. She has now another home and bears another name. Her heart is not with our old hall, nor with the things of yore, and yet methinks she must recall what was so dear before. She wept to leave the fond roof where she had been loved so long, though glad the peal upon the air and gave a bridal throng. Yes, memory has honey cells, and some of them are ours, for in the sweetest of them dwells the dream of early hours. The hearth, the hall, the window seat, they bring us to her mind. In yon wide world she cannot meet all that she left behind. Loved and beloved, her own sweet will it was that made her fate. She has a fairy home, but still our own seems desolate. We may not wish her back again, not for her own dear sake. O love, to form one happy chain, how many one must break. We might have been, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We might have been, these are but common words, and yet they make the sum of life's bewailing. They are the echo of those finer chords, whose Munich life deplores when unavailing. We might have been. We might have been so happy, says the child, pent in the very schoolroom during summer, when the green rushes mid the marshes wild, and rosy fruits attend the radiant comer. We might have been. It is the thought that darkens on our youth, and first experience, sad experience, teaches what fallacies we have believed for truth, and what few truths endeavor ever reaches. We might have been. Alas, so different from what we are, had we but known the bitter path before us. But feelings, hopes, and fancies left afar, what in the wide bleak world can e'er restore us? We might have been. It is the motto of all human things, the end of all that waits on mortal seeking, the very weight upon hope's flagging wings. It is the cry of a worn heart while breaking. We might have been. And when, warm with the heaven that gave the birth, dawns in our world-worn way love's hour Elysian, the last fair angel lingering on our earth, the shadow of what thought obscures the vision, we might have been. A cold fatality attends on love. Too soon or else too late the heart-beat quickens. The star which is our fate springs up above, and we but say, while round the vapour thickens, we might have been. Life now like misery, the rest is single source, but in this are blended all sweet emotions that disturb the breast. The light which was so lovely has descended. Might have been. Henceforth, how much of a full heart must be a sealed book, at whose contents we tremble. A still voice mutters mid our misery, the worst to hear, because it must dissemble. We might have been. Life is made up of miserable hours, and all of which we carved the brief possessing, for which we wasted wishes, hopes, and powers, comes with some fatal drawback on the blessing. We might have been. The future never renders to the past the young beliefs entrusted to its keeping. Inscribed one sentence lies first truth and last. On the pale marble where our dust is sleeping, we might have been. We shall not meet again, love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We shall not meet again, love, as we once met, but our meetings have left what I may not forget. A thought of the past like a ghost by a tomb, a heart that is burning, a cheek without bloom. As those who have dwelt in the lands of the sun have nor fade and fall when the wind has begun. So my spirit, whose life was love's passionate ray, must pine unto death when its warmth fades away. Weakness ends with love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I say not, regret me. You will not regret. You will try to forget me. You cannot forget. We shall hear of each other. Ah, misery to hear those names from another which once were so dear. But deep words shall sting thee with breath of the past, and many things bring thee thoughts fade to last. The fond hopes that centered in thee are all dead. The iron has entered the soul where they fed. Of a chain that once bound me, the memory is mine. But my words are around thee, their power is on thine. No hope, no repentance, my weakness is o'er. It died with a sentence, I love thee no more. Weep for the love that fate forbids, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Weep for the love that fate forbids, yet laughs unhoping on, though every light that once illumed its early path be gone. Weep for the love that must resign the soul's enchantment dream, and float like some neglected bark adown life's lonely stream. Weep for the love that cannot change, like some unholy spell it hangs upon the life that laughed so vainly and so well. Weep for the very heart condemned to one long, lonely sigh, whose lot has been in this cold world to dream, despair, and die. Well, indeed, you may deem, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Well, indeed, you may deem that love is woe and pain, that all its griefs are real and all its joys are vain. While your creed of love is like what you say that creed to be, it is the heart creates its own bliss and misery. To try, but not to trust, to doubt and to deride, to trifle and to torture, and can this be your pride? To bid the cheek grow pale, the lip lose its gaiety, the eye forget its light, so it is for love of thee. This could but teach the heart its tenderness to hide, for deep as is the woman's love, is equalled by her pride. What must the woman feel whose very soul is given to that wild love, whose world must be her all of hell or heaven? Then to meet the careless smile, look on the altered eye, see it on others' dwelling, and pass herself regardless by. And having drained the bitter dregs, all bitterness above, of slighted love, then to be told 'twas but to try your love. The heart that could bear this must be of stone or steel. The heart that broke not with such wrong was not made love to fear. Alas, for her whose love is fated thine to be, better the heart should break than beat for one like thee. What is success? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. All things are symbols, and we find in morning's lovely prime the actual history of a mind in its own early time. So to the youthful poet's gaze 1,000 colors rise. The beautiful, which soon decays, the buoyant, which soon dies. So does not die the influence, the spirit owns the spell. Memory to him is music, hence the magic of his shell. He sings of general hopes and fears, a universal tone. All weep with him, for in his tears they recognize their own. Yet many a one, whose lute hangs now high on the laurel tree, feels that the suppressed dark bough a fitter meat would be. And still, with weariness and woe, the fatal gift is won. Many a radiant head lies low, or half its race be run. Gaieties and Absurdities by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What Shakespeare said of lovers might apply to all the world. 'Tis well they do not see the pretty follies that themselves commit. Could we but turn upon ourselves the eye with which we look on others, life would pass in one perpetual blush and smile. The smile? How bitter! For 'tis scorn's worst task to scorn ourselves, and yet we could not choose but mock our actions, all we say or do, if we but saw them as we others see. Life's best repose is blindness to itself. What was our parting? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What was our parting? One wild kiss, how wild I may not say. One long and breathless clasp, and then, as life had passed away, we parted. I too weep o'er all my young heart's great excess of passion, you to dream your love into forgetfulness. What has our absence been? A long and dreary while to me, and must I feel, I dare not ask, what it has been to thee? Or shall we meet on either side, with hearts so light as wine? On yours I may be fond again, it will be cold on mine. When do I think of thee? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. When do I think of thee? And think I not, thou art, where'er may be, still unforgot. Does the sweet morning rise, bright like from sleep, and their first reveries verdant bee keep, singing out joyously in the green tree? Then, when my hopes are high, think I of thee. When in the languid noon lip and eye close, when, like a fairy boon, sweet sleep arose, when life's enchanted stream, lovely and lone, mirrors a name and dream, both of thine own. When the chill midnight bids dark shadows lure, tears in the fragrant lids of each pale flower, then, oh how mournfully, think I of thee, so darkly our destiny closes round me. Fate is one hope for me, life but one lot. When do I think of thee? When think I not? When last we parted, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. When last we parted, we stood beneath the shade of a sycamore, which hung like a guardian over the rose that grew by the cottage door. There were 2 or 3 flowers of wildest bloom amid the beautiful hair, and my sigh and my blush were as sweet as vows of my sister were rosebud fair. I have been like that bird of the eastern tale which has not a rest in the sky, but the thought of that blush came in peace to my heart like a pledge for the truth of its sigh. I had since looked on many a sunlit cheek, and on many a brow of pearl, but I never saw brow or cheek like those of my own fair peasant girl. At length we met, overdropped like a queen, and more fair, if more fair thou couldst be. There were many that said thou wert loveliest, but thou didst not seem so to me. Thou hadst still the charm of thy rainbow smile, the spell of thy starry eye, the trust and the hope of thy wondrous breast are gone with thy blush and thy sigh. When Love First Came to Me by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. When Love first came to me, he had two companions sweet, Pleasure with her bright cup, Hope with her silver feet. But hope and pleasure fled, as the wings were of the wind, and they never came again. But love remained behind. Ah, why did love remain, with his light and colour fled? For what avails the mourner to the absent and the dead? When should lovers breathe their woes? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. When should lovers breathe their woes? When should ladies hear them? When the dew is on the boughs, when none else are near them, and the moon shines cold and pale, and the birds are sleeping, when no voice is on the gale, when the rose is weeping, when the stars are bright on high, like hopes in young loves dreaming, and glancing round the light clouds fly, like soft fears to shade the beaming. The fairest smiles are those that live on the brow by starlight reft, and the lips the richest incense give when the sighs at midnight breathing. How softest is the cheek's love ray, when seen by moonlight hours, our roses seek the day, but blushes are night flowers. Oh, when the moon and stars are bright, when the dewdrops glisten, then where thou should lovers live, when should ladies listen? Where are the flowers, the beautiful flowers? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Where are the flowers, the beautiful flowers, that haunted your homes and your hearts in the spring? Where's the sunshine of earlier hours? There's the music the birds used to bring. Where are the flowers? Why, thousands are springing, and many fair strangers are sweet on the air. And the birds to the sunshine were welcome are singing, look round on our valley, and then question, where? Alas, my heart's a darkness, I own it is summer, for little 'tis like what it once used to be. I have no welcome to give the newcomer, strangely the summer seems altered to me. 'Tis my spirits are wasted, my hopes that are very, these made the gladness and beauty of you. To the worn and the withered, even sunshine is dreary, and the year has its spring, though our own is not more. Where's the snow, the summer snow? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Where's the snow, the summer snow, on the lovely lily flower? There the hues the sunset shed o'er the rose's crimson hour. Where's the gold, the pure bright gold, o'er the young laburnum flung, and the fragrant sighs that breathed whence the hyacinth drooping hung? Gone, gone, they are all gone. Maiden, lovelier than the spring, is thy bloom departed too? Has thy cheek forgot its rose, or thine eye its April blue? Where are thy sweet bursts of song, where the wreaths that bound thy hair, where the thousand prisoner curls? And the sunny smiles are there? Gone, gone, they are all gone. Youth, where's thine open brow? What has quelled thine eagle eye? Where's the freshness of thy cheek, and thy dark hair's raven dye? Where's thy crimson banner now? Where's thine eager step and sword? Where's thine hour of dreamless sleep? Where, frank jest and careless world? Gone, gone, they are all gone. Where's the lighted hall, and where all that made its midnight gay? Where's the music of a harp, and the minstrel's nightly lay? Where's the graceful saraband? Where the lamps of starry night? Where the vases of bright flowers? Where the blushes yet more bright? Gone, gone, they are all gone. Where are those fair dreams that made life so beautiful at first? Where are the many fantasies that young hopes are fondly nursed? Love with motto like a knight, faithful even to the tomb, fortune following the wish, pleasure with a folded plum? Gone, gone, they are all gone. Oh, my own heart, where are they, visions of thine earlier hour, when thy young hope's colours were like those on the morning flower? Where's the trusting confidence of affection deep and true, and the spirit's sunshine like, which are all their gladness through? Gone, gone, we are all gone. Why better than the Lady Rose, love I this little flower, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Why better than the Lady Rose, love I this little flower, because its fragrant leaves are those I loved in childhood's hour. Though many a flower may win my praise, the violet has my love. I did not pass my childish days in garden or in grove. My garden was the window seat, upon whose edge was set the little vase, the fair, the sweet. It was the violet. It was my pleasure and my pride, how I did watch its growth. For health and bloom, what plans I tried, and often injured both. I placed it in the summer shower, I placed it in the sun, and ever, the evening hour, my work seemed half undone. The broad leaves spread, the small buds grew, how slowly they seemed to be. At last there came a tinge of blue, 'twas worth the world to me. At length the perfume filled the room, shed from the purple wreath. No flower has now so rich a bloom, has now so sweet a breath. I gave her 2 or 3, they seemed such rich gifts to bestow, so precious in my sight, I deemed that all must think them so. Now who is there but would be fain to be a child once more, if future years could bring again all that they brought before? My heart's world has been long o'erthrown, it is no more flowers. Their bloom is past, their breath is flown, yet I recall those hours. Let nature spread her loveliest, by spring or summer nursed, yet still I love a violet beset, because I loved it first. Why startest thou back from that fount of sweet water? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Why startest thou back from that fount of sweet water? The roses are drooping while waiting for thee. Lady, 'tis dark with the red hue of slaughter. There is blood on that fountain. Oh, whose may it be? Up rose the lady at once from her dreaming, dreams born of sighs from the violets round, that jasmine bore caught in her bright tresses, seeming in pity to keep the fair prisoner it bound. Tear-like, the white leaves fell round her, as, breaking the branch in her haste, to the fountain she flew. The wave and the flower, o'er its mirror were reeking, pale as the marble around it she grew. She followed its track to the grove of the willow, to the bower of the twilight it led her at last. There lay the bosom, so often her pillow, but the dagger was in it, its beating was past. Round the neck of the youth a light chain was entwining, the dagger had cleft it, she joined it again. One dark curl of his, one of hers, like gold shining. They hoped this would part us, they hoped it in vain. A race of dark hatred, the stern and forgiving, whose hearts are as cold as the steel which they were. By the blood of the dead, the despair of the living, O house of my kinsman, my curse be your share. She bowed her fair face on the sleeper before her. Night came, and shed its cold tears on her brow. Crimson the blush of the morning passed o'er her, but the cheek of the maiden returned not its glow. Pale on the earth are the wildflowers weeping, they suppress their column, the night wind their hymn. These mark the grave, where those lovers are sleeping. Lovely, the lovely are mourning for them. Willow Leaves by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The hour was fair, but autumn's dying was upon leaf and flower and tree. The sunshine with the season flying, as I could feel my life from me. Beside an aged trunk reclining, all other darker days forgot, the leaves fell and the waves went pining. Lost in my dreams, I marked them not. From the old willow o'er me bending, my hand unconsciously stripped the bough, and watched the light leaves descending, borne on by the blue current's flow. Idleness at half awake was dreaming, from their course sought I to divine, and midwards o'er the water streaming, chose I one for my fortune's sign. Stiff-like it flowed with peace before it, till choice of mine upon it fell. Then rudely pressed the wild waves o'er it, it sank, I chose mine emblem well. Another leaf, to some hope clinging, a miracle might guard its way. 'Twas my lute's fate, the wind passed, flinging my oracle, my hope away. Till the wave where my fortunes leave me, my genius passes with the gale. Shall I trust it to bereft me of dearer woe? My spirits fail. E'en while at its own weakness blushing, my sick heart sinks beneath its fear. That heart is weak, and dark clouds rushing are all its omens bid appear. Down from my hand the green bough falling, I leave the willow and the stream. Yet still their omens dreary calling, those prophet leaves haunt midnight's dream. Windleshaw Abbey by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Mark you not yon sad procession mid the ruined abbey's gloom, hastening to the worm's possession to the dark and silent tomb? See, the velvet pall hangs over poor mortality's remains. We should shudder to discover what that coffin space contains. Death itself is lovely, wearing but the colder shape of sleep, of a solemn statue bearing beauty that forbids to weep. But decay, the pulses tremble when its livid signs appear, then the once loved lips resemble all we loved and all we fear. Is it not a ghastly ending for the body's godlike form, thus to the damp earth descending, food and triumph to the warm? Better far the red pill blazing with a spicy Indian wood, incense unto heaven raising from the sandal oil's sweet flood. In the bright pyre's kindling flashes let my yielded soul askant fling to wild winds my ashes till with mother earth they blend. Not so, let the pale urn keep them, touched with spices, oil and wine. Let there be some one to weep them. Wilt thou keep that urn, love mine? Wishes by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It was a summer night, and I looked upon the sky, when suddenly a light flashed in its splendor by. I watched the red flash pass in its shining path of flame, and a wish rose in my heart that mine might be the same. It left its native sky, and when it touched the earth, rose a pillar of fire, as 'twere a spirit's birth. And stronger grew my wish, till, as I passed next day, where filled radiant light but blackened ashes lay, a forest oak was sere, the grass had lost its green. Reproof, how could I wish such course for me had been? It was one summer night, I sailed on the wide sea far, and our pilot and our hope was the gleam of one pale star. It had risen unmarked, what time the red sun touched the brine, but the thousand rich clouds shone, and it won no gaze of mine. Now eve after eve I watched, with sweet stars' guiding light, and my heart learned a meeker lesson from the quiet presence of night. And such, I said, be my fate, calm and a lovely one, but past in blessing and peace, as that fair star has done. Now, what is the brightest hour that ever to earth was given, to the beauty of that mild light, which is direct from heaven? Withered Flowers by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Where's a wide vase in my hall, the sweetest, the saddest, the dearest of all? 'Tis a Grecian vase, and was brought by thee from the shores of sunny Italy. Well I remember the fanciful things that floated in light imaginings, of a nymph that was wont to bear the snowy urn on her raven hair to a fountain near, and then to shed the fresh cool wave o'er some rose's head. Its use is changed, it is now filled to the brim with roses, whose colours are faded and dim, the violet leaves, which have not the shade of the purple in which they were once arrayed. Yet not a flower has faded there that graced not my bosom, or bound not my hair. Every one was gathered by thee in the light of the April revelry. The blushes departed. Yet feel how sweet, as yon lean o'er the vase, is the air that you meet. And is not this love, though the glories may fall, of the light of his earlier corner? How sweet a memory lingers still, mid wreck and mid ruin, mid sorrow and ill. Love's wings may pass, but still they fling, askant from the flowers that bind each wing. And I, though wronged and slighted, yet have been too happy to quite forget. I hang o'er my thoughts as I hung o'er these flowers, and think what they have been in summer hours. Farewell to love, and farewell to thee, but not farewell to your memory. Within the page, O Royal Lady, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Within the page, O Royal Lady, seeking to win but one approving look of thine, are pictured shores where foreign waves are breaking, and distant hills where far-off planets shine. Yet above them is the rule extending, the Himalaya mountains away this way. The British flag is with the palm trees blending by the Red Sea, where now we seek our way. and mixed with these are English scenes and faces, our lovely rivers and our summer vales, haunted by names whose memory retraces how moral conquest over time prevails. Beside thee grows the laurel, from whose branches are gathered many wreaths to honor thee. Victory, that o'er the deep its thunder launches, the sages meet the crown of poesy. Our volume is a gallery, enshrining the past and present of our native land. Vast is the empire Providence assigning just to thy youthful and thy woman's hand. Our English history has no hours more glorious than when a woman filled the island throne. Elizabeth and Anne bequeathed victory's illustrious names, high omens of thine own. The warrior, sage, and poet fill their story with all the various honors of mankind. May thy young reign achieve yet truer glory, the pure, enlightened triumphs of a mind. Too much in this wide world yet needs redressing, but with thy reign hope's loveliest promise came. May thy sweet youth be sheltered by thy blessing, and nation breathes upon Victoria's name. Written under a picture of a girl burning a love letter by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I took the scroll. I could not brook a night to gaze on it save mine. I could not bear never the look should dwell upon one thought of thine. My lamp was burning by my side. I held the letter to the flame. I marked the blaze swift o'er it glide, and did not even spare thy name. Soon the light from the embers passed. I felt so sad to see it die, so bright at first, so dark at last. I feared it was love's history. Yes, it was here, 'neath midnight skies, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Yes, it was here, 'neath midnight skies, and the young moon unclosed her eyes, like beauty wakened from her dreams. Then the fountain, bright with starlight beams, or shaded by the clustering rose, seemed emblem of fond love's repose. When hearts all tenderness and truth sleep in the confidence of youth, when leaf and bud with dew were wet, 'twas there, my once dear love, we met. This is the spot, how changed it is since our last meeting time of bliss. The moon is darkened in the sky, as if grief's shade were passing by. The stars, like life's young hopes, are dim, and weeds grow round the fountain's brim, and darken the gloomy diadem of mosses on each rose's stem. But changed as each thing here may be, false one, by less changed than thee. Yes, still truly thine, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Yes, still truly thine. Ah, I never love knew who drew him with wings of the iris hue. Love is still the same, changeless, mid smiles and mid tears, the anchor for hope and the shelter for fears. Their fate may be darkness, ask but to share the sting of each sorrow, the cloud of each care. The brow may be sad, but the shape that will be more dear than the smile of another to me. Forbid me fly from thee, and say that thy love is like the false fetters they throw round the dove. But the chain thou hast linked is more precious to me than liberty, if it divides me from thee. However rough thy path, that path I can bear. A dungeon were brightness, if thou to word there. Oil in the lamp is thy love to my heart. 'Tis life to be near thee, and death we part. Young Beauty once dwelt in a bower, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Young Beauty once dwelt in a bower, a fairy bower of rose with love. There was a fragrant earth beneath, there was a cloudless sky above. And they were happy, till one day Beauty bethought her of love's wings, and watched a moment. O'er his naked chain a golden chain she flings. Alas, the folly of such care, alas, that the chain was thrown, for Beauty found love disappear, and that the fetters were her own. Young, Loving, and Beloved, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Young, loving, and beloved, these are brief words, and yet they touch on all the finer chords whose music is our happiness. The tone may die away, and be no longer known, in the sad changes brought by darker years, when the heart has to treasure up its tears, and life looks mournful on an altered scene. Still it is much to think that it has been. Youth, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, the hours! There be hours of our other earlier time, when the world was full of flowers and the sky a summer clime. All life seemed so lovely then, for it mirrored our own heart. Life is only joyful when the joy of ourselves is part. Fond delight and kind deceit are the gladness of the young, for the bloom beneath our feet is what we ourselves have flung. When so many pleasures seem scattered our onward way, 'tis so difficult to deem how their relish will decay. What the heart now beats to win soon will be unloved, unsought. Gradual is the change within, but an utter change is wrought. Time goes on and time destroys, not the joy but our delight. Do we now desire the toys which so charmed our childhood sight? Glory, poetry, and love make youth beautiful, and pass as the hues that shine above color but to quit their glass. But we soon grow calm and cold, as the grave to which we go, fashioned in one common mould, pulse and step alike are slow. We have lost the buoyant foot, we have lost the eager eye. All those inward chords are mute, once so eager to reply. Is it not a constant sight, is it not most wretched too, when you mark the very uplift in which life is hurrying through? Selfish, listless, earth may wear all her summer wealth in vain, though the stars be still as fair, yet we watch them not again. Too much do we leave behind sympathy with lovely things, and the worn and worldly mind with us all life's fairy rings. Glorious and beautiful were youth's feeling and youth's thought. Would that we die not annual all that in us then was wrought. Would the influence could remain, and the hope and dream depart. Would we might through life retain still some youth within the heart. Zenobia by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O wild wind, bring me back a sound, I listen and in vain. I might but for my beating heart have heard his step again. He flung him on the chestnut steed, how gallantly he rides, how well his graceful ebb seems to know the hand that guides. Why did he not look back? This valley must not meet my gaze. I shame me of the anxious heart that so itself betrays. Lie there, O rose, it was his hand that flung thee careless by. I would not change a single thing that may have met his eye. Be hushed, my lute, I know a tone more silvery and more dear. I would not have a sound disturb the voice within my ear. Him only on the wide green earth, him in the sky above. To me the world has but these words, I love him how I love. From the first hour I met his eyes, another life began. Till then, a calm untroubled stream my life's young current ran. But now, 'tis stirred with passionate thought, with many hopes and fears. The first too tremulous for joy, the last too sweet for tears. A weight is coming into my eyes that watch too soon are dim. I strive to think of other things, I only think of him. I seem to have, before he comes, so much I want to say. I see him and my gathered words melt like a dream away. I feel the light within my eyes, the color on my cheek. My life beats till I cannot breathe, I am too glad to speak. He goes, it is the setting sun that leaves the world in night. Pale, faint, I lean against the wall, my life has lost its light. I sleep, his name is on my lips, it murmurs through my dreams, and present with the waking day his early image seems. Love is a fearful thing, a love so fervent and so fond, that has no other hope in life and dares not look beyond. Every cause for which I love, a cause of fear must be, so proud, so worshipped, can he waste a single thought on me. I would lay down my life, so he my soul's deep fondness knew. Alas, I can but dream of all I have no power to do. To see him, hear him, is enough for happiness to crave. I would not be a crowned queen, so might be a slave. What has the wide world in its bounds that I would not resign, for the sweet empire of his heart to win and keep it mine?